Welcome in. About 8 minutes now past the hour. We start a brand new week together here on the Rick and Bubba Show, and we thank you for being with us. Got a lot of recaps from this past weekend. Just out living life. Come back, report it. As all of you are right there with us, and so we'll do that today. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now for the main show, and we appreciate all of you starting your week with the Rick and Bubba Show, saying yes, I will tune on over or bring it up on streaming, whatever the case. We thank you so much for being with us. Over to my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are you?
What up, gentlemen?
What how are y'all? Okay, I'm sorry.
Good to go.
Anyway, all right, so right out of the gate, let's just get some business out of the way, because some of you that normally use certain streaming services have probably gone to another source because of an issue. And so that's the only reason I'm talking to you right now, because if you use TuneIn and you're not doing that, then you can't hear us. But for those of you that do, and then you've gone over to iHeart, or whatever, let them know what's up, Helms.
TuneIn asked us to put a extra layer of security on our stream.
Right.
So we did that on Friday, and thinking that they would have a few days to do their part. And here we are Monday, and it's still down. So, unfortunately, I don't have a direct contact to them. We have to go through our syndication team, which always bothered me, but whatever. I just kind of do as I'm told. And so we're still down. And hopefully they'll have it up at some point today. So that's really it. You asked for a secure extra layer of security. We give it to you, and now we're down. So
yeah. So
they never. I'm just going to just say they move at a snail's pace for whatever reason. So there's no telling when it'll be fixed. I'm hopeful for at some point today, but it may be tomorrow.
All right. Well, so there you go. So if you normally use TuneIn as your avenue to get the Rick and Bubba Show, and you've jumped over to another source, that's what's going on. It's not you. You're not crazy. It's not on your end. So hopefully that will be fixed here quickly.
Just watch our ugly mugs today on YouTube.
That's it.
How about that?
There's some other streaming services that you can use and take advantage of. But I got contacted by just a few over the weekend. But today it'll hit hard. With it being
already getting them.
Yeah,
and should be.
Everybody's
mad about it. So.
Well, how was y'all's weekends? Busy?
I had an anniversary Saturday.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
We wished y'all.
We missed you Friday.
We wished you a happy anniversry Friday.
I heard that on the tail end.
Yeah.
But I wasn't here to wish my wife.
Sure.
Well, I was there, so it actually was even better.
That's right.
But I'll wish her a happy anniversary now. 34 years.
Did we get the year right? We did, didn't
yes,
we?
I think
okay,
so.
good.
And so we had our modest pizza.
Well, of course, we knew that.
Spent the weekend with all the grandkids. Got to see them. So anyway, happy anniversry late.
Yeah.
I love you. And 34 years, wow.
Well, hey,
that is
wow.
a long, long time.
And congratulations, son.
But it was. We had a good weekend.
That's great. That's great. Well, nothing celebrates y'all more than with grandkids because, I mean,
there you go.
There you go. I mean, that's a product of the marriage and
the new grandbaby will be here in 2 weeks.
Good night.
So that'll be number 4.
How ready is she?
It'll be a little girl. So they'll give me 2 boys and 2 girls. Oh yeah, Chandler's ready.
I bet
she's walking around.
Those last few weeks are miserable.
But we're excited about that too. So.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, man. That's awesome. And and I guess Mr. Buddy's healing up okay?
He is. He's still gimped up a little. But he was biting a few tires this weekend of people that came to the house, like people delivering stuff.
Okay. He's biting tires. Better. Okay, yeah.
Oh, he'll bite your tires, yeah.
Will
That's
he?
his thing.
It's probably what got him in this predicament.
Probably.
Yeah. No, you probably
him up
all
under
over
it or
that.
something.
Yeah.
But he's got a huge shaved spot on his hip. Looks hilarious. Big bald spot. Where they had to sew him up.
Yeah. Now, you taking care of him, or you just kind of looking out there going, oh, he's all right?
No, I've been giving him antibiotic.
Oh.
So how about that?
Do you have to put anything on it?
Put it in a hot dog winner.
I'm a vet tech.
Okay.
That's right. I cut a little piece of hot dogs.
Yeah.
And he loves hot dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Beef franks.
Uh-huh.
Shove it up in there. Give him one that doesn't have anything in it. Gets him fired up.
Right.
And give him that other one.
Yeah.
He spit it out a couple times, but most of the time he'll just destroy it.
Just one. I have one of the two dogs. He doesn't chew anything. It's
It's
like, how do you even taste anything?
So I got a little concerned because I gave him one, and probably more hot dog than I should have.
Yeah.
And he swallowed it whole. Because people choke on hot
They
dog.
will.
Oh, yeah.
They will.
I had to watch him for a minute. I said, let me see if he's all right. But he was good.
Okay.
Didn't bother him.
Yeah, we looked over at him.
Yeah. I watched him see if he fell over or anything.
So we had an anniversary. We had weekend with the grandkids with dogs healing up. You had a good weekend.
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
Like happening.
I know Helmsy had Coach Bullethead was out working hard, and we'll get an update on that. I went over to when's the last time y'all were in Scuba, Mississippi, home of Last Chance U? Have you ever been there?
I've been through
I don't
there.
think I've
It was
ever
a
been.
long time ago. I forget. I think I was going hunting.
Right.
Yes.
JC's team, Lawson State, went over to play East Mississippi
There they are.
Community College, home of Last Chance U. And let me just tell you,
Did you see the lion guy?
Yeah, I did not see the lion.
You said it was a lion.
I looked around to see if I heard rawr, rawr. And I looked really hard, but I just didn't see him. But
maybe he just does football.
I will
don't know.
tell you this: Last Chance U has done that place well.
So they got good
They
facilities.
did. They had upgrades in baseball and softball. Everything's turf, top notch, well done.
Yeah, how about that?
So congratulations to them.
I'd like to see another episode of Last Chance U.
Yeah,
there. Or
yeah.
just kind of an update.
Yeah. I agree with that. I would too. I would love that actually. But they they have a really nice campus, really well done.
Scuba.
And now if you're hungry or anything like that, you got to plan ahead, and we knew that.
Yeah.
We knew that, and that's a lot of junior colleges and really other campuses. Getting there, there's nothing around, and so you have to get off in your rural Alabama. Now, it's a pretty drive, let me just tell you.
Yeah.
And you know how I like barns and farmland.
Oh, yeah.
I was looking left and right and really enjoying that drive.
I do the same thing. Lisa got mad at me yesterday. We went to Taylor's, and I went this back way I like to go.
Yeah.
And she griped the entire time. This roads are too curvy. Oh. But it's beautiful.
What a beautiful drive.
But you talking about not finding a place to eat? There's got to be an old mom and pop greasy spoon somewhere.
Yeah, well,
usually you'll find. You may not want to go in,
Yeah.
but most of them have something on the outskirts of town.
We had a discussion about that.
Usually have good hamburgers.
About stopping to use the restroom and not wanting to be the person that stops. Now, another couple, the Greens, rode with us, and so it was
passengers.
it was it was a truck full. And nobody wants to be the person that has to stop and use the bathroom because now we're stopping. And there was a discussion about stopping. We finally found a little place, and in there, Greg, they had a little kitchen. And I looked over. I wasn't hungry, but I said, I bet you that's some good eating right there.
Yeah.
And there was a line and everything.
Now, don't look at the rating. that the
No,
health
we don't want to do
department
that. We don't want to see that number.
gave. No, but those places usually have some good. Now, Lisa ain't going to eat there.
No.
But I like Old Greasy Spoon. You don't like Old Greasy Spoon?
Right.
Man.
Hey.
Good cornbread usually.
Heck yeah.
Just don't look too close at your food.
Right.
You'll be fine.
Yeah. It was look, at 2 9-inning games, we got home a little late. I mean, but it was a good time. I wouldn't let anybody fall asleep in the truck.
Oh, you're talking there like you used to
you'll
Bubba
do
on
that.
the plane.
You'll do that.
I was messing with Jason Green. He was in the back. Said, "Oh, Big Papa, you getting sleepy?"
You little people.
No, I'm fine. Okay.
Remember how you used to do Bubba on the plane?
Kept
He
asking
wouldn't let him go to sleep.
Kept asking him
what you
questions.
got? What you got going this weekend?
Yeah, tell me about your weekend, buddy.
And it's almost cruel because he'll wait till you're almost snoring.
Oh yeah, he'll give you, let you nod.
Your
off.
eyes are closed and you've taken a deep breath and you're officially in dreamland.
Right.
And this one comes calling.
Oh yeah, he does every time.
Oh my goodness. All right, we'll take a break. We'll catch up on Old Helms this weekend, and we are rolling here on the kickoff hour. We thank all of you for tuning in. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all will be with us coming up next hour for the main show. Gary Palmer will be with us today. He'll be in studio. We'll catch up on everybody's weekend and a whole lot more. Don't forget, if you call this hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG, those will be unscreened phone calls. But call on in if you'd like.
Rick and Bubba.
We got you a free silver bar. Okay, we asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. There's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. For the next 14 days, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires in 14 days, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. When inflation is this high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save on everyday items. That's why I have to tell you about Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you get cash back on every purchase. Now, to get started, download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Get cash back today with Upside. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Would you do everything it took to protect your family? Of course you would. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security. They make it easy to protect every inch of your home or even your small business with advanced security tech powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories, and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without without 'em, brother.
22 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It's the kickoff hour, so we're kicking things off. That's why it's called that for the main show, and that'll start next hour. But this hour, it's the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. To my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms. And then Adler, Rick, and Bubba will join us at the top of next hour. So we kind of skimmed the surface of 2 of the 3's weekends, but how did old Coach do over the week? I know you were busy because I saw your snaps.
A weekend.
Your little location checks. I love them.
Yeah, I wish Greg would get on it.
No, he don't care.
What am I on?
Friday was weird because we had hurricane-type winds at 12 o'clock, and then at 1:30, the sun was out and the wind had died down. We were supposed to play at 1, and we were hosting Georgia State, so we pushed it back to 5 o'clock. Which was good.
Yeah.
It gives us time to get the wind calmed down. Had a good match with them. It came down to the last court, and we ended up pulling it out, and very lucky to grab that one, to be honest. But good battle there. It was fun. It got to be late. It was like 8:30, 9 o'clock. We get out of there. I go home. I shower. I get into bed. I get up the next morning. We hang out with the fam for a little bit, and then we get on the road to Georgia Southern, Statesboro. And that's a 5-hour
road again?
No easy way to get there because you got to go through Atlanta. So you got it's a 5-hour trip, and so we got everybody in the van and headed that way, and went to their courts that night and hit. That night, it was that afternoon. Got us a good meal, got in a hotel, and then we had to play yesterday at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So we played, and we got up early, warmed up, all that good stuff, played. They handed it to us. It was ugly. It was, they waxed us. There's no other way to put it. They're a good team, top 75 team, and, really, really good. And
this is Bullethead talking.
Yeah,
here,
I'm kind of helping myself here. We're a really good team too, but when you don't execute certain things and you play another good team, it's not going to go well for you, and it didn't. And so, a lot of silence for about 2 hours on the trip back. We did stop and eat, got something to eat, and then probably I guess 2 hours, 3 hours into the trip, you start thinking about the next few days because it's about to get real busy for us if it hadn't been already. Played 2 tomorrow. We Youngstown State's coming, Mississippi Valley is coming, and then we turn around and play Chattanooga there Thursday, and then we play Troy on Sunday, and then we get in the car and go to North Florida and play North Florida and Cleveland State and South Florida in spring break. So it's getting real busy. So we're trying to make sure guys are healthy and get treatment and all that good stuff. So,
when y'all are ever really far away from home, like way out of town, do you sometimes forget, hey, wow, I'm really far away? You're just at the event or whatever, and you're like, oh, wow, I'm not at home. I got a 5-hour drive back.
Yeah.
Just for a second you forget. You're enjoying the atmosphere, the whatever event you're at, and then you're like, oh, crap, I got to drive back. Yeah. I'm not in town. I did that Saturday. It was only 2 hours. I give you that. It wasn't 5. But for a second there, I was just enjoying the day, and I was like, well, we got to drive home.
Yeah, I can't just go to the house and watch some on TV because it's going to be overtime again.
So it's going to be
5 hours is really not that bad if you leave Atlanta out of it.
Atlanta's a game changer.
It is.
And
so, it's terrible. I used to
deal
deal with it so much, and it actually took years off my life.
You used to stress about that all the time.
God.
When we left and coming back, it's like there's and it's probably 3 hours. And you think, if I can get through Atlanta. And when you get through, when I get to Six, if I'm coming back and I get to Six Flags, I take this big sigh of relief.
And
I'm like, I am out of that mess.
That's where the bypass merges in. It all comes together there. If you get to there, you got it.
And I feel like going the other way.
Next stop, Douglasville.
Well, exactly. I feel like if I'm going the other way, it's right outside of Macon. Like before you get to Macon, if you're going down the 75 way,
right.
I'm like, if I can just get to Macon. And then once I hit it, I'm like,
you're like, if I can make it to Macon.
And then what you're talking about, the P stops, you don't want to be the guy.
Once you get that area too, as far as stopping the P, you can't. Until you get on the other side, you don't want to stop.
No, you do not. And
believe me, it better be an emergency.
to Speedy's point, look, evidently I've got an enlarged prostate or something because I drink a lot of water because I am going all the time.
You know what it is? It's like hunting. You got to start pulling back.
I do.
About
and
an
that's
hour
exactly
or two.
what I do.
Or like hunting, pee in a bottle while you're in the car.
Yeah, you could do that.
So I had to plan appropriately for all this.
Don't want to miss on the bus.
Got in. I'm sitting there just driving away, and Coach DeSanto said, "Hey," he's like, "I hate to do this, but man, I got to use the bathroom." And I'm like, "Heck yeah, let's go!" Fired me up. I was like, didn't want to be that guy.
Yeah.
But then when we got to,
why can't you pee on the side of the road more? I asked the
as long as I'm
couple.
hiding, just because you know what I'm doing. If you don't see nothing, what does it matter?
Nothing but farmland. I can't see anybody in either direction. We got a flat stretch here. Why can't we pull over and pee? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
So that was early on.
What's wrong with that?
On the way back home. So it's like an hour and a half in. We just had lunch, and some guys need to use the restroom, so we stopped. But then in my mind, I was thinking, man, I bet we're probably not going to stop again. I'm going to have to go. And so what is that rest area? Once you get into Alabama, past Tallapoosa, that rest area right there.
Before you get to Cleveland County.
I didn't even ask any questions. I said, hey, I'm getting off here. Got to use the bathroom. If anybody wants to join me, that's great.
Uh-huh.
And so I got out, and I thought, well, nobody's getting out. So I just thought I'll jog in there and take me a little whizzer and come back out. When I come back out, everybody's coming in. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
So I wasn't the only one.
The good old rest stop's always a good one.
But to your point, how about when you get out and you go in somewhere and then now you just went ahead and jogged, but you have to walk like you're not really stopping to use the bathroom and you're trying to hold it together.
Yeah. And I got this thing going too. I haven't spent a lot of time, that much time in a car lately. Like 5 hours is a long time. 3 hours is a long time without moving. Boy, my legs lock up. It takes me a minute to get going.
Oh yeah, you get that blood flowing.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. That's good stuff.
Long trip. And the South Florida trip coming back is going to be rough.
Yeah, you're going to, like I'm saying, you're going to start back time and pull back your drinking hours before you leave.
It's going to have to stop a lot.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25, and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new dietitian win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals. Or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another day without him, brother.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. The number 866 We Be Big, and this portion of the show is sponsored by relieffactor.com. If you suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation from time to time, some of us more seriously than others, then you need to check out Relief Factor, because it's 100% natural, research-based formula that has been created to help combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause those aches and pains from exercising, overexertion, aging, everyday living. Whatever the case, if you have it, let us suggest Relief Factor. We have heard from so many of you that it's helped you, and the staff members here that have taken it and still do, it helps them daily. So if you have pain or inflammation and you really want that gone, then try Relief Factor. It has really helped us, and we hope that it can help you. It's easy to order, too. You're going to go to relieffactor.com, and when you do, just order the 3-week trial pack for just $19.95. That's going to get you through 3 weeks. If you're popping the over-the-counter painkillers each and every day, they could be harming your body, not really designed for that. Instead, try Relief Factor. It contains just 4 simple ingredients, and it works. For less than you spend a cup of coffee a day, you can get that 3-week supply and try it out for $19.95. So if you suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation, it's relieffactor.com. It's the quick start pack, the 3-week supply, $19.95. Relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Saw something real quick. I want to ask Greg this. Saw something, and you being on the road a lot too with travel and watching baseball. Noticed something yesterday I've never noticed before with power lines.
Power lines, okay.
We were on, I believe.
That's definitely a Greg question.
I-6, but you may have seen this before. Okay. I had never seen it. It was. I want to say we were around the Swainsboro area in Georgia, on the other side of Atlanta. If you're talking about from here. colored power lines. I've never seen this
Colored?
before.
What
They
do you
were
mean?
all like you had the
They
power.
paint the whole- the whole pole?
the lines themselves were yellow, green, red,
I've
blue.
never seen that.
Like a rainbow?
Yes, never seen it before.
I've neither. I don't know what that is.
Just on the whole thing, or just on the
pole, the wire on the pole, going across
you had
the top of the
just
pole.
think major big power
Spans
lines,
of wire.
spans of wire, and you had
Was it
probably
the
4
big
wires.
stuff?
That was pretty thick, but it was on the main highway there, and it was. I remember seeing yellow, red, green, and blue, and I even looked at Coach DeSanto and I said, "Hey, have you ever seen colored power lines before?" And he said, "No, that's a
Unless
first
they're
for
using,
me."
That's how they identify the A, B, and C phase. I don't know.
Oh boy,
It's the first time I'd ever seen it.
But you know,
Thought I was seeing
I've
things
never
at
seen
first. I thought,
That'd
are
be
those
kinda-
lines
I mean, they're
colored?
ugly enough as it is.
Well, I
That
was
would-
going to say, Greg, I didn't necessarily like the fact that they were colored.
right? That
That's
is
the neat
weird.
one for
Strange.
me.
Very
I just wonder if
strange.
y'all had seen that.
No, I haven't seen
That's
it.
the things I bring back from my travels.
Like I say, unless they're just that's how they identify which phase it is. But that's a little drastic, I think.
Right.
I don't know.
You're a little mad about it, aren't you?
I mean,
It's awful colorful.
Yeah. Just another quick update. Just got another
I got to
email.
go down there and look at that.
Yeah, we are aware of TuneIn. Just so you know, if you're tuning in for another way, because I just got another. Hey, what's up with Tune? And I know you probably don't have that voice, but in Greg's opening, go ahead, buddy. Just embrace it. Go ahead. We are aware TuneIn is down. We did some security updates at the end of the week. And so it's going to be down for a little bit, and hopefully it'll be back up and running over the next day or
I just got
two.
an email. It's down.
Yeah, well, I mean, people are wanting to know what's up, and so you can't assume anything, because if you break down assume, you know what that does, don't you, Greg?
Yeah, I
you were
do.
taught that, right?
Oh, definitely daily.
But anyway, so
Glad to hear that a lot.
hopefully it'll be back up and running here with the next couple of days or so, and then we'll get.
We're
through it.
hoping it's hours, but
Could be hours,
with
could be days.
TuneIn, it
Yeah.
could be days. I'm just telling you.
You know, I've heard-
About this time next year, we think it'll be back.
I've heard this diet.
July the 4th.
Here we go.
well,
Happy Fourth.
We joke, but
I know.
we're gonna be laughing.
I've heard about this this diet before, and I don't know that it works. This one guy I remember claimed he lost weight, but there's a drive-through diet. And there's a Nashville resident that plans to eat McDonald's for 100 days in weight loss attempt.
Oh, I've heard of that.
He said he's already lost 12 pounds in 10 days with this fast food experiment.
Yeah, but it can't be healthy.
Can't be. He's 57, and he's a grandpa. That's our age, by the way. He's from Nashville and is eating nothing but McDonald's for 100
we've
days.
had this done before.
And yeah, that's what I was saying. And
I mean,
somebody,
is this the same guy or is this somebody else trying it?
No, his name is Kevin McGinnis, and he's documenting his journey, of course, on TikTok.
Well, there we go. Now we have to put him up.
At Big Mac Coaching. Anyway, his plan is to order 3 meals a day from McDonald's, and he's only eating half of each one and going to save the other half for the next meal. So he's going to eat in portions.
That doesn't mean.
He says, I woke up one morning and I weighed 238 pounds. And he said in his first video on February 21st, I decided that's absolutely unacceptable. So he is on this little adventure here. He's added this 3 meals a day, and what he's going to do is he is going to eat half of one and then save the next for the next, and then kind of work his way out. He says, I know some overweight 60-year-olds, but I don't know anyone who's overweight at 80. He said, I want to be here as long as possible. I think getting some of this excess weight off is going to help me do that.
Too. I don't know if he's covering that very well.
Yeah.
But
10 days into the journey, he's already lost 12.5 pounds. He's down to 225 from 238. It's I don't know. Now, look, this whole McDonald's thing we've heard before, but his go-to meals include the sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin with hash browns, the McGriddle and the with Canadian bacon, the bacon double quarter pounder with cheese, chicken nuggets with fries, and a McChicken inside a McDouble, all cut in half, of course. He even indulges in apple pie, hot fudge sundae, but opts for water instead of soda. Well, thank goodness for that.
well, I'll tell you what.
His experiment has garnered nationwide attention and a growing number of TikTok followers. There's a story now on Fox News today about it, and followers are watching his journey to see how it does. But how about 12.5 pounds in 10 days?
How about every day, and it did today when I logged on, no matter what you do, I'm doing this to lose weight. You'll have somebody come out and go, don't do that to lose weight. If people tell you that lie, do this to lose. Everybody goes against each other, but everybody claims they're getting in shape or losing weight. The guy that's always doing pull-ups that tells you that over-exercising does not burn fat and all this stuff. So who knows what? Just try to eat good.
Right.
Move every now and then.
We've
dang McDonald's mean. How about this? I bet that's pretty expensive too.
Yeah, it is, and we've always talked about this. The best weight loss deals and what it is a life change. You know what I mean? That's something that's sustainable.
But everybody will brag about one. Then we have somebody who comes out and goes, "No, that don't work. This does."
Yeah.
Well,
we've had a dietitian specialist in metabolic health and weight loss weigh in, and she says there's a couple of problems with the fast food meal deal. It's eventually the person's metabolism can drop up to 30% when they restrict calories for too long. Then when the person starts eating normal portions again, they regain their weight right away.
Yeah.
So it's like I said, it has to be a life change.
And that can't be. I'm no expert. That can't be very nutritious.
Yeah. Plus, he's missing out on the key nutrients and stuff, like to your point. But so there you go. And again, we've heard this stuff before, but I just don't know that you can keep doing that.
Yeah, well, it's good enough to get
but
the
maybe,
TikTok world going.
Yeah, but maybe he drops down to a desirable weight and then tries to change his lifestyle. Maybe I don't know. But that's another McDonald's diet going on.
Hams, I got your answer, and this guy's completely right on the colored power lines. Those are ropes they're going to pull a new wire in with.
Okay,
that's what it is.
Oh, take a sip of something.
Yeah, I forgot all about. I didn't even think about that. But
so it's like a mile long.
Yeah, they're making a pull. And they run the ropes through the rollers first, and they hook it to the wire. And
there was a truck at the end, and it should be
going straight down with the wire.
There was a truck doing that, and to me, that was, hey, they're putting up new lines, and they've got
they run them. Okay. They run the ropes through these rollers, and then they hook the wire to the end of the ropes, and then the rope puller pulls them back through.
Okay, see, I needed that.
That's what it is.
It looked like they'd gone with some colored power lines.
Yeah, my brain was asleep. I should have thought about that.
So you should have known that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Greg.
It's common.
Well, now we know. Man. See, this is why I love this show. I've learned something today, and so now next time I bring it up, I can go, you know what that is right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They're pulling those lines through. That's not really power lines. That's rope.
That's right.
That's rope.
Mystery solved. Thank you, audience.
Needed that.
Greg's sorry about that, y'all.
Yeah.
Felt like he let the audience down.
Yeah, I thought him just saying things.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, we personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is Sadie. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm Jenny, Senior Designer for Cleo & Wolf, and this is Behind the Designs with Boot Barn. Cleo & Wolf is a vintage-inspired, effortless collection with a country sensibility. Each design is thought out and crafted so that it becomes a special staple in her wardrobe. Even if it's just an article of clothing, there's so much meaning to that. In her most authentic, natural state is where her beauty and her confidence lives. Cleo & Wolf, only at Boot Barn.
Breaking news.
Tax refund shock is everywhere, but what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too. The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Today on Hey Culligan, smooth skin and soft hair comes from where? Here's Mike.
Hey Culligan,
I've tried every conditioner, lotion, and body wash known to man, and my skin still feels like sandpaper.
It could be your water, Mike.
Oh, that's harsh.
More like hard water. Are you interested in smart, high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water?
Huh?
Want baby smooth skin and soft, luxurious hair?
Yeah, can you hurry? I have a date tonight.
We're already on the way, Mike. Let us help you out with the free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code Bubba25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code Bubba25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code Bubba25.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. As we roll on back, getting ready for the guys and the main show, that'll start right after top of the hour. A lot of folks, and I love our audience, the Rick and Bubba tune-in portion is down right now, but our flagship station, WZZK, theirs tune-in is working just fine. So if you normally go and search Rick and Bubba, you can also just search WZZK, our flagship, and or any of our affiliates, but theirs is working great, and getting a lot of feedback from folks emailing this hour saying they just went that route and everything is sounding good today. So hopefully that helps. As we were discussing in the break a number of different stories, I see where so Chris Rock has a special.
Yes.
And is it on Netflix?
Netflix.
It is, yeah.
And I haven't seen it. I'm just seeing stories on it today in the entertainment section. And in the entertainment section, some of the headlines are he's not holding back on
on anything,
but especially this Will Smith controversy and the slap. He's going after him pretty hard.
You know, he's played this perfect because when it first happened, you remember he had some stand-up shows scheduled after that, and people were showing up saying he's going to talk about it. Well, he really didn't.
No.
Now, can you imagine? Because Netflix is known to write huge checks to these comedians, these big time like Chappelle and all them.
Right.
Holding back and waiting till then to and you know openly say, hey, he's talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
I bet he got a check.
Man, you know
he played it perfect.
He did. But
the title of it is Selective Outrage.
Yes, and I've heard.
And listen, I saw it last. I didn't see the whole thing. I turned it on, and 5 minutes in, I thought, well, you can't watch this. And
is it language?
Oh, is it language?
Okay,
it is ridiculous.
Well, of course.
Oh, really?
It's. I mean, but the points he is making,
and he in the past, he
is spot on.
He makes good
points. And obviously the Will Smith thing was not in the part that I saw.
Yeah, I think it's towards the end. They said,
but it was.
I heard one of the statements he made because he was here in Birmingham, him and Chappelle together at Legacy Arena a few months back, and I thought somebody was there, and he said, "Oh, he unleashed on him there."
Yeah, well, he unleashes on everybody, and the liberals are not happy with him either. Because of the whole selective outrage. I mean, it's
funny.
Yeah. So I'll leave it at that. But it's hey, the I mean, it's brutal.
Well, everybody knows that.
Brutal.
Give me the cord for my laptop if you don't mind.
Watch out.
The headlines today, apparently, the whole Chris Rock thing. He talks about the affair that his wife had with their son's friend, and then them openly talking about it.
Mm-hmm. That's that internet show her and her mom and her had, and they get a little personal. Sometimes you can tell too much.
Yeah. This is a little bit about the slap. Take a listen.
Y'all know what happened to me, getting smacked by Suge Smith.
Boy, you're playing with danger.
It says these clips have been edited for radio broadcast.
Okay. Everybody knows I got smacked at the Oscars by this mother. And people like, did it hurt? It still hurts.
So, I mean, he's just openly talking about it.
Listen, language aside, I love his delivery.
Listen, he's always
on what he says.
I tell you.
That's
like that.
I got summertime ringing in my ears.
See, that's funny.
That's funny.
It's good stuff right there, my friend. But anyway, it's just language alert for those that want to watch it. But he's in the news.
N-word alert too.
Wow.
Evidently, it just depends on, you use that.
Yeah.
But I'm not a victim, baby. You will never see me on Oprah or Gail crying.
Gail.
You will never see it. Never gonna happen. I couldn't believe it, and I love Men in Black. No. It's never gonna happen. No. I took that hit like Pacquiao.
When he opens it up, the whole selective outrage, he's talking about how you used to be able to get a job by working harder than somebody else. And now all you got to do is catch somebody saying something woke.
Yeah.
Or that don't fit in their agenda.
No,
and so,
right.
of course, he said it a lot different than I did.
Extremely colorful.
But it was, that's kind of the part that I watched.
Also in entertainment.
Remind me off air to tell y'all something about this when he first comes out.
Okay.
It'll on Greg, especially.
This is bizarre that we just had Damon Johnson on last week talking about Brother Kane and them coming back, had a show in Woodstock, Georgia, and then at Iron City Friday night in Birmingham. I understand those both went extremely well. And we were talking about him, being with Leonard Skinnard and filling in for Gary Rosington.
Yeah, he's been doing that for a while.
And we talked about Gary's health and how his stamina is just not what it needs to be, and being playing the guitar is not the issue. It's being on the road and what that takes. And then I get a notification that Gary has passed away at 71 over the weekend. Died Sunday.
Well, we just talked about him.
Just talked about it in detail.
So he's the last original member left.
So no originals.
Left. Nope.
Was. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he was.
Wow.
Yep, that's it. But yeah, that's kind of timing is kind of strange on that. But
so the crash, the Leonard Skinner crash, that claimed band members and assistant road managers and all this kind of stuff. Rosington lived through it.
Yes,
and he broke both of his legs, his arms, ankles, and pelvis when the airplane ran out of fuel and crashed into a field. But he survived.
The only one that died was the lead singer, Ronnie Van Zant, and then Steve Gaines was a guitarist, and then his sister was a background singer. I think her name was Cassie Gaines, and then the 2 pilots,
right,
and a road manager. But
so
the rest of the band survived.
And he waited a decade and then rejoined the band. Right. I mean, I guess
they were out for a while, and then they all came back.
Right.
They had the Rosington Collins Band, which was a pretty good band too, which was basically the surviving members of Leonard Skinner were the Rosington Collins Band.
Right.
And then they regrouped and brought his brother, Ronnie Van Zant's brother, to be the singer, and he's been there ever since.
Wow.
Sounds a lot like.
But it's just crazy that we were just talking to Damon.
No, that is weird.
Who
asking
said,
how he was doing?
Yeah.
And he basically was like, he just the traveling stuff and
right. But man, he could still shred it. I mean, it's not about playing the guitar.
I think he
had
had heart problems.
He did.
He had open heart years ago.
And and he had a heart attack in 2015.
Yeah.
And had a history of heart issues. I just there's an update.
Well,
Gary
me growing
Rosington.
up, I was a little late to the party on Leonard Skinner, but if you grow up in Alabama, you eventually were influenced by him.
Yeah.
But then I really deep dove into him when I was a teenager.
A little deep dive.
Got a lot of good music.
Yeah. I mean, you say this is one of your favorite bands.
Oh yeah, no doubt. They're extremely. If you like guitar, you got.
So now, what would they do? Do you think? I mean,
Well,
I know even though
still-
Gary wasn't really with them, and I mean, do you? Can you still go by Leonard Skinner, or is it a tribute band now? I mean, how does that work? Do you just stay with what you're doing?
I thought years ago they were doing their final tour, but it's like everybody else, Kiss and all these others, their final tour lasts like 10 years.
Yeah.
But I thought they were on the final tour a few years ago, but I don't know.
We were just talking about that that last week.
I guess if they're still drawing crowds, then keep playing.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. The main show starts. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And there's nothing better than building these relationships. And with what you're going through, Bubba, it's kind of crazy. I can tell you at Masterbuilt and within our family, we've gone to 4 funerals in the past 30 days with family members that are real close, like really close to home kind of thing. So it's made us kind of sit back and reflect on just life, man, and make sure you got your priorities in line.
Yep.
And you don't miss a day without really saying, I'm going to enjoy this moment for this moment. And we want to build for tomorrow, but you know what? Just make sure you got your priorities in line. I know you guys do. That's what I love about y'all.
Well, thank you very
buddy.
much.
Yeah.
Well, if you're leaving us, look, just take a minute to come back.
I was hoping that story was going to take a peek there, too, John.
That's
Thank you.
right.
Yeah,
That's
that'll
right.
be
John.
Hey, you can get yours today at Home
Thank you for
Depot,
doing that.
Home Depot, Lowe's, Sam's Club, Bass Pro Shops, Cabela's, Academy Sports, and more. Find all the retailers at masterbuilt.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Beast.
Well, wait. Where did y'all get this
And-
video?
And guys, just understand when you watch the video, this video was evidently created in 2015, and it was so troubling to the owner that it was not released. And I don't know why it's released today,
Right.
but this is a horrifying moment where this beast attacks and ultimately, I guess, kills this dog.
Unrecognizable. We've had a lot of
It's
this
that big shark over again.
All right.
I don't, Greg. I will let you watch the footage and determine yourself. I
Greg,
don't
this
know
is your
where.
area,
I don't
Greg.
know where to go at this point, other than it is very disturbing.
I thought
Is this Megalodon?
I thought it might have some Black Panther feel to it, but you're saying no.
No. Do you know? And
No,
Speedy brought a
I mean-
good point. Have you ever seen the Lord of the Rings with
Yeah,
those
I
giant
have.
wolves
Yes.
that look like
I'm gonna
they're
go on
like
the
the
record, that's
size
not
of
real.
horses, but they look like wolves? That's what this kind of looks like. Now, that again, y'all can watch it. I'll put it in show notes. Determine what it is. I don't know
Send
what
me
it
that
is.
video.
I think what we do is we examine it.
I can't wait
We
to see
break it down. Okay, and then from there we just decide.
Where did
I don't
y'all
think
get it?
I don't think anybody here is going. Yes, that's it.
Greg, calm down.
I think we just need
Let's
to
see it.
investigate it. Okay,
Let's
and
watch it.
This is actually on drudgereport.com. It was on
That
the
All right,
main
Bubba,
page.
you got
That
it?
does help.
I got it.
Here we go.
Okay, all right. Let's see.
All
We're
right,
gonna
pause it
unmute
right there a minute. Do you see the black in between the trees
Yes.
in the center? Do you see that is something laying down?
I
Okay?
see that.
You're going to see a dog come in the left side of the picture, and then that's when you're going to.
And this was taken by a game camera type thing?
No.
Triggers?
This is a guy with an iPhone, and he ends up once the beast has the dog,
turns on the dog.
He
yeah.
screams, and he's like trying to get it to let go, and then he stops filming.
And
so
then
he sees this thing, says, "I'm gonna get this on film," but he doesn't know it's going to attack his dog.
Correct.
All right.
Right,
Here we
and
go.
when you see the size of this thing, it is
and how fast and quick when
All
it
right.
leaps.
All right, and we'll try to explain. Here we go.
All right,
All right, Rick, pop me up. Pop me
Yeah,
up.
we do want to do some audio. Okay. All right. Right now, it's so far away you can't tell what it is. Here it comes.
It's about
You hear him?
You're about to.
What is this thing? Oh.
Hey!
So it looks like a giant wolf, is what it looks like.
It really does.
It's like a giant black wolf. I mean, to me, that's
This
what it
is
looks
slow
like.
motion.
Slow down.
So
So we
we're-
don't have like music under it, like
Yeah, we're
mysterious music.
watching right now. It looks like a giant black wolf to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with a lot of size on it, by the way. So it's laying down out there, and he's just getting footage of it. And we wish he'd go ahead and start moving.
I mean, good gracious.
Well, that's slow motion. I see the tail back there. Now
Come
now it's about to make its move. It's
You
thinking,
see the ears coming up?
yeah, it's like
right there?
I got to go on. I got to go on offense now.
All right, this is.
That music.
There he goes. Let's see that's
Stop it right
that's
there.
a really
Stop
big
it,
wolf.
Speedy.
Let me go
Well,
back.
Come back.
Yeah, go back
Come
to
back.
where
Where
it
are we
was
getting
striding in.
man
wolf at? It
That's
just looks like
just-
some type of.
It looks like a very
Canine.
big wolf. I mean, a big one, a big old black wolf. See it right there?
Oh, stop right there.
Maybe with just a hint.
So you got 4 legs. I mean, it looks dog-like, but compared to the size of the dog, that thing
Look
is
at it
giant.
being so-
That's a big dog too. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Can you go on, Speedy, to where the dog comes into view?
Let's see if we can get a comparison on the dog. There it is.
Right there.
What kind of dog is that?
It's a bigger.
It
It's
looks,
a bigger
looks like
dog.
it looks like almost like a Siberian Husky or something. You see how you see the right?
Look how big that.
That thing
or
is
maybe an Australian Shepherd
it's
or
at
something.
least 4 times the size of
Look
that large
at
dog.
how big it is. So now it started to back off, but then the dog goes after it. Guys, it almost looks like the size of a small horse. Now there's a good comparison right
when
there.
it first jumped up, I thought it was a giant hog until it
I
strided
did,
out.
guys. Can I tell you something? It looks like it's got a little giant hog to it. It's almost like a combination of one of these giant boars.
It's got a little bit of hog in its face, doesn't
But
it?
boy, it's got a long, fluffy tail.
I know.
Like
It's not a.
half hog, half wolf.
It doesn't have.
I
that,
would go with that, by the way.
It
If you
doesn't
told
have
me,
that long panther tail. It's a fluffy tail.
I don't know where we're getting half human.
No, I don't either.
Well, that's just in the article.
I
That's,
know. I'm reading it.
Where,
All right,
where
let's-
is
listen.
that at?
Six minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. How's everybody? Welcome back for a brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. Much to recap from the weekend. I mean, a bunch. I mean, we got folks out there on the show going all kinds of directions, and we'll get those recaps today. Starting with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show as we get ready to crank one out. And as I said, active weekend. We'll hear from various members of Team Rick and Bubba on how the weekend went. We'll get you those recaps today. We'll write down the stories of the day. We'll hear from you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Always fun to do that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have already given you the kickoff hour. That's standard Monday through Friday on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Hopefully you make that part of your Rick and Bubba experience. Eddie Van Adler, he is back. He's ready with your YouTube experience. If you haven't subscribed to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, do so. And then you get alerts every time the show goes live. Wednesday Bible study goes live. There's archives there every day. There's best of hours. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. So enjoy the YouTube experience there at rickandbubba.com. So we're set up. We're ready to go. We're missing one, the silver tongue one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another week of the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Somebody give him the slide. Tuesday's gone with a win. There he is, Gary Rosington, the last original member of Leonard Skinnerd. We talked about him with Damon Johnson Thursday.
Yeah. Wow.
And then he was saying he was still filling in for Gary Rosington with Skinnerd shows, and he's got that alongside the Brother Kane reunion. And I mean, it wasn't a few days later, and Gary Rosington announced as passing away at 71.
That's a young man nowadays.
It is. So Leonard Skinnerd original members, even the ones who survived the plane crash, have all gone on in.
How about surviving a plane crash?
Well, you're living on borrowed time after that. Yeah. He got a lot of borrowed time.
Wow. He got banged up in that crash.
He did too. Yep. He did. So they still, like Bubba said, Johnny Van Zant, Ronnie's brother, has been the lead singer for so long now.
Yeah.
It's
almost like he's
they pulled a what we call a legalistic move with Ricky Madlock, claiming him as an original since he was in there before they ever made it big, and then before he went to Blackfoot. A little bit of a stretch there, but if you say the band that we all fell in love with, all of those members have now gone on in.
They've been doing it so long, even some of the replacement guys have died. You know what I'm saying? The original replacement guys, they've died.
Has Artemis Powell gone on in?
No, he's still around.
Okay, so
he hadn't played with them though. I don't think
you're right, but I mean he was in there during the heyday. A little bit.
Oh yeah,
but he's not in the band now.
He was the one that actually survived the crash and went for
help. Got help. Pushed through the bottom of the plane, got out and running.
Yeah.
I saw that documentary.
Oh yeah, Artemis go out.
The family that is out in the farm, like a farmhouse, and they come up banging on the door, all bloody.
That I got a little fun. It is funny, a little something when we do all the weekend recaps involving something along those lines. But anyway, so Gary Rosington has passed away, so I guess Damon Johnson, he's not just filling in for a short period of time now.
I mean, he's a member of 2 bands.
Yeah,
right?
I think he is.
Damon's been members of many bands.
Yeah,
at the same time.
At the same time. Also,
that's 2 pretty big ones to be at the same time now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Also, actor Tom Sizemore died over the weekend.
Yeah, they saw
at 61. Tom, he's lived.
He's been struggling.
He's had a lot of demons, lot of
great
struggle.
actor,
and
he was great in Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, we had that initial update on him last week that he had taken a turn, and so. I hate to hear that too. 61.
So there,
and
then look, not a celebrity to some of you, but it was definitely a celebrity to Greg and I. Harold Roberts,
absolutely,
passed away. Local celebrity there in Oxford.
Rick was we met Harold T-ball. He was our coach.
Harold Roberts coached Greg and I in T-ball when we played for the Blue Caps.
Yes,
that means they gave you a blue T-shirt and a blue hat, and you played in jeans.
You did.
Yeah, and I remember some kids who had a little money. They had baseball players.
They had baseball.
And
the rest of us had jeans.
The rest of us had jeans. And Harold Roberts was one of the funniest human beings on the planet. And he has
can
been
do a great Donald Duck.
Yeah, he has been sick for a long, long time. Harold Roberts was that uncle that even though he wasn't your uncle, all the kids adopted him as an uncle.
Funny. Yeah, he was one of growing up. I mean, because they're really good friends with our parents. We'd grill out, go to race together, go to the river, just all kinds of stuff. Big part of our life growing up.
Do you remember when you were
whole family?
When you remember you were a little kid and there were other adults that weren't your family or whatever, but when you saw them, you got excited because that one adult seemed like he identified with y'all that were better than the other adults. Yeah. Like he'd cut up with you, get out there and whatever, and give you a hard time.
Oh yeah.
And another thing,
a lot of rabbit hunting. Remember?
Yeah.
We rabbit hunted together a lot.
Oh yeah. I remember that time that for some reason he just took his shotgun and shot it straight up in there and knocked pieces of limbs out because we all hadn't seen much that day. We wanted to see somebody shoot. And for some reason, you know how certain things stick in your mind. I remember my dad taking Harold Roberts stitches out when he had back surgery.
Yeah, yeah. I remember
Dad saying, "Harold, I'll take him out." He just lays down in the living room floor and Dad takes him out.
That's right. I remember that.
So with a pocket knife, because every man had a pocket knife. Back to that again.
Old timer.
Yeah. So anyway, and he's been sick for many years with Alzheimer's, and it's been a rough time. So there's a certain relief that his suffering is over, and for his family as well. But
big part of our growing up,
big part of our childhood, and a good man.
The whole family.
So we got that all taken care of. So there's everybody that went on in over the weekend, locally in our lives, and celebrities to some degree.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll come back. We got a lot of weekend stuff to unpack, and we'll just decide what order we're going to do it all in. Bubba's back from an active weekend. Adler's family had a big weekend. I've been on the road this weekend. We got all kinds of stuff to cover. So 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll jump in that and the stories of the day when the show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is. What about it?
I'm good, Bubba. We do have much to do going forward on the program today. We will discuss here among ourselves. We always let things roll for a while, and then we'll kind of check in with the audience, see how they're feeling about things. There's things that are historic on the Rick and Bubba show. There's people, and like I said, I got an email this week that would like for the Rick and Bubba show to perpetually be hung in 1994 and never leave. And then there's those that say that to go back to 1994 is being lazy and leaning on your laurels, and then there's some people that are somewhere in between. So we try to have a little of the old, a little of the new, and then we take things and put them before the audience. And sometimes everything has a lifespan. Some things stay on forever.
Yeah.
Some things stay on forever, but at a lower frequency. So today we will take the wonderful Wheel of Meat after it's aged here a little bit, and we'll put it out before the audience, and we'll discuss the present state of the Wheel of Meat and discuss its future.
Are we still digging it? Do we need to slow it up a little bit? Do we need to make it random?
Right.
Just always, as you said, getting a little feedback. And we football coaches, I think, have been a fine example of this. You have those that would not change.
Yes.
You have those that have core values, but they will adapt those values to current conditions.
Right.
And we always want to be in that mode if we can.
Yeah, I will say this as I'm going back and forth and having I love feedback from the audience, and one guy who really wants us to stay in the 1994 to 1998 era and never leave.
Did I get that email, by the way? Because I love those.
I don't think so, but there's some things, and I don't mean to be insensitive to this, and especially in our current state here as we begin to age. But some of the things, sir, you're requesting are impossible because those people are dead. Okay, so they are no longer alive or able to do the show. So anyway, but the
and including day by day more members of the show.
But extremely thankful that somebody even has been with us that long and is still here under any condition.
Oh, I know, absolutely.
But today we'll unpack it a little bit, and then I will tell some of you, and it's gonna we need to. I want us to really think, because honestly, I don't think any feedback on the Wheel of Meat with those who just want to play the Wheel of Meat.
Right.
Well, that's obvious. Of course, if you're playing the Wheel of Meat, you love it. And that's not what
right. Or you're a prize hog.
Yeah. Or you're a prize hog. We're not talking to the prize hogs today.
Right.
What we're saying is, do you, as a listener or a viewer, do you enjoy it as an element of the show as far as entertainment if you're not playing it?
Let's say if you have never called in to win, or maybe once randomly.
Right.
Any more than that, you're kind of digging it, trying to win. But just as a listener,
because,
you're right.
Because we learned a long time ago, and it's hard not to do it, that the percentage of people that email you and call you are a tiny, tiny portion of the audience.
Yeah.
And you win or lose not by not by
it's just the numbers, Rick.
Just
the numbers.
And some of these moves are difficult to make. We just have to make them. I mean, I literally, and we've talked about this on the show before, and I was sharing this with someone just the other day. We will have, let's say, the emailers. We will literally have emails that will completely contradict each other. Like one email sitting there at 7:15 a.m. will make a point. And then the 7:17 email will make the same point, completely opposite view of the one that was 2 minutes before.
Yeah.
And so that gets kind of difficult, and you have to go with, in general, what works. And some of it has to be what? A gut feeling.
Yeah.
Well, we try to rely on instincts, and we hope that everybody's enjoying what we're enjoying. But there's a time to get a little feedback, and that's what we're going to do today.
Right.
And we'll weight that and kind of see where we're at and move forward with it. And, we don't want to wear anything out. We don't want to throw away something that everybody loves, and there's always room in between.
Well, don't forget this. And then really, sometimes we're not a good indicator because we're too close. Mm-hmm. Frankly, I burn out on most anything at a time, but that doesn't mean the audience is done with it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, sometimes things for us get old quicker than it does for the audience because they're hearing it here and there. We're dealing with it
every time.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll see. Today, the Wheel of Meat will go before the council, and we'll discuss her.
Also, we're getting more and more stories coming out of the North Korean get-together, the summit. We'll talk about the pen swap. Did you see that before they signed?
I didn't. No, I didn't see it.
You have to check that out. And we've got a case, as predicted on this show, in Connecticut in high school sports. We'll tell you about it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, and I just realized what Greg was doing. All right, so we're
straight cash. Huh?
Well, I had a handle over here. But anyway, so as we make our way back, so we got a lot to cover on the program today. For some of you, if you are a Rick and Bubba tune-in people, and what I mean by that, not that you're finding our affiliates that are on iHeartRadio and all that should be fine. But if you are just I'm on the Rick and Bubba Tune In 24/7 channel, you are probably having some issues today because we're in the process of a changeover to a more secure URL. And these times that we live in, a lot of you can't even access it if it's not secure. So we had to make that adjustment, and they're having to switch that over. So you may have a day, hopefully not more than a day, that it's not available. And if it isn't, there's all kinds of options. If you're seeking those now, you can go to the use the affiliates that are on iHeartRadio. That will work for you. You can also go to the YouTube channel. That'll work for you. And then if you aren't worried about being live, you can do the podcast archives as well. So FYI on that, and hopefully that's not doesn't go on too long. All right, so Helmsy, we're talking about all the stuff from the weekend, and there, I mean, we got weekend stuff, and I love that because that's usually the more fun stuff anyway. And Helmsy, you will get us started with something that you have to do.
Yeah, I have to present Bubba with something this morning, and I wasn't. My weekend was jam packed. I was. We had a match Friday night, and this is one of those things I wasn't expecting to come into my world, which made it even better.
Oh yeah.
And and then listen, then we have this long match Friday night. We're exhausted because we get up at 4:00, only to get on the road to go to Georgia Southern, Statesboro the next day. Get back late last night. And the only reason I remembered it is I saw it in the back of my car this morning.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so I completely forgot about this until this morning. And so Friday night we're getting ready to play Georgia State, and we're at we play our home matches at the Hoover Met. And I hear from a distance, "Hey Helmsy, I've got something from Bubba, for Bubba."
For Bubba, yeah.
And I thought, who is that? It was like 100 yards away. And they were over on that big soccer, flag football field, whatever, that's right there close to it. And as they got closer, I realized who it was. It was your old buddy Pete Collins, who would do he would do the photography and video for us and a lot of things we've done.
Pete.
And
and his dad was a legendary, still is legendary tennis instructor.
He is.
You talking about Sneaky Pete?
Pete.
He
singing the song right now.
He's concerned about Bubba's rough patch. Okay,
yeah, right,
and all the medical things and those type things that are going on.
A bit of a rough patch.
And so he wanted me to give you something. He wants to introduce you to something that he's all into, and he believes this will help you get out and move around a little bit. Okay, and so I'm going to hand this over.
Okay, all right.
This is going to own Speedy and Greg.
I'm anxious to see what's going to do that.
I'll just give it to you and let you unwrap it. Pass that over.
Gosh, if you'd have had that for Flag Mountain.
Yeah. All right.
So this is a disc golf frisbee.
Oh no.
Okay.
Well, thanks.
And
So he thinks disc golf's where it's
and
at?
he says that he doesn't.
Got your name on it?
He doesn't think that Bubba's ready for ultimate frisbee at this point.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But
yeah.
this would be a good step in that direction. He thinks that he wants
Disc
Bubba to
golf.
have this, and for us to start tossing it around in the studio a little bit.
Okay.
And get him familiar. He said it's one of the easier ones to throw.
I like
And
the weight of that. It's got good weight for the size.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
and so
Hey, thank you, Pete. I appreciate
And he
it.
gave
That's
him
a
one,
hybrid catch.
and he gave him one that'll also bring awareness to breast cancer research.
He did.
Correct.
Yes.
He did.
That's good.
It's a pink one.
and
You
so
know what I like on this? Pete has his name stamped in the back with his phone numbers. It says, "Please return." I guess it's like lost golf balls. isn't it?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
I gave you a personal one.
So so he wants you to toss that around a little bit, get to moving around a little bit. Not sure if we'll ever get to ultimate frisbee with those guys, but he thinks disc golf would be a really good.
Where do you play that
place.
at?
They have courses.
There's actually one in Inverness. Because the reason why I know that
Bubba,
is
close by.
I've seen several. Yeah.
that some of my sons went and have played disc golf, and it's not even that far from here right now.
Yeah.
You know, wasn't Mark Phillips playing that for a while? Him.
I
and,
think I remember.
Seems like he
I
was.
do remember
yeah.
him talking
Seems
about
like he was. Yeah.
Well,
So
thank you, Pete. I appreciate
that. Might
that.
be a step in the right direction right there.
That
There
thing's
you
going to
go.
get a lot of use, that sucker.
I thought sure I was going to get some UAB swag.
Yeah, that's a big coaster, is what that is.
I will tell Pete about this. No, I
We'll
actually.
put that there. If you spill, you drink it. Catch it.
I don't think that's what Pete wanted you to do with it, Bubba.
Look, so you spill over, it's right in there.
It's actually. When I first saw it, I thought, good, Pete's giving Bubba a plate.
It's Rick in his proportion size.
Right, and that will be used.
Right. Yes, it will.
Right.
Well, if you want to lose weight, you just put food in the little
Right.
circle.
Or you and Greg can put your peanut holes in it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of things we
Sorry,
can do with
Pete.
that.
Yeah. So Pete,
thank you.
Thank you, Pete.
I can tell you what that won't see, and that's action.
Yeah. Thanks, Pete. Hey, great thought.
Right.
So sincere, big heart,
Right.
Yeah.
loves Bubba.
Oh, he does
Wants
love
him to
Bubba.
get through this
He
rough
loves
patch.
Bubba.
I can throw a frisbee, but I probably need some, instruction how to do it correctly. Get rid of the bad habits and
Follow through.
yeah, all that. The little angles and
Yeah.
stuff.
First thing Bubba asked me, he said, "Now they have carts at disc golf."
Yeah.
I
Cart
hope so.
path only.
Cart path only.
That's part of you getting out and doing better, Bubba.
That's
You
right.
walk to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a little walking in yesterday.
Yeah, I heard that went real well. Not.
Same here.
Yeah.
So it's a little further than I thought it was going. I'm fine.
It's bad when you do that. You got to walk back.
Yeah.
Crap, it's a long way out here. Now I got to go back.
Most of the pain's gone.
Yeah. Well, what's funny, Greg, is I thought last night, Greg, you're not going to believe who's playing pickleball. Because, he's one of these kind of people that retirement just does not sit with him at all. Mm-hmm. And that's one Greg Haystack Stewart.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen anybody that gets bored so fast.
Oh, and he's mad about it.
And it's driven him crazy. So he said, Jake, I had to take up something. I mean, I'm playing pickleball, and everybody hates me. I said, really? He goes, yeah, I've been thrown out of tournaments for being
can you imagine?
For being too aggressive.
Oh, I bet.
And he said,
I bet he's good at it, though.
Oh, yeah, that's what he said. He said, and of course, and those of us that actually really played ball were dominating. He said, because really the people you're playing against, this is probably their first step into anything.
I can't imagine a defensive coordinator.
Oh, I bet he's really good.
Greg, he said he was thrown out of a tournament in Panama City.
That is excellent.
because they said he was too loud and too aggressive.
Oh, my goodness.
And they tried to find him another group to play with.
This group is not aggressive enough. We can't handle him.
You might be better suited over there.
Yeah. Maybe there's a convict league.
Yeah. He said, so they tried to put me in a younger league because I was dominating my age group.
With two artificial knees.
Right, going nuts.
Have you?
I bet he's diving.
Oh, yeah.
Have any of y'all played pickleball at all?
You did
have
for
you
about
played
5
any
times.
lately?
A couple times, not lately, but
How do you compare it with tennis in your mind now? And I know the last time we played, you had to load me in the Jeep.
So I've got the same.
And I almost called 911. I was hurting so bad.
Yeah, Bubba, you never really got a chance to make an evaluation of whether you liked it or not.
I'm not a big fan right now. I'll just leave it at that.
You can't be a tennis coach and like pickleball.
No, I think.
Huh?
I'm just going to hush. There's a lot of pickleball players out there I don't want to make mad. It's so early.
My main thing is, Rick, you can't flick the ball up like I can with a tennis racket.
You got to bend over.
You got to bend over.
I know.
I don't want to do that.
No. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so here we go. So now the discussion, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday. When you're dealing with evil dictators, there's a paranoia there because if you are the ultimate and the end all, and you live a life that is so far removed from the way everybody else lives, guess what? People want to take your spot.
Yeah,
and so
you make a lot of enemies along the way as you continue to assassinate your political opponents. And so is the case with Kim Jong-un. Rick, there's video out, and it had been pointed out right before they signed the joint statement. There are pens laying on the table for each leader, Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump, to sign. And you'll see in this video, Kim Jong-un's, I believe that's his sister, who is his head of security, takes a pen, wipes it down, and hands it to him to sign with, and removes the pen that was on the table as a security measure. And I thought that was just bizarre. I mean, President Trump doesn't do that, doesn't have to do that. See, she's undoing the pen now. She lays it on the table, and she's out of the frame. She's pushing the other one away from him to the side.
Yeah, well.
So now, but at the very beginning, you see she's wiping down the pen she's about to give him anyway.
Right.
I mean, that's just another case of them, I think what it does, it shows various assassination techniques that they've probably used on people.
Well, it does, but this is the norm when you're talking about evil dictators. I mean, you go back to the days of kings. They had what?
Tasters. Food
tasters. People who would take a drink off a glass of wine that was given to them, be sure it wasn't poisoned.
And a lot of them died because they were trying to poison them.
Correct.
Yep.
So this is life in the the dictatorship. You better have everything checked, and then you have people who are willing to be the one who will be poisoned, so you won't be poisoned, which is an interesting.
Yeah.
But they're never. I don't think people volunteer for that. I think people are made to do that.
They said those guys that run by his limousine have been raised from kids for that job. That's their whole life has been preparing for that gig.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
No, that doesn't me either.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and if you go back and you look at from the Bible, the famous Nehemiah, he was a cupbearer.
Mm-hmm.
For the king, and the king allowed him to go back to rebuild the wall, but because he asked for permission.
Had a relationship.
But his job was cupbearer for the king.
Yep.
So not a good gig.
Cupbearer.
Not the best gig in the world.
Not if you have a king people dislike.
Right. You know what? That may be part of it too. Don't you think if you're a cupbearer or you're the food taster or you're whatever, don't you think that person is a huge advocate for you? That person is always out telling people how great you are. No, he's awesome.
Yes.
No, he's awesome.
Or when he does something in public that makes everybody mad, you go, "Oh no,
are you down?
Am I on tonight for dinner?"
You know what you say? Hey, let's not be so quick to judge.
Yeah. He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Let's see how this ends.
Think about this.
I know on paper it doesn't look good that he's taking even more from you and has demanded more taxes, but let's just hang on just a minute.
Hang on, just a minute. Hang on.
So yeah, we're seeing a lot of that, and I was telling Bubba before the show started, and I know that this is a tired, worn out subject. I get it, and so don't take a deep breath. I'm not going to go much further with it. And the bias with the medias now, Hannity's team does a great job of pulling all these sound clips and everything. I told Bubba, I said I bet it was 3 to 5 minutes long. I heard yesterday they would take all the media other than Fox News, and they would play everybody's response to this summit, and it was all negative. There were people saying that Donald Trump will go out and lie and say that things were said by Kim Jong-un that weren't said. The reason why other presidents had never met with the North Korean leaders because they refused to do so. Many others could have. And they're doing all this kind of stuff. And then he shifted it to these same people when Obama cut the Iran nuclear deal. President Obama makes world history. President Obama, just with the stroke of a pen, made the world a safer place. And it was the funniest. I mean, I was laughing because now it's getting, we've always had some bias, but now it's almost, there's so little sincerity and it's all propaganda now. It just sounds comical.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a time when it was subtle. Now it's so fake and it's so insincere and such a move that has an agenda to it. They're not even doing it well anymore because it's so glaring now.
Yeah.
There was a time where you needed somebody to say, well, now, did you notice that? I tell you, now, right there, see, that was a subtle. It's not subtle anymore. It's just. $35 past. 30 nights, I'm coming home on an airplane flight, yeah. Mama waiting at the ticket line. All right, so as we make our way back, for those of you not watching on YouTube, Leonard Skinnard, something got our archive flagged last week. We played some song that some bunch shut down. I never did figure out. Did you ever figure out what that was about?
Yeah, what was it, Eddie?
What was that? I know we lost an archive over the
during the flashback. It was James Taylor's Handyman. You were telling a story about fixing something at the house.
Oh, on the flashbacks in the break.
20 seconds of James Taylor during a break. Wow. And sorry about that.
You can't have. I mean, you can't even have a flashback.
Sorry,
it's a little handy funny. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. We love having them on the program. It's when you're sleeping, if you toss and you turn, you're not getting sleep, man. It affects everything. So your problem may be your mattress. It may be time for a change, or maybe the thing's old and it's not doing the job anymore. Replace it with a Helix mattress that will be customized to the way you prefer to sleep. They're going to ask you about it. They'll say, do you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach, some sort of combination? You want a soft mattress? You want a medium mattress? You want a really firm mattress? They've even have mattresses that are a little wider and longer for those of us that are big and tall. Whatever you need, they'll customize it to you, send it to your door. You got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure that you love it. Greg and Lisa Burgess love theirs, and they've been telling others. They're HelixSleep.com/Bubba ambassadors, and you're going to love it too, and we can save you 20% right now to get your new mattress customized for you by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Get truly amazing sleep Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com. You can find that right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, let's start walking back through the weekend. You've already received your a disc for disc golf or whatever that's called.
Thank you, Pete.
Yeah, thank you, Pete. So you had an active weekend, Bubba. So where do we begin?
Rick, we begin at Legacy Arena at the BJCC Friday night.
Yes.
The Jacksonville Golden Eagles going for their second state championship in a row, and they did win that. They defeated Westminster Christian 51-37. The game was much closer than the score, but Jacksonville made their free throws down the stretch and won the state championship again. And we're very, very proud of them, and that's quite an accomplishment.
And those of you around the country,
wait a minute, Rick. Wait a minute. Let me get my.
Okay. Those of you around the country may be wondering why does Bubba care about the Jacksonville Golden Eagles? Because that's where he went to high school.
Yeah,
that's where he graduated.
Alumnus. Yeah. I'm an alumnus.
That's where he graduated from, and they won a 4A basketball state championship again.
2 in a row.
2 in a row. And Bubba was there. Yep, there he goes.
They got some pretty good-looking hats there, the high school state championship hats.
Can you wear that a little lower on your head, a little bit, just a little?
Lower?
Pull
it
down,
Papa.
Lower? Yeah, just a little bit.
Now, see, we used to wear them up high so you could see what was going on.
Right, yeah.
We used to.
Yeah.
Right.
We don't anymore.
It's not the 80s.
I'm still in the 80s, baby.
Yeah.
What anybody says.
When you first put it on, I thought, well, Bubba's for the Cowboys.
Right.
It looks like a Dallas Cowboys.
I think we got a little video here of how it all ended, Rick. Nothing like finishing it with a slam, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Got a little something going on in Jacksonville. That's
Rick,
2 in a row.
I will say this: Westminster Christian. I met several of their fans after the match. After the game, and they played a tremendous game. Had a great year. They're a super coach team. They had smothering defense the whole game, and it was really just back and forth and. Was a nail biter till right at the end, but Jacksonville did what they needed to do. They made their free throws and had good defense at the end, and we're really, really proud of them for doing that. You know, when I was growing up, and we were guests of Mike Succo and Coca-Cola there, and got to see a lot of my old teammates and guys that played above me and below me, and we were talking about we had a lot of good teams, but none of them ever got to this level.
Yeah,
you know, so it was a real honor. Now, hey, there's a crew right there, and we had a lot of fun. Sid Dearman, whose dad was coach for 25 years, was there. He was a couple of grades ahead of me and played, and they had some really, really good teams. So we're proud of them. John Broom got the MVP of the tournament. He threw in 20 points, and congratulations to the Golden Eagles and Coach Bouzon, who, you know, the PA guy there does an amazing job with all the names he has to do.
I bet.
But Bouzon was a little tough.
He couldn't get Bouzon?
It was tough for him all week.
Well, he must not have been from Calhoun County. Because if you're from our county, you know the Bouzons.
And Coach Bouzon's dad, who we know.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we do.
Tommy, very well.
I saw him and talked. He said to tell you guys hello. Look, I've got to know what kind of project he's involved in.
Well, let me tell you what he was doing.
He was
Friday
moving
night.
the shaker.
Rick, he was holding championship trophies and merchandise is what he was doing.
Right. Well, I mean,
and I know he's real proud too.
Yeah. Well, of course you are. You see your son do well and coach well.
2 in a row.
It's a great feeling. Greg knows that feeling.
Yeah, they've got 3 kids that have signed scholarships and going to get to move on, and one of them at D1. So it was a great year for them, and they lost their outstanding center who transferred to another school like an IMG Academy up in Missouri. So they and lost their coach, so they had to start over this year. So, you know, they overcome a lot, and they had a great season. It came down number 1 and number 2 in the finals, so you can't ask for a better matchup, you know.
No, and it had to feel special for them to have you there. I mean, you know, Jacksonville High School's most famous alumni.
Yeah, that was in the dark ages. What are you talking about?
Could you even walk around Legacy at all without getting stopped?
Look, people don't even know who we are now.
No.
Well, I know you went
to a long time ago.
I know you went to concessions. How was that?
Well, no, I didn't have to go to concessions.
Yeah,
he
was in the Coca-Cola booth.
Yeah, so that was, and I want to say this too.
Well
Mike Morrison kind of heads that up for Coca-Cola, and he, Rick, I don't know of an individual with more energy than Mike Morrison. he'll be in the parking lot 1 minute, and he's handing out a championship trophy the next minute, and in between he's picked up food for 25 people. He just does a wonderful job.
Yeah.
And he was kind of our host this week. So, Mike, thank you for all that you did, and I'm sorry I had to text you on the phone about 100 times.
Really? Were you a little bit of
well, no, it's just trying to get everything organized and get in and get out. And all that,
it's a lot.
Well, it's
So
the number of tickets he had to handle and parking passes. Bless his heart. You know what I mean? Bless his heart.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. Good job.
But you were there, and thankfully it was a Friday, so you didn't have to get up and do the show next day.
Yeah, even better.
Well, I did have to get up. You forgot it was Birmingham Ham Fest.
That's right.
But that's not Rick and Bubba get up, is it?
No, I just had to be somewhere to eat at 7. So that was the middle of the day.
That's not too bad.
Nah, it ain't too bad.
Middle of the day.
Yeah. So
it was at Waffle House. Is that what y'all chose?
No, we went to the Cracker Barrel.
Ooh, that's a good pancake.
That really good. That was a whole nother thing. We'll talk about that a little later. But after the Mike had asked me to go down and present the game ball and some of the trophies and handing out and all that, being that we work with Coca-Cola on a lot of stuff and being an alumnus. And I told Mike, I said, look, there's people here a lot more qualified than me to do this. He said, no, you and Rick, we got a working relationship. We want you to do it. Okay, so I agreed. And I went down, and we're standing on the side of the court during the last minute of the game. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, it's just about over. And Betty and Hunter's there. And Alvin Briggs from the High School Athletic Association, great friend, Alvin. We've done a lot of things over the years together, and I'm a big fan of his. And he walks up, and he's got that look on his face. He goes, Bubba, I can't let you go out there with shorts on. And I said, well, I didn't know I was doing this. And he said, we're trying to look professional here with this.
I mean, you got good night.
And I think he thought I was going to be mad. And I'm like, Alvin, it's fine. It's fine. Like I said, there's other people here who can do this.
What about all the basketball
I
players?
mean, we're literally counting down 10, 9, and
I did not expect that to be the reason.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Because you had
I figured you didn't want to leave the food.
I did too. I thought the steps. I thought it was steps.
And I thought
no elevator.
Honestly, to begin with, I thought he was joking.
Right.
Yeah,
and
really.
I said, no. He said, no, I'm serious. He said, I can't let you go out there with shorts.
Because what did the teams wear?
Yeah.
Well, they all got shorts on.
Okay,
but the other people have pants. Right. He said, if you even had jeans on, it would be fine. I said, well, I didn't know I was doing anything. I just came here to watch. So. I'm comfortable. I like having my shorts on because it's like 75 outside.
Sure it is. Yeah.
So, and so there's a little bit of a panic there in the last minute. And
were they ugly shorts?
Well, they're like I got on now.
Probably the same one.
Oh yeah, probably same.
No, I've got
same shirt.
Yeah.
So Mike says, well, Hunter can do it.
Oh.
My son Hunter's standing there, and Hunter's like, what?
God love him.
So wait a minute, he got that short of heads up.
So,
look at that! Look at Hunter!
Here is Hunter.
Hunter Bussey!
After he had presented the all tournament team. There is hilarious.
That's so
never
good.
has. But so wait, let me get this right. Sweatpants are okay, but shorts aren't.
Well, no, he's got some. He just came from work.
Yeah,
and so he's got. It's like scrubs or something. I don't know what it is.
You would have just wore them shelf pants. They'd have let you.
That's right.
Yeah,
but shelf pants have worked. They are long.
Funny. That was funny.
So Hunter and he's.
He was representing Coca-Cola. They announced it on the thing. He's with. That's the MVP there, John Broom, who's a South Alabama signee. And he's presented, so he was representing Coca-Cola for the Rick and
Hunter
Bubba
Bussey.
show. Yes,
that's hilarious.
Because he had pants on.
Because he had long pants on.
He had a ball. He loved it. He did a great job with it. He loves basketball too.
Yeah. That was right up his alley.
At
least he knew more about it.
I don't understand this. I don't understand this at all. I don't understand this. I don't understand how a Bubba in shorts is worse than a Hunter Bussey. I just don't understand it.
Can't have shorts on.
I guess not.
It's all good.
Are we in the pits?
It all worked out.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Obama's deal with Iran, the most wonderful thing the world has ever seen. The deal that Trump is making with North Korea, it's all fake. It's horrible. It's damaging. And how dare him shake the hand of this evil man. It's the funniest. I mean,
Now we did disregard that Iran was saying that they, as we were signing the deal, that they wanted to kill and destroy the West and to take Israel off the face of the earth, but all that was conveniently ignored because it was the most wonderful deal and the most brilliant foreign relations move we've ever made, and Bubba, it made the world a safer place, but not this. This has not.
It's not who negotiated the deal or who it's with. It just, at least from what I understood, it seemed like a bad deal.
Well, can we? I
really don't understand in the Iran nuclear deal. What did we get out of that? We lifted sanctions. We gave them money, and they said they wouldn't build a bomb for 10 years. Was that it?
And then
the 11th year we've had it. Is that it?
And then Israel's already shown that even that's not true. They're already doing it.
They're already breaking the agreement,
which is why we're getting out of it now.
And I don't think you could trust North Korea. You're gonna have to try to verify it. But if you slows them down, maybe it's a good thing.
We'll see. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
These are the days.
Here's how it works. It goes from Europe and it enters our country either through California or through Connecticut. And then
one of the coasts.
And then it begins to either come across the country or trickle down. This one was Connecticut. The confusing world of transgender. Certainly, as we said on Monday and have said in the past, we want to have compassion if there's someone that is truly confused about their gender, and even if they decide that they're going to be another gender and they do that in their own private life, certainly in this country, as long as they're not bothering other people. Where we have the problem is when the transgender world declares to be acknowledged as whatever gender they choose by the rest of the public. That's where we run into some problems with restrooms and all these things. And now, as we've said, to the world of sports, where for some reason, and how this ever became an idea, and everybody said that sounds good, that men who are still anatomically men and still have the testosterone and the muscle mass of men will just declare that they're girls, and then they get to compete against other girls. Now, the problem with that, as we said, is men and women are equal in value, but they're not equal in muscle mass, speed, and athletic ability. They're just not made the same. So if you take men and let them compete against women athletically, the men have an incredible advantage.
Rick, this is one of the most bizarro circle equations I have ever seen mankind undertake.
My word on Monday was lunacy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is. You have two quote unquote transgender teens. Okay, Terry Miller and Andrea Yearwood. I don't know if I'm saying or his first name correct or not. They came in first and second in two events in Connecticut, set state records, all this kind of good stuff. Mm-hmm. Both of them were born male. Both of them still are male, but they say they identify, quote unquote, as female.
Yeah, just because they put a ponytail on.
Yeah. And so they own the event. Well, girls' parents are unhappy about it. Look at that runner right there. She's real unhappy.
Well, they should be unhappy about it. If your daughter finished third in the state meet, your daughter should be the state champion. And now she's not because she's finishing third because two guys are state champion and runner-up, and they both broke state records.
Now, we're not talking about somebody that went in and had the surgery, had the parts removed, went through the chemical process, all of that. We're talking about still 100% male who just says, I feel like a girl.
Right.
Now, to me, that is lunacy of the highest level, Rick. It's just crazy. Now,
that's bonkers.
Yeah, it is, and it goes back to something that I knew was going to come around. And I remember when the Ohio Valley Conference threatened to take their softball tournament away from Oxford, Alabama, because they had put up a law that says you got to use the bathroom that you were born with. Okay. And they threatened to take the girls' softball out of Oxford. Well, you know what I was hoping would happen is some guys would get on one of the teams and
8 minutes to the top as we work our way back. Thanks for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up a little later. We're walking through, and we got a lot of stuff from the weekend. Walking through Bubba's weekend first, a basketball state championship. Bubba pulled from duties of awarding the trophies due to shorts. Hunter Bussey steps in for Daddy.
And Alvin, it's all cool. It's no problem.
Wearing joggers and a hoodie, but getting the job done.
He did. He enjoyed doing that. He did a good job.
Your shorts must have been really inappropriate for.
Well, they're the ones
they're a little high, Rick. They're a little short.
Apparently, it's no short.
Well, you thought
you remember we used to go to
too much?
Races, and we'd if you had
in the pit.
if you were down in the pit, you had to have pants on. It was like 112, but you had to have pants.
Well,
on.
that's because you were around automobiles.
Yeah, that was for protection. But sometimes I'm like,
were you showing
do pants? Was that hot?
Were you showing too much thigh?
Did you have Daisy Dukes
Daisy
on?
Dukes?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Dude, I got the Daisy Dukes. Look at old Bubba with the Daisy Dukes.
Greg. Skies out, thighs out.
That's right. Rick, there's a couple of other notable things here. That
Was it the
from
White Sox?
From the finals, the big Final Four down in Birmingham, the Hoover boys and girls won the 7A titles. Okay. Which is kind of impressive. The girls third in a row, but it's only the 8th time in history boys and girls have won the title
how
together.
About that?
So
how about that?
That's what
cool.
he looked like there. See?
It's funny you bring up
those
Hoover.
are classy shorts.
You
I
look
don't know
great in those shorts, Bubba.
You
I'm
do.
offended.
Jacksonville
I am
colors?
offended.
Same shirt
stand
on.
up, Bubba.
Same
Listen,
shirt on.
What a crew!
It's just from the knee down. You're good.
I'm in the Friday night outfit today.
I was going to say, that looks like it.
You rotated that
slept
back
in
around.
Well, I got several of all.
I almost wore what I wore to church yesterday, but I sat in pollen.
Hey, pollen is back, by the way. Pollen is back.
It is. You see my truck.
Yeah.
So
Look
anyway,
at old
we had
Bub
a
in the
good
Daisy
time.
Dukes on.
And we've talked about, because we've all played sports, how hard it is to win a state championship. I mean, you got to be good, you got to be lucky. Yeah. How about the Hazel Green girls team, the 6A girls? They have won 6 in a row.
Wow. Good night.
Now you talking about dominating? I mean, they must be growing basketball players from diapers up. I mean, what in the world?
Yeah.
Good gracious. And the Plainview Bears, home of the Dancing Bears,
Bubba
3A boys,
yeah.
they also won 2 in a row.
Okay.
So that was some of the highlights there.
I will
Dancing Bear.
say, being the old codger in the room, when only one team you had to win your region to even go, and there are only 4 classifications, it was a tougher climb.
Back in those days, it was.
Yeah.
It was when there were only 4.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you had to win your region. You couldn't be 4th place and still make it. Yeah. I mean, you had to be the champion.
I don't know
the
how,
second place team didn't even get to go.
I know football's a little bit different.
Yeah, I don't know what basketball
in basketball, you have to win, your regional tournament and all that to go. So, they have to win it on the floor.
Amen.
And, so very proud of those
Well
young
done.
men. Great job.
Great.
They're going to do very good at the next level. The 3 that have signed and are moving on, and the ones coming back, big shoes to fill.
Yep.
Speaking of next level, so you mentioned Hoover, and I want to say it was Thursday. They were in Bartow Arena practicing, and I always sneak in. Our office is right there. I always sneak in and watch whatever's going on for a few minutes. And I was like, who's this college team? And it was Hoover High School.
Yeah.
So that ought to tell you how good
they are.
I mean, I was like, well, who's this college team in here practicing? That's what they look like.
Yeah.
Hey, legit.
That's 7A world. Hey, now.
Yes.
Well,
Different.
there was some really good basketball too, and it was fun to watch. I always wish every year when this comes around, I wish I had more time just to go watch all the games, and sit there and watch them. But it looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah. So you went from there to, you told us you had a ham appearance this weekend as well, right?
the Birmingham Ham Fest. For all the radio nerds out there, and, man, they came from far and wide. I did not see James Spann.
He probably had a weather brain.
Well, how about that hangover the next day?
Coming off state champion, that's almost too much.
Ham Fest.
Yeah. Look, I was
Party.
up. Listen, I was up celebrating. I don't know, probably 9:30.
Oh, good night.
So it was pretty tough to turn around and be at breakfast at 7:00 at the Cracker Barrel.
Oh, my goodness.
One of the things that was funny though, we had a big group meet there and eat breakfast, and probably 35 people.
What?
And you get that big a group, and they had like the back part petitioned off for the ham guys, and
Picture it.
And and you know, it's getting a little close to the start of the Ham Fest, and I'm
love
going
that
to get my ticket and get out of there.
Can I be honest though? Doesn't Cracker Barrel always have something marked off for hams?
Well, they should.
They should.
And I asked our waitress, I said, "Can I get my ticket and go?" She said, "It's been taken care of." Well, I thought no, that she didn't understand what I was saying. She thought I was wanting a refill or something.
Right, yeah.
You know? I said, no. And I got up and I said, I got to go. And she said, it's been taken care of. So then I was confused because I thought, this is an awful big group for somebody to pick up the ticket.
Right.
You know? I mean, if it's at your table
Right.
or, 10 or 12, one thing. I mean, there's probably 35 people over there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I asked one more time, I said, ma'am, I really got to go. So are you sure? She said, been taken care of.
Wow.
So I didn't see any blue lights chasing me as I left, so I guess it was all right. But whoever did that, we appreciate it. I got accused of doing it. I did not do it. Somebody else did it.
So everybody's was taken care of?
Yeah, the whole.
Can I tell you, Speedy wishes he was there.
Yeah, he's
go
like,
to a ham fest.
What a great time to be a ham. I would have got free breakfast. let me say this, though, Bubba. And
I kind of wish I'd have got pancakes now.
Yeah,
right.
Can I tell you who would have probably happened? And I'm just going to call it. It's going to be a little hard for you to hear. They thought you were Hunter.
That's right.
From the night before this. That's that guy handing out the. That's right.
Now, what was
Probably some
funny,
actual thing.
What was funny about Hunter handing that out is, and he did a great job, but I was trying to video it and take some pictures because I was on the sideline because I couldn't go on the floor. I had shorts on.
Yeah, had shorts on.
And
even though everybody out there has shorts on.
And it was broadcast in our state, several outlets across the state, and people saw Hunter out there and they announced it, and they started texting me, and I couldn't even hardly take pictures for all the texts.
That's hilarious.
So anyway,
that is
had
a great
time.
story.
Yeah.
I still love the fact that if you had been dressed like Hunter, you could have done it.
Right.
But the fact you had on dress shorts, you couldn't.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is my standard uniform, for
but it's
10
he's
months
showing
out of the
this
year.
much leg, right?
Well, I know.
Well, they're called dress shorts, too. They're like khakis.
Kneecap to mid-calf is all you were showing.
I know it.
That's the rules, boys. And you don't. Hey, you got to go by the rules.
Did you buy a lot at the Ham Fest?
No, not a lot, but got to visit with a lot of guys I hadn't seen in a while.
Tell me you didn't get just connectors again.
I just got some connectors.
Come on.
That's all.
Buy something big. I mean, you didn't have your budget was free. Breakfast was on you.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so I'm going to tell you one of the things that that my wife is on me about, and I've responded to MD Hearing. She said, "Let me tell you something. I'm looking at all the research out there when it comes to us getting older and our cognitive skills. Do you know one of the biggest insults you can have to start losing your cognitive skills is for your hearing to go." And so let me tell you something. MD Hearing is here right now. Let me tell you. Did you know that? When you think about trying to save money now and everything costs more and you're like, well, yeah, I need some help with my hearing, but look at the price. How about this? MD Hearing has partnered with us and they have cut their price in half despite all this inflation craziness. Now, MD Hearing just made their Neo rechargeable digital hearing aids, which are the ones like I have. They're only $149.99 each when you buy a pair. That's $300 for a pair of hearing aids, plus they're rechargeable with a battery life that lasts up to 30 hours. That's over 90% less than what the clinic hearing aids are going to be. I said that again, 90%. The new Neo model is MD Hearing's smallest hearing aid ever. It fits inside your ear. No one will really ever know that it's there. Now, if you're not familiar with them, MD Hearing has sold over 1 million hearing aids, and they offer a 45-day risk-free trial with 100% money-back guarantee so you can buy with confidence. MD Hearing was founded by an ENT surgeon. He saw how many of his patients needed hearing aids, but what happens? We went through it with our parents. I mean, they can't afford them. So he made it his mission to develop a quality hearing aid that anyone could afford, and now it's happened, okay? At this point, you may be hearing, did I hear that right? Now, I'm not trying to do a pun there, but the economy is crazy. Everything costs more, but not at MD Hearing. They've cut these hearing aids, the price in half.
And you have to ask, why is everybody else raising their prices? Well, since about 95% of the people who need a hearing aid only require a few settings, MD Hearing simplified the need for certain components not needed by most people. Greg, you remember this? We went through this with Dad. He's like, why we got all these different settings? They don't really need that. That's just something else they can charge you more for. So they've cut out the price hiking middleman to save you some money too. So why don't you make your move now? If you want MD Hearing's smallest hearing aid ever, MD Hearing, MDHearing.com. Our promo code is Rick Bubba. Put our two names together. Don't put "and" there. And you'll get their new buy one, get one, $149.99 each offer when you buy a pair. Plus, they're adding a free extra charging case. That's a $100 value just because you listen to Rick and Bubba. So go to MDHearing.com, use the promo code Rick Bubba, and get their new buy one, get one at $149.99 each when you buy a pair.
Own it and go, don't say a word to us.
Right.
Y'all are the ones promoting this.
Yeah.
And they could. And see, that's ridiculous.
But we had a guy call Monday, and he was making a joke, but he's actually, to your point, he said, y'all leave this alone. I'm building the greatest women's softball team the world has ever seen.
Right, right,
You know what
exactly. I mean, but you look at these transgender teens, they're obviously boys.
Did you see the picture of one?
It's
a
boy
with a wig on.
Yeah, it's not even.
That guy right there.
I throw a blonde ponytail on, and I'm a girl.
Can I tell you what I thought?
Holding my women's track meet championship.
Unbelievable. I can't believe we allow this to go on, but now there's blowback. Now the parents, who at one time I'm sure were all loving, all feeling, and all.
I promise you, the folks in Connecticut were the first that probably said, we've got to let people go to the bathroom where they feel comfortable. Mm-hmm. Well, now you've got this. Think about this, though. This whole gender equality thing has just turned into such a handle because we have sports that females compete in and males compete in. They don't have the same. They don't compete together. They're separated. They are segregated.
As they should.
They are segregated. Okay? That in our history has been a negative word, but we segregate by sex, by gender when we compete. Okay? We have boys basketball. We have girls basketball. We have, in the case I work with, boys tennis. We have girls tennis. They don't compete against each other. Now, in our particular case, we did some, in practice we did, but not on the field of competition. It was girls played girls, guys play guys. Same thing in golf. We have the men's professional golf. We have the women's.
Two different tees. One's closer than the other.
Absolutely. The girls get an advantage. We have basketball. The court is the same. The goals are the same, but girls have girls' basketball team. Guys have guys.
So
balls
far.
Are smaller, too.
Huh?
Aren't the basketballs themselves
I don't know the details.
They are. It's a smaller basketball because women in general have smaller hands.
So, and what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
What's wrong with
Doesn't mean they're inferior.
But you push this social agenda on us, this make-believe thing of I can identify. You can't identify your sex or gender. I'm not saying some people don't get surgery and transition. Okay, I can even I'll even give you that one in this discussion. But now we're just talking about people who don't transition, just saying they identify, and you're allowing them to compete.
I think,
and it's going to do away with girl sports. Do y'all realize that? As soon as guys like these, for some reason, I don't know why any guy would want to do this, but once they decide to infiltrate and take over girl sports, they will. There will be no girls that win anything. They won't win wrestling matches. They won't win these. They won't win basketball championships.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey. Bubba,
Rick, glad to be here. Glad to be here. And thank all of you for joining us and letting us do what we do.
Got a few more items coming from Bubba's Weekend we'll do a little bit later on. We also have Congressman Gary Palmer joining us later this hour. And Eddie Van Adler, we must ask him
Did he violate the code? Drummers do not cry.
Oh, we got to.
So we'll get into that
Little drummer boy.
from the weekend as well. Bubba, I just want to give a shout out to people that came from everywhere Friday night to Pottsville, Arkansas. Now, this was First Baptist Church, Pottsville. We were the third service to be done in this new facility. They've rebuilt the brand new church, and I mean, you know how it's something when you have that new smell. Everything was new, everything was happening. What a great room! But I want to. So you know what's always interesting is we certainly like talking about things we've been to, but just like what happened with you and Hunter, usually where the audience really gets intrigued is the things that happen that have nothing to do with the actual event. You know what I mean? The things that we all deal with. So a lot of you may remember. And I'm exaggerating this because I know pilots and what a great job they do and all this, but inside the group of Team Man Church, we refer to it as the near crash in Clarksville. Okay, and so it was. I don't remember what year it was. Do you remember, Helmsley, the year?
Is this the one that?
This is when we hit the storm.
Lee Moore's
travel
forever.
So Team Man Church, as I told you after our first ever conference together, we have, we got the guys that go and speak. Okay, we got all of our teachers. We've got the guys that write the study guides, headed up by Andy Blanks. We've got our publisher, Iron Hill Press, and Les Bradford heads that up. And then we've got customer service, Lee Moore. We got Bones, road manager. We got Andrew Varvutis, who speaks but also helps, with the merch, and he knows how to do presentations about our discipleship strategy. So, we're a little band of dudes that goes out there. Well, Lee Moore, who's Mr. Customer Service, a powerful man of God, wonderful human being. You know him, Speedy. He's actually played a role in discipling, young athletes for years as team chaplains and things like that.
Does a great job of that.
So anyway, and he's great on the customer service side, and he really helps all of our churches because if there's ever been a need for customer service, it's needed for men's ministry. Trust me for that, because we always like, now how do you do this? How you get that video to go? And all this.
I tried that.
So anyway, Lee was with us on the near clash in Clarksville, Tennessee.
Yeah.
And I know this doesn't sound funny, and at the time it wasn't. But when we all thought we were going to die on a storm we hit going into Clarksville, Tennessee, the part that's often not appreciated in that story is the fact that we've been traumatized. Okay, we all thought we were going down. And Lee Moore's quote, which will last, forever, he looked at me and he says, I'm redeemed by Jesus, and I'm not afraid to die, but I'm not crazy about the process. Are we going to die? And I said, I think we might. I hate to tell you that. This doesn't look good. Yeah. Andrew Varvutis has got the sports drink he was trying to drink all over him because our heads are hitting the ceiling, seat belted in. We're still hitting the ceiling. Okay, and this plane feels like it's about to come apart, and you do not want Bones from the co-pilot seat to turn around and scream, hang on. And that's what we got before we hit the storm. That literally happened. So, but listen to the comedy side. And this is not Arkansas, but it's going to play into Arkansas. This was either last spring or I can't remember. It's been in the last.
It's been that long ago.
It's been in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
It might have been last spring. Yeah. So anyway, I've been so many places now. I don't remember what goes. This kickoff, because we had a worldwide pandemic the first year. Yeah. So a lot of catching up last 2 years. But anyway, so when we land, keep in mind if you're there for the big men's event, you're so joyful. I mean, Team Man Church is here, and all your speakers are getting off the plane, and we got you. Here's where the merch is going to be. So they're all out there celebrating, jumping up and down, and we're all in trauma.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a minute.
Hey, just give us 1 minute. We nearly all died. We're white as ghosts.
Yeah, color's not back in my face.
Everybody's got drink on them from soft drinks and sports drinks. Our heads are bruised. Some of us are slightly cut from banging on the ceiling, and we're just trying to gather ourselves. Some of us may have a concussion. And so anyway, keep in mind that at that point, Lee Moore unofficially said, if it ain't drivable, I'm out. Not getting back on the plane. Okay, so keep that in mind.
Okay.
So that's a running joke all the time. So
we're flying, so we know Lee's out.
Right.
Yeah.
So yesterday, if you remember Friday, where we live, storms came through.
Yeah, real windy.
And we had real gusting winds and
40 mile per hour.
Yeah, I had trees knocked down the back of my house, and a top got knocked out, and
And really, the storm itself, where we were, wasn't that bad. It was just the wind.
It was gone in
Yeah.
a second.
And it was the wind.
Well,
The pilot had already said it's going to be gone. Don't worry about it. Before we leave, it's going to be gone. He said, but it's taking off. There's still going to be some wind gusting, but it's not anything serious. Well, I reach out to the team and I say, so I want to do it, but I feel like that I'm hogging the Lee Moore trauma. Would any of y'all like to pretend you can't go and tell Lee we need him? With this forecast. Okay. And of course, everybody was like, let me do it. And I said, Les Bradford, you take it.
And
go. So Les goes, hey, Lee, and he pulls him in there. Hey, Lee, I've had the conflict. We got all the merch ready to go. We're going to need you to step in. And we just sat back. And we just waited. You know what I mean? To watch. Look, and you see those 3 dots, coming from Lee Moore.
Here he comes.
And he said, it's unfortunate, Les, if you're not going to be able to go. I hate that happen. I will not be able to be of any service to anyone today. And then he came back and said, actually, I've actually got to go to a funeral today. And of course, then we realized that we didn't know whether he was just saying that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because
that's
and it was somebody. Yeah, and so we all began to try to get Lee Moore to go. So we all arrived and we loaded up for Pottsville, Arkansas, and the storm had moved through, and there was no problem. And we had Chuck the pilot, and he's a big man. We have Bones in the co-pilot seat. Then we got Varvutis, and he took his boy with him. And then we have Andy Blanks, Les Bradford, and me. So the plane's full.
Oh, it is, yeah.
So we're headed, and the folks at First Baptist Church in Pottsville, Arkansas, there's a big hub of Rick and Bubba fans there that get the show in all the different ways. And they were having what we call a man church one day, which means we come in. It's not a full-blown conference or anything like that, but we send 2 speakers, and we each do a session on a one night there, and they bring the men out. And of course, they're doing the men's discipleship strategy, and they bring them out, and and we have a praise and worship team, and then Andy does a session, then we take a break, and then I do a session, and then we wrap it up. And so it was. I'm telling you, I know we keep hearing this a lot. On a serious note, God is moving. I'm not going to make any. He's always moving, but you know how you keep hearing these things where, you're experiencing things that you go. I mean, he's always available. He's always there. But there's these, and the word revival, I know everybody freaks out when you bring it up, but something's going on in this country, because I talk to pastors from around the world, and of course they've had revival and things happening. But I started hearing the ones that are domestic, even this weekend, having the pastors staying with us. And there was a lot of pastors that came in that are church planters here in America. And the ones in America, like even in places where you don't really hear much, that it's really hard, like a Vermont or things like that, they're all saying the same thing in our country, that there's these pockets of the movement of the Holy Spirit. And we saw that at the conference in Oxford. Like I said, there's no words to really describe it. And it happened again Friday night in Arkansas. I mean, you saw an outpouring of the Holy Spirit and men repenting and coming forward in droves. And as Sherry told me last night, the women's thing they did in Winfield, there were over 600 women there, and the altar was filled, and the Holy Spirit is moving. There's something going on in our country right now. I don't know, if it'll last or what'll happen, but it is interesting. I'm experiencing seeing things that I personally have only experienced a few times in my life, as far as being the power of the Holy Spirit to that level. And so that was happening again. So, when it ends, I'll come back, and so it was great. The people on the ground there, they couldn't have done a better job setting it up. It was highly prayed over. They had a great turnout. It was a powerful night. Men were repenting. Men were rededicating. Men were plugging into small group curriculum like they've never done before, and it was really, really good. And then you're thinking, when it's all over, is there a celebration?
Oh, yeah.
So we'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
I mean, some people now are all tore up about the private schools. Hey, wait till you get this. Wait till you get this.
Well, it looked like to me, which was surprising, because when we did the story on Monday,
you ain't seen nothing yet.
We thought there would be outrage from parents who probably agreed with this at one point, but to Bubba's point, did not think through what they were getting themselves into. It didn't even look like to me that the guy who won, he had a weird look on his face, like, well, this doesn't feel right. This feels weird.
Yeah.
that I just outran the women, and I'm clearly a man. So I'm with you, Bubba. I don't even mind just going to the PEEP test. Look, if somebody, whether I agree or disagree with it, went and had surgery and had everything changed and took down the testosterone and up the estrogen and did all that.
Which I think is wrong for doing anyway.
Understood.
But we'll give you that one for this argument.
At least maybe we can find a way to live in that world when it comes to athletics. But this thing where these two obvious males just declare that they're females.
Two boys stole all of your track awards. That's the bottom line.
We can't allow that to go on.
I don't think it's unreasonable in the world of trans, identify, whatever. Even in that little world, it's not unreasonable to go, look, in this particular situation, this is a physical competition. If you're physically male, it doesn't matter what you mentally are.
Right.
If this is a physical competition, you can't run with the women.
You can't do that.
I don't
you can't
think
have
you're
it both ways.
You know,
you
that's
can't
irrational
have
at all.
It. You can't have it. I can go to the bathroom I want to and tell me I can't run in the event I
And
want
that's
to.
And that's
You
the world they've
can't
created.
do that.
And that's the world that we've created.
And they have painted themselves into the proverbial corner of this.
The one that finished second was in the men's indoor championships in the fall. And then now in the fall.
So I want all of you that think this is fine, if your daughter finished third and fourth, and they really would have been first and second in the state, and they got beat by two males who just said, I'm a girl, so I'm going to run in this.
And now set a new state record you're never going to catch.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family. And Rick, when I say I'm glad to be here, I mean it.
Boy, you mean it more than anything now, don't you,
I
buddy?
do.
We do have an update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
A heartbreaking story for many yesterday, including Greg's wife, Dukes of Hazzard star John Snyder. Did Lisa know about this?
Oh, yeah.
Was put in jail.
She wasn't happy about it.
The allegation was that he was not paying Elvira Castle, his estranged wife, her alimony. He's failed to pay $150,000 in alimony, and a judge sent him to prison. John is out after being in prison for 5 hours and 17 minutes.
Well, hard time, Rick.
Hard time, 5 hours, 17 minutes. You know why? Overcrowding in the prison. They're saying, look, the prison is so overcrowded, we can't put John Snyder in here.
Yeah, we ain't got room for Bo Duke.
I'm sorry that he's not paying what he's supposed to pay to his ex-wife, but we don't have room to be putting one of the Duke boys in here. We just don't.
And they had a quote for Elvira. Giddy up a hoo bop a
I love the emailer yesterday. I laughed really hard. It was on Twitter somewhere when they said that they were so disappointed. They thought the mountain might get him, but the law never would.
Well, Rick,
that's so good.
That's a great one.
That's
Rick,
like Duke's of average humor.
But Rick, he's been in and out of prison all the time.
Well, that's true. So,
Ernest, what was the sheriff's name?
Are you trying to?
That's right. They arrest him all.
They throw him into jail every week.
Right. Don't take old shows and collide them together. I think you had Ernest T. Bass in there at one point, didn't you?
No, what was the sheriff's name?
Something.
Coltrane. Yeah. What was it?
I know this is going to be crazy disappointing.
Boss Hog. I remember.
Boss Hog. Cooter.
Watch it.
Can I tell you something? It's going to be crazy disappointing to y'all. I never watched Dukes of Hazzard.
It was so corny even to me then. I didn't watch it. I barely know anything.
I never
about
watched it.
Yeah, I watched a little bit. It was funny.
It
was corny, but it was funny.
Yeah. So
Roscoe P. Coltrane.
Roscoe P. Coltrane. Thank you.
He was supposed to be in there for 3 days, and he got out in 5 hours due to overcrowding in the L.A. County Jail. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. He says he can't afford to pay the payments after losing. As Bubba said yesterday, he lost the majority of his money when the Louisiana movie studio that he built, I guess, was destroyed. 21 minutes past the hour. You don't see the faces and they don't come around. So it was an active weekend, and I really enjoyed. Finally got the
church planners from North London they headed back on Sunday after church. We had a big brunch for them, and it was so funny. What was funny is, how we run up on English words that they use, that even though we speak English, we don't use. And he was talking about how hard it is sometimes to get. He was talking about our church gave them a nice check to help pay for a building they were trying to get. And he was talking about, and it was from an American bank. So we got back to London, and the process of trying to get it cashed really turned into and he said a word I'd never heard of before. And then he looks at our Sunday school class and realizes we don't know what he's saying. I don't know what's the word, hoo-ha. Would it be a hoo-ha? And I'm like, I don't think hoo-ha's it.
A brouhaha.
Brouhaha. I guess I want to say hoo-ha. No, it's not hoo-ha. It's not it. So when you say fixing, you're trying to repair something. No, it's just we're about to do something. So you're about to do something, you say fixing.
Yeah.
But where did it come from? I don't know. It's just what we say. So you're preparing to do something, and you say fixing, but you're not repairing anything, are you? No. I don't know how to explain, man. Just go with it.
You're not repairing. You're preparing.
That's it. So anyway, so they got back, and just hearing them, like I said before, I think I said on the show Friday, spending time with church planners and missionaries, you realize that we have the wrong heroes.
Yeah.
Who we make heroes in this country and who we don't. We got it. We couldn't be more out of phase. But anyway, so that was great. So it was Friday night. We saw. I think I was sent this. 14 guys said, "This is for me. This is the night I repent to follow Jesus." 11 guys rededicated their life to Christ, and then 24 of them plugged into a 40-week curriculum and have never been in a small group. So we were all celebrating that. We're all excited, and they had the new resources there, and we had the new devotional transformed, and we were talking about that, and it just couldn't have gone better. We had so much fun. They did a super job hosting us. And then, you walk out and, you look around, and Chuck, our pilot, he's a big fella. I mean, I look kind of small next to Chuck. He's big, tall,
really?
big fella. And we're sitting there, and the first person says it. It's about 9 Central Time, okay? And we're done, and it's about an hour and 15-minute flight back, okay? And then it was said. 2 words, Waffle House. I look around. It was Varvatos, of course.
Of course.
I've never seen anybody be such a drug addict to Waffle House. Not trying to say anything about the dinner, but it wasn't enough for me. And I said no. It was smoked chicken. It was delicious, but they think they ended up having more men than they expected, and they were kind of rationing it a little bit. And anybody okay? Anybody want to just go home? I got to tell you, I'm in for Waffle House. And like how sometimes people shouldn't ask you and me that question. So I guess I was stupid. I looked at Big Chuck, the pilot, and I said, "Chuck, it's kind of on you, buddy." He goes, "I'm in for Waffle House," and I said, "Okay, so Waffle House celebration," and it didn't, and just the momentum started.
Okay, are we chanting now?
And then I want to see if y'all agree with this. So the
y'all
team
do jumping rings?
Yeah. So the team starts moving to Waffle House for celebration, and of course. It was wonderful to, when you're in Arkansas, you realize, of course, there's Waffle House. It's like being here. I said, which one do you want to go to? And and so then became this, and see if y'all agree with this when it comes to Waffle House celebrations late at night. Is there a need for a menu? I remember when everybody, the entire truck, two vehicles full of Team Man Church, and not one person didn't order the All-Star.
Not one.
They said, "What else are we going to order?" Of course, we're ordering All-Star. We're down now to how we want our eggs and whether we want sausage or bacon.
Yeah.
But we're all going to get that with a waffle on the side. Is anybody against that?
Yeah, what's up?
And and then the chants break out but then I start realizing, Bubba, like you with your state championship game, I was like, well, tomorrow's not a work day.
Yeah.
I did have something I needed to do that was going on since we were doing our one mission week, but I didn't have to be there till 10 in the morning. So it's not like I had to get up early. And so I found myself going into an area of time that I haven't been in. Yeah. I don't know when the last time I've been in this area of time. I mean, I got to tell you something. Sherry and I are pretty much to the point now where we're in bed by 8:30, 9. I mean, never do we go beyond that place.
I'm snoring by then.
Yeah, and I mean, even on a Friday night. I mean, it's it was funny because we were talking about, I forgot what. Oh, I'll tell you what it was. It was Saturday after we'd gone through all this, and I'd gotten back, and Sherry had gotten ready to go for her women's thing yesterday in Winfield, which y'all were great hostesses, and it was phenomenal, and the men served them and prayed for them, and it went great. But anyway, so she says, I'm done with that. And then we both had to say this. She said, you know what? I'm home at 4, and you're back from what you were doing, and everything's behind us, and all we got is church tomorrow, and that's going to be a brunch, so we're not teaching, and the missionaries are going to talk. And what do you think there's any shot at you and I making it through Jesus Revolution?
Oh.
And the movie? And I said, I got to tell you, there's no shot.
You called it.
Yeah, I said, you and I can't make it through that. I said, what all you've been doing this weekend and what I've been doing, I said, let me tell you something. I didn't roll out of the Waffle House until 10:30. Like that. And I said, I wasn't on the plane to
covered in eggs.
To 10:45. My head did not hit the pillow to midnight 30. I hadn't seen midnight 30. I don't know when's the last time I saw midnight 30.
Did you feel
30.
weird looking around?
I kind of felt young. I felt special. I thought to myself,
was you sleepy at all, or was you fine?
I really was okay. I didn't fall asleep on the plane. I by the way, I noticed
the plane. I would have been
I
out.
sensed that Les Bradford wanted to go to sleep, but knew we'd make fun of him.
Yeah, it can't be.
He wanted to fade real bad.
Yeah,
he was hurting.
So he doesn't have a speedy on there that'll try to keep you awake.
Well, yes, we all are. Yeah, we wouldn't let Les. We're going to talk about what just happened. Now it does feel better to be sitting there in a Waffle House in the middle of the night celebrating how Christ moved, not hoping you wouldn't go to jail.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Two different feelings.
Yeah, that felt a lot better.
Yeah.
Talking about transform. And it's a different atmosphere.
I'm interested in your approach because did you feel going to Waffle House and then getting on a plane with no restroom?
Yeah,
that's a gamble.
That is a big gamble.
That came up.
It did because I was wondering y'all would get back, land, and then go to the one close to the house.
Well, and
was that up for discussion at all?
As soon as we sat down,
but I might vote for that.
As soon as we sat down, and the door was still open, I went ahead and barked one, and I said we're gonna have to have a free fart zone. I said because if we don't, I mean we should have waited and ate Waffle House after we landed.
Right.
And everybody agreed that if we waited till we landed, that there was no way we probably wouldn't do it. We'd be too tired and we'd give up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so and plus Barbudas wouldn't have it. He said I got to wait an hour and 15 minutes before I eat Waffle House. He said I'm dying.
The beard has
spoken. And then Big Chuck wanted it. And once Big Chuck wanted it, Big Chuck the pilot. I mean, we're all eating now. Chuck looked so happy.
I bet.
But had a hard time getting in the plane after that. Bottom of the hour. So thank you, Arkansas. Outstanding. We loved it. And Winfield, Alabama, we shared. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Insurance?
By the floods. Right, Greg. I'm with you on that.
They offer it.
How about they got divorced in 2014 after 21 years of marriage?
Wow.
I can't.
Rick, let me ask you this, and I don't know.
Alimony's too high, Elvira.
Let me ask you this, and I don't.
I get up,
I have no expertise in this at all. But is it common to lock people up for not paying their bill on something?
Well, I'll tell you.
I mean, don't they usually attach it to assets or? Put a lien on something?
Well, I think it was his failure to pay. I mean, he didn't pay. He didn't hand over his property.
Well, they said they did that.
Well, they can go get it.
They said.
They said something about blood from a turnip.
They said, Speedy said, in the story it said, give her the money or give her land equal the value.
Right.
And he didn't do either one. And but I'm like you, can't they make the land? Can't they go get it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think locking him up gets it any quicker. Can't they just file paperwork to condemn it?
They said when they were hauling him off, she was heard to say, "Hi ho, silver away." I don't.
We used to all love that when that deep voice guy would do.
I mean, like if you there's certain.
Who didn't love that?
Now they lock you up for not paying federal income tax.
Sure they will.
But they can't lock you up for, say, unpaid speeding tickets.
Somebody said too, if you don't.
Now they tried that in Harpersville, but I think they got shut down on it. Harpersville was locking up people for library dues for a while.
Bubba,
I love it.
Bubba, you have to drive through there too much. You hear him change it, Bubba. Oh, I love it.
I love it. Hey, I think you ought to keep doing
it. It is. It's funny. It's funny.
I was just trying to sample it. I got it going.
You got it, buddy?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
But I mean, can you do that?
Hearts on fire, well, fire up.
So
What if I
John-
talk like this, but when I sing, it's
Oh,
real
yeah.
deep?
So, are you the only one? Am I the only one? Like when you see a quartet or something like that, and you're trying to spot the bass guy.
Oh, yeah, I do
and
too.
you're trying to figure out which one he is.
Yeah.
And you ever not been the guy you thought? It's
know.
like it can't be that guy because you always go and like you think it's the big guy, but it's not
Yeah,
always.
it's not the big bearded guy with him.
It's
So
not
you
always-
think that's going to be him,
It's
but
not
it's
always
not.
the big guy.
No.
You know,
It's
you
the
look.
guy that looked like he was into the Backstreet Boys when he was a kid. And
Yes.
He grew up.
So what you look for is the one that's holding the mic right up on their mouth. You always look for the ones that got right up on their. I'm like, he can't, why is it the little guy? And then there's the worst one when they can't find a bass guy, so they get a guy that just has to be the bass guy, but he's not really a bass guy. Yeah, now that's embarrassing.
That's true.
What's right up from the bass guy? Is it the baritone?
Baritone.
Yeah.
Be the
So they have the
baritone. And the
baritone to be the bass.
Then you got
Yeah.
the tenor.
Yeah, not tenor's hard to find.
Tenor's very hard.
I wish
to
Speedy
find.
was a
I got one that you may
The
never.
tenor's more high. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nah,
he's
let's,
up there
don't,
with-
let's don't open that door. Let's don't open that door. Let's don't open up that door.
In the women, the alto's lower than the soprano. Right?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think you're right. I
just sang through my nose.
Bum.
I still.
Now, that's a tenor.
That's the tenor.
That's
right
the
there.
finest tenor the world's ever heard.
Yeah. Been in some competition.
People probably made fun of me behind my back. I was in the choir at church.
Were you?
So- so-
Were you really?
Growing up, yeah, I had to stand up
Straight?
there.
Are you straight up on that?
Yeah.
Are you
I
just?
sang
Are you
through my
kidding?
nose.
Are you kidding? Are you making?
No, I was up
Were
there.
you,
I mean,
like,
I wasn't
loud?
I don't know.
So
thought
I
was
know
the
this
man.
is a strange
Well,
question
you
to
own the
ask, but
music
just
store.
to fully understand the range, would Steve Perry, he would be alto?
Tenor.
He would be a tenor?
No, he's not a
Alto's
woman.
women.
He's not a woman.
But what is the highest? What's
Tenor,
the highest one for
tenor.
me?
The highest male's a tenor.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
so
no
it's-
higher than that.
So wait a minute, boys and girls have different titles.
Well,
in singing.
there
Yes,
go.
you do. But
What if you identify as an alto?
Well,
I guess Steve Perry could have identified as an alto.
Yeah.
Because he's a high tenor. I mean, he's on the upper range, right?
Yeah. You ever heard a real tenor go?
What was that group that was touring around for a while? Five tenors or something? What was,
Oh,
you remember that?
That's no
What if-
Pavarotti.
Yeah.
And all that.
Pavarotti
Five
tenors.
of them? There's
The
three,
three.
wasn't it?
What if we started an a
You've
cappella
added two
group?
tenors.
Well, they had a couple of backups, Rick.
They did
'cause they needed them.
What if we started an a cappella group and sang just like we do now? And
No
sold-
change?
No change. and
No
sold
change
places.
whatsoever.
Right.
That'd be something.
Do solos. We do solos.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. And so a big thank you to John Harris and Pastor Jim Huffman, First Baptist Church, Pottsville, Arkansas, for having Team Man Church in. You guys were incredible hosts, and we are thankful for your commitment to reach and disciple men. And thanks to all the ladies in Winfield, Alabama, at First Baptist Church there, being great hosts to Sherry yesterday. So, Bubba, we have a lot to cover on the program today, and we want to, most of you on the show over the years, certainly you've come to know Congressman Gary Palmer. He's a representative of the 6th Congressional District out of Sweet Home, Alabama, and Gary is on his way back to D.C., and he joins us on the Rick and Bubba Show. Gary, welcome back.
Thanks for having me on, Rick.
So,
how are you doing?
I'm good. We just got a lot going on, and we're at a critical point in our country's history. I was just looking, I know this sounds so nerdy, but I was looking at the Congressional Budget Office report this morning projecting that in 10 years we will have spent $10.9 trillion just on interest on our debt.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
That sounds good. That's good for the future.
Well, it's not good for our future.
No,
it's not good for our kids' future.
No, it's not. But I mean, do you think anybody,
Gary? Let me ask. Since you mentioned that, who do we owe that to exactly?
We owe most of it to ourselves. It's internal debt, and part of it is to foreign debt holders. But
that's a small part of it, isn't it? Because I hear people say all the time, "Hey, if we owe China, tell them to good luck getting that." But I mean, I think they're probably maybe 20%, right? Foreign debt, isn't it? Mostly our trust funds that we owe that money to, Social Security and those people.
Well, and Treasury bills, where people have bought Treasury bills and investment devices like that. Yeah.
So is that still a good investment?
I'm not here to give
listen, there's
investment.
a lot of people holding the steering wheel right now that was just thinking that.
well, what I think though, and you're bringing it up. I mean, I hate to say this. I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but
don't, Rick.
Well, but no, I think I believe that we tell people that, and everybody hears these numbers, and you cannot wrap your mind around them. And then people try to wrap their mind around them, and then they say, "Well, I don't know how we're ever going to resolve that." And then when anyone proposes, here's ways we could resolve it, everybody kind of has that attitude that comedian George Carlin talked about one time. Everybody agrees we need more prisons; they just don't want anywhere near them. And it's like, so when you start coming in and saying we need to buckle down, everybody goes, "Yeah, but what about you? Don't take my program." Don't cut me back. Don't do that. No one's willing to do sacrificially what it would take to resolve that, and it doesn't seem that that's really the case on either side of the aisle.
Well, it is on our side.
Well, maybe I mean Americans.
Yeah, and you're right, because when people come to see you, they'll talk to you about how bad things are, but then they want an increase in their program.
Right.
And I tell them, look, we're at a point in our fiscal situation where I'm not going to be advocating for any increased funding. And where we need to spend money, we're not spending money. We're not spending it on real infrastructure. They're spending it on woke stuff. And the thing that has gotten us here is this massive amount of spending that's taken place in the last 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
And Biden just will not let up. He wants to forgive college student loans,
which is spending,
and
right.
People don't understand that. It's additional spending.
You got to print that money to cover it somewhere, and that makes all of our savings less valuable.
Well, what's really driven us into this situation is the spending, his energy policy, which is the most inflationary thing in the entire economy. Everything you come in contact with has an energy cost, and then he imposed over $200 billion in additional regulatory costs in his first year in office. I mean, in 1 year. That's 3 times what Obama did. And he's on pace to hit $500 billion. And it just, all that piles up on you, and we're going to pay a price for it if we don't get our act together.
Congressman, and again, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm just echoing what people are asking me when I'm out and about, and what I get email about. Is President Biden in charge? Does he? Obviously, you watch him; he's struggling with age and what goes with that. But is he really in charge? Does he know he spent more time at his home back in Delaware than anybody historically has spent out of the White House? I mean, it's rare when he's in the White House.
I think he thinks he's in charge. And I think a lot of the policy that you're seeing out of the Biden administration reflects who he really is. But I don't think he's making these big decisions. And one of the ways you know that is they're constantly having to correct things that he says.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we've come so far since Dan Quayle misspelled potato.
Oh.
You know, it's every day there's 2 or 3 gaffes. And we've got some more from this weekend.
We do.
I wanted to ask you about a couple of things because I got them in email, and I know we don't have long with you today. Biden finalizing move to phase out greenhouse gas used in refrigeration. We've already changed the refrigerant and everything to to protect the ozone, which was a major deal. And we're just now getting cooling units at work again, good with the new. Is he changing that again?
I don't know. You asked me that right before we went on the air, and he's issued so many executive orders. When I talked about the $200 billion in additional regulatory costs, those were executive orders. They didn't go through Congress.
Right.
And we're digging into all of this right now. I think we have recourse through the Congressional Review Act to roll a lot of this stuff back, because any major regulation has to be submitted to Congress for our review, and we can either accept it or reject it. You can't amend it, but we can reject them. And a major rule is considered anything over $100 million. And we're not getting this. They submit them to the Government Accountability Office, but I'm looking at amending the Congressional Review Act to say that it is not submitted until it's submitted to the chairman of the Committee of Jurisdiction. Because when they're putting them out, hundreds of these, and they go to the GAO, we're not seeing them.
Right. Well, the gas stove thing's got a lot of headlines.
Yeah, it has.
When that came
it's
out,
got a lot of them. So, what about the fact that you went to Congress? We've heard your story before, and have you made your decision about? Because I know that all the intentions are to go and serve a time and then leave. Has it been surprising to you how long it takes to actually get some sort of influence and the state of the country worse than you had imagined?
It has. I said I'd only serve 5 terms, and I'm now in my 5th term, and my wife and I have been praying about it, and I've had a ton of people come to me and ask me not to leave, and I really didn't have peace about it until this past Wednesday. I had led our Bible study Wednesday morning, and it's funny, you gave me this devotion about, embracing the death of self and the power of God. And so many times when people make decisions, they're making decisions about how it impacts them. And I remember something Rich Wingo shared with me, Acts 20:24, where Paul says, I count my life as worth nothing to me, but my only mission is to achieve the objective. My only objective is to achieve the mission that Christ Jesus, to proclaim the gospel. And that hit me. And then I talked with Kathy McMorris Rogers, who chairs the Energy and Commerce Committee, and she just prayed that God would give me clarity and peace about it. And I flew home that afternoon and got an email from Tom Bradford. You know Tom.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And I hadn't talked to Tom. I hadn't talked to him in months. And he just laid out why he thought I should run again. And I just felt a tremendous peace, like the weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders. So I'm going to seek re-election. It'll be up to the voters of the 6th District to evaluate the job I've done and the potential for me being able to get some things done that I haven't been able to get done so far.
Now, do I have this right for the state of Alabama? And it took a long time, as you said. These things don't happen quick, unfortunately. That you now are the highest ranking representative that we've had in Alabama as far as sending reps to Washington.
As a Republican, I'm the highest ranking Republican member of Congress in the history of Alabama. Which, that's a pretty low bar. We've only had Republicans about 30 years.
Well, none of us want Democrats to be influential, but as far as but everybody that I've ever talked to that has done what you've done, that I have any kind of friendship with, they've all come back with the same thing. Wow, it takes a long time to get in an influential position, and B it's so much worse than I thought it was.
Well, I've been there a little over 8 years, 4 of those in the minority, and 2 of those when Obama was president. I've only had 2 years where we had the White House, the Senate, and the House, and I mentioned the Conservative Review Act. I chaired a subcommittee and worked directly with the Trump administration on rolling back regulations. And the first 14 bills we passed in that Congress were all Congressional Review Act bills that roll back egregious regulations. That's really what jump-started the economy. We passed a health care bill out of the Senate, and I was able to get an amendment on it to cover people with pre-existing conditions, which was huge.
Yeah.
And, of course, McCain killed that, but then we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We got all that done in just 2 years. Then we went into exile, as I say, for 4 years.
Right.
And it's been brutal under Pelosi. But I really think with the House, we're going to play defense, but I think we can get some things done, Rick, because there are 8 seats in the Senate that they think will flip, and all 8 of them, 7 of them are Democrats, and the other one's Kirsten Sinema, who's an independent. So I think there's going to be some senators who are willing to work with us on some things, and then we've got to get the White House back in 24.
No doubt. No doubt about that. So you are going to run again.
Yes, sir.
You got a piece about it.
Yeah, and I wanted to come on your show because I think you told me I'm the first person you ever endorsed.
Correct.
And
the last.
Well, I hope it's not because
No. That's just how serious I take it.
Yeah, but I wanted to come on here and do it on your show because I think you guys have incredible integrity, and you put your name on the line with me, and I wanted to say it to your face.
Well, thank you. You've done a great job, and I know that it was not an easy decision. None of us saw the worldwide pandemic coming. There's been a lot of factors that we could have never seen, and so I'm glad you're going to run again.
Well, thank you, Rick.
Yeah, and thank you for the job you've already done. Gary Palmer, I know you got to go catch a plane.
I'm coming to see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I look forward to it.
Take care of Bubba. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The wheel of meat is spinning now, and you got a chance to win meat, obviously. Some of the things that go with it. And this show is aging right before your very ears and eyes. Mm-hmm. And, when we start trying to do a little bit better, I talked about how goals change. I mean, at our age, the goals about trying to do a little bit better are not near what they once were. The trying to go out and show everybody how much you can lift, how far you can run, how high you can jump. Those days
how much you can eat.
Those days are sadly over.
Oh, boy.
Yes.
And if you remember, I said, you lower the goal so much. Say you're working out a little bit. Well, really, your goal now is just try not to have man boobs.
That's it.
And so at one time you were like training for some athletic prowess or getting ready for the beach. Now you're just saying, if I could just somehow not have man boobs. Well, man boobs are a real problem.
Yeah.
And it seems that men are now taking drastic steps to take it on.
Well, Rick, another boom in men getting plastic surgery as a whole. The rate of male liposuction, tummy tucks, and what's called moob jobs soared last year. Facial fillers are up 99% since the year 2000. New figures out this week. In 2017, 1.3 million American men had plastic surgery. Liposuction up 23%, tummy tucks up 12%, and moob jobs are up 30% in the last 5 years.
Moob jobs have soared.
Yes.
Yes, they have.
Now, this is a new term for me. I'm not familiar with the moob jobs.
Not till you said something about it. So
apparently that is male breast reduction surgery.
So what does
moob?
What does it do? I mean,
I guess they cut it down.
I mean, does anybody know what? I mean, it seems that just the thought of that is. It was
now, Rick. They say that the majority of these surgeries are being performed on millennials.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sure. That surprise anybody?
Not really. No, it doesn't. It's like I say,
God forbid somebody do a sit up and lift a weight. Let's just go to the doc.
Yeah, you thought it would have been older people.
Let's talk about moobs.
Yeah, I saw you checking yours just now.
I don't know what
I don't know
size
what you're
am.
grabbing.
I don't know why.
What's going on over
I'm
there?
really
about
checking
a
it.
B now, huh?
What's B?
B.
Yeah. Well, there's.
I need to use that fat though somewhere else. I'm not going to just get rid of it. I mean, we got to cram it in a knee or something. You know what I mean? Make a joint out of it, some cartilage or something.
Well, if we're going to start shifting fat around, I say we move down a little bit. You know what I mean? Because you want to go.
What do you mean, Rick?
You want to go down where the field is plentiful on fat, and mine's right around the gut. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's a certain.
No, I didn't know. I was talking about where we're going to put it.
No, you can't get you be down on your feet if you go lower than the knees. Yeah, but I don't need it at my feet, but that I know of. But I was saying if you're going to go mine it. If you probably want to go right there in the old gut area. There's plenty.
Yeah, heck yeah. Well, they say the stem cell thing. I had the stem cell thing done using bone marrow. Where they drill in and get it, but they say that the white fat stem cell is much better. They're having much better luck with that. And lucky for me, I can heal a nation.
You got white fat.
So,
Well, my point on the moobs is.
At what point do you go, I got moobs, I need to do something about it?
Well, what I'm saying is this, though. Let's say you got them. We'll talk about when you know you got them. But then there is the move job, because I'm trying to think about it. I'm just trying to compare apples and apples here.
Right.
Is the job of the move job for males to go in and make it like you have a firm chest?
Like pecs?
Yeah, or is it?
I think it's just to cut down.
Or is it just to take them and put them back to...
Take the bouncing out.
Yeah, gravity's taking over. And
is it to firm them up? To make it like you have pecs?
That's what you would think.
I'm thinking
that's you may have to add.
I think they're going from here to here.
I think it's just to cut.
They're going from
just
here
getting
to
enough
here.
out
Everything gravity's taking.
That'd be a
taking
lift,
hold.
though.
Let's say you're doing jumping jacks, and your shirt's waving at everybody. Take that jiggle out.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
Just saying.
So
Guys are saying you.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It's 7 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are loving teaming up with HelloFresh.com/Bubba. What a great client. Love them, and a lot of you, it is America's #1 meal kit. And they send you everything. You get all the ingredients, you get the recipe card, and you just follow it. And it's also really good if you've made a commitment to do a little bit better and you're thinking about, well, here's the foods that I need. They have what they call the dietitian's approved list. And you can really, it's called Dietitian Win. These are options under 700 calories, and they make it easier than ever to stay on track with your health and to eat healthy and watch your calorie intake, and they'll do that for you. All you got to do is prepare the meals. And now there's also other options their chefs put out every week. They're just family-friendly meals, and if you're wanting to do more of a high protein, they got a great protein menu. So if you want to see all that and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba, it'll save you on your total food bill. It's a lot less expensive than trying to eat out or have all these dashes and Ubers bring stuff to your door. HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com and use that URL. And like I say, 60% off right now plus free shipping. So, Greg, we sang you an anniversary.
Yes.
You had to take your wife to the doctor on Friday. Hate y'all had to go through that. And
that storm was what got rough. On the way home.
You had a little storm. Hey, let me tell you, that wind was blowing.
I was trying to outrun it, and I think I had it beat.
Yeah.
But I finally pulled over and went into Starbucks there at Bell City and let it blow through. But
it was a lot of racket, but it didn't last very long.
It
got on through.
Yeah, but even when
a lot of damage.
Even when it wasn't storming, the winds, like I had to get past some 18-wheelers to get to the airport, and I watched them struggling. It was hitting those 18-wheelers and moving them. And
we were leaving the doctor's just as it was, and we're downtown Birmingham, and it was coming to the metro area. So I said, I think we can beat it.
Yeah, of course.
So I take off.
You did, of course.
Lisa thinks she has a good idea. She's like, should we pull over and let it blow through? And I said, I think I'm good. And then she went by. This is bad. She loves, because, like that booth that they have at the place in Gaston. One of them over here called Irondale Pickers or something.
Oh, I know where that is. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
She wanted to pull in there, and I was like, I think I'll take my chances with the storm.
Oh, wow.
But anyway, I told her, I said, no, I think I can beat it. But I knew if I got in there, even when the storm blew over, I'd never get out.
Yeah.
So passed on that, and then got about Pell City. Was still doing pretty good. I think I had, but it was kind of the way it was going. I was headed towards Jacksonville, and it might have got there about the time I did.
Yeah, it seemed like the further north you were going, the worse it was.
So we just pulled over and got some coffee at Starbucks and let it blow over, and it never really got that bad in Pell City. The wind blew.
Yeah,
but.
I wish I could have seen Greg sitting in Starbucks.
Thank you.
Sipping coffee.
That's probably the first time I've ever been inside one. I've been through a lot of the drive-thru.
I think when people saw Greg, they thought they weren't in Starbucks. They went, I walked in the wrong place.
Well, Lisa loves Starbucks. We got an anniversary.
Right.
Starbucks and Modest Pizza.
Somebody looked around and said, "Am I in Bullet Coffee?" But anyway,
Circle K.
But we sang happy anniversary to you and Lisa.
Yeah.
34 years.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you romantic devil.
Man, that's a long time, man.
Did y'all have a little romantic time? Eat a little modest
Just
pizza?
A little modest pizza. We always do that for some reason.
I called that, by the way.
Oh, we
Did you see when the
got to see all the grandkids this weekend?
Did you see when the band came to town for the conference in Oxford and they
brought them some modest.
They brought them modest pizza. They didn't know what to do.
That's right.
They were like, "What in the world is this?"
It's just different.
Yeah. So you and little Lisa, did you look into her eyes, engage, and talk about how much you love her and how what she's meant to
all
you?
while eating pizza.
All while eating pizza.
Oh, wait a minute. There we go again.
Oh, boy.
Look at that guy.
Look at that.
Yes.
Look at there.
There's America's favorite couple.
There he is.
Huh? Look at that. So
but we had a good time.
America's couple. I love
Once we survived the storm, it was fine. And like I say, we spent time with Paige Saturday, and then we went to Taylor and Kelsey's yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Seen Marion and Ellis, and then we had fun.
Did Ellis dress up as anything?
He had Mario's hat on, but not the clothes. And then he was out.
That'd be Mario.
hitting-
Yeah.
Mario,
Yeah.
Mario.
Yeah.
He corrects me every time I do it.
Yeah. So you're doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all see him hitting off the tee with it on. It's
Okay,
pretty
good. You're wearing that. That's good. Anybody?
That is a good helmet.
Anybody broke at Pistol Pace? He's got a sibling coming.
No, and it's coming quick. About 2 weeks.
He's not going to do well with that, is he?
It's going to be an adjustment.
He's not
Rick.
big on sharing his mama.
No, he's not. He's
Okay.
not. But that's about 2 weeks.
Right.
So it's countdown. That'll be number 4.
Yeah. And then there's the most easygoing toddler I've ever seen, Marin.
Oh yeah, she was the same way yesterday. Just chilled.
Yeah.
I let her. She slipped down on the slide.
Greg, you're better
I
than
thought she
that.
could do the whole thing.
Were
and
you
I
in
didn't realize-
charge?
You didn't know she didn't know how to do it?
I didn't.
You
I
had
asked,
head on.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
I asked Kelsey. I said, "Can she do that?" And she goes, "Yeah." I thought she meant, but then as she crashed, they go, "No, you got to catch her at the bottom." So that messed up a little bit.
Well, happy anniversary. Y'all have a good weekend though. You
We
enjoyed
did.
it?
Yeah,
it was
we
good.
did.
She feeling a little better?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we're good.
And Mr. Buddy's healing up.
Mr. Buddy's healing up. Still causing problems.
Yep.
Biting tires. He bit tires on the delivery person yesterday. FedEx guy wouldn't get out of the truck.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's gimped up, but he's still holding the fort down.
All right, top of the hour. We come back. We'll look into Adler's weekend,
Oh, boy.
and we'll ask the question: do drummers cry? We'll talk about that when we come back. If you leave us, have a good day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
Because there's people that have a big chest, but it's firm.
Right. Yeah.
that's
right. Yeah, I think they're fine.
And then there's people who have a big chest that they droop down.
There you go.
Is that's when you have.
I guess.
That's
I don't
moves.
That's the target.
Yeah. What's that? What?
If you have to wear a sports bra to work out because it's flying everywhere,
Right.
you might want to check into a moob job.
You know, with somebody we know is looking into it.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
It won't surprise you. It is.
JT again?
Yeah, he said it's been an ongoing battle for him. He once referred to him as his Phil Mickelson's, but he said he thinks Phil's had the job done.
Well, if he hadn't, he's done a good job to eliminate some of that.
Didn't
that look,
Christopher
anyway.
Columbus, back when he was with us, didn't he say he wore his towel way
Yeah, he
up like a
did.
girl
He
because
did.
he didn't like his moves?
Or he just some reason wore his towel like that.
Yeah, sorry, Chris, if you're listening, I got that wrong. But have
He
y'all
wore his
seen the?
towel.
Have y'all
I don't
seen the?
think, did he wear it up high because he didn't like his moves?
I think he just wore it up high. And didn't know
That's
why
what
he
I
did.
thought.
I thought there was.
I think you made that second part.
No,
up.
I think I'm pretty accurate. It
I
was
think
either
you
his
wanted to
stomach or
somehow
his
pull him into this
moves.
conversation. and that's what-
No, he pulled it up to hide. I remember that. I don't
Really?
remember much. I think I remember that.
I just remember knowing he wore a towel like a woman, and
Yeah.
I hated it.
I'm a
I
text
hated
him.
the very thought of it.
I'm texting him right now. Have y'all seen the human Ken doll? The story they did
Yeah,
on him?
that guy's a
Well,
freak.
He is a freak. He is a major freak.
Well, we've had Barbie dolls.
You're talking about not knowing
women
when to
before.
stop.
No, I mean, he's headed to Alien, Rick. I mean,
Yeah.
that's not
Oh,
even
Oh
close.
my gosh!
Yeah.
Did you see that? He
That's
doesn't
supposed to
even
be a
look
good
real.
look.
He
What
says
you get a
he's
close-up?
done. He's done with
Well,
he's done
he's
his
nothing more
last
he can
plastic
do.
surgery.
This is the video that's part of this story about not knowing when to stop.
When you first told me about there was a male Ken doll, the first thing I saw was Jesse Palmer. And I thought, well,
that's a male.
Look at that. Oh, guys, that's bizarro.
Oh boy, that. Oh me. So I mean, does he think that's good? That's scary. I mean,
Rick, don't look at that one.
Oh my.
No moves there.
No.
Boy, that guy's a nut.
Yeah, Greg. Of course he is.
Yeah, I'd say he's overdone it a little bit.
Oh my God!
No,
and that's what he went.
I need
for.
to hear him talk.
So he's going to
What's
Alien.
his voice
Rick.
look like? I wonder. Sound like? Yeah, I'm just looking.
Got a
at
bright
him.
yellow
That's all I can
suit
hear.
on.
I got no sound here.
Let's try now. Hold on just a second.
Back her up.
Don't y'all want to hear him talk?
I do.
Yeah,
I do
well,
just
it's
a little.
exactly what you
On
like.
TV. So I
All right,
got
so that's Jesse there.
to
Hold on.
look like the doll. But the truth is that I never wanted to look like a doll. I just wanted to be myself. Today my body matched to my
not what I
soul. And my name is Rodrigo Alves, and my friends call me Roddy. I may look like a doll. You guys can call me Roddy Doll.
Roddy Doll.
How about that,
That's
Roddy
right.
Doll?
Is this the
So
first-
I
How
want to
about-
be my own doll. The Ken doll, it is the other guy.
That's right.
It belongs
That's
to
played out by
someone
now.
else. Yeah.
Exactly.
So you can call me Roddy
He
Doll.
sounds like
trademark.
Speedy tried to do the impression of the Russian.
He actually does.
Yeah, well, you can tell he can't breathe through his nose.
No, he can't.
I'm gonna break you.
And I think his jacket's too tight.
Yeah.
That's what he's going for, though. You know that.
Oh, look.
Wow.
You know the plastic surgeon loves him.
Oh, he's bought a lake house off him. We'll take your phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We go phone trolling. Any topic you want to talk about up for grabs, and we'll talk next.
Rick and Bubba.
To the phones we go. Alan is in Nashville, Tennessee. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone troll. Alan, go right ahead. Welcome to the program. How are you?
All right. I just wanted to point out that John Snyder had a special event at his ranch or his property there just like a couple months ago. Big music festival and family day. I think carnival rides and all that. I guess he was trying to raise money and came up a little short maybe.
So he tried to do a fundraiser to pay the alimony that he owed, and you're saying it must have come up a little short because he did go to jail for 5 hours.
Yeah, well, he didn't have
866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Wade, Madison. Wade, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning to you. This question is actually for Bubba. I haven't listened in a couple of days, and I just wanted to know what he found out from the doctor and what the outlook is, and so on.
Well, thank you for asking. Friday week, the 22nd, we're going to go in and hopefully get 2, maybe 3 stents and solve a little problem we got.
Well, you're definitely in our prayers, and I hope everything goes well for you.
Thank you. We'll really be asking for those as we get closer.
Yeah, it was funny because, you never know when people listen. So we talked about it at length the day you were gone, gave the update the next day, put updates out on all the social media. And then yesterday I was getting hey, man, whatever happened to Bo?
Yeah, I know.
And
We
I'm like-
forget.
I'm like, wow,
We forget.
come on. Let's go to Anthony in the great state of Alabama. Anthony, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you doing?
Hey, Rick and Bubba, how you doing? I was just wondering if you had heard about the hostage situation with the dad and the 4 kids in Orlando, and wanted to know your comments on it.
I haven't heard about it.
This morning?
No,
No, this was Monday.
Yeah.
This was Monday, where the dad had a domestic with his wife. The wife met the police at a different location. They went back to get the dad, and he shot a police officer, and after about a 23-hour standoff, he killed 4 kids.
Oh, my gosh.
They went in and he had killed everyone. It's
Oh,
really
my
a
gosh.
sad story.
No, I had not heard about that. I'm sorry. But it sounds horrible. It sounds wicked. It sounds evil is what it sounds like. We continue. young Broderick. That's how it's done. Top of the hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. Everybody say. To what I say. If you're not watching on YouTube, it's all Leonard Skinner bed music today, or mostly Leonard Skinner. Gary Rosington, the last original surviving member, went on in. And welcome back for another hour, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
Each and every day. Eddie Van Adler is in the spotlight this weekend. Very emotional. His dad and mother have been. Oh gosh, what was the numbers again, Adler? They have been leading worship at a church somewhere for how many years?
For over 40 years.
For over 40 years. They are both incredibly talented. They're regulars here on the program. They're dear friends. And it was Michael Adler, and that includes wife Linda as well, in the role that she plays as the First Lady of Worship. They retired this past Sunday, and Adler, tell us about that special service. And Sherry and I wanted to be there, but we had commitments over at the church where we are serving right now and could not get there, and we hated that. But there was a side of me, since I don't like to cry in public, maybe it was good that I missed it.
Right. Yes.
But so it was. Tell us what it was like.
So it was great. So my dad retired from Shades Mountain Baptist Church after 22 years of being the music minister there, worship leader. And it was really cool. My dad brought back several of the guys that worked under him that have then gone on to become head worship pastors at churches all across the country.
Yeah.
So we brought back Logan Creasy, Chuck Hooten, Bobby Smith.
Oh, my.
Paxton, and my brother Jake, who's now a worship leader in Des Moines, Iowa. He came into town with his wife, who sings with him at their church in Des Moines. My brother Brady is at Southern Seminary, so he came into town for this as well. And so, guys, the entire morning was amazing. We kind of let each worship pastor take a song, and this is your song. And if you want to say something beforehand, you can go for it, whatever. But kind of lead that song. And my dad was kind of like pointing to the next generation of worship leaders by doing that. Man. So he almost kind of took like a back seat on his last Sunday. And then he led the very last song. Oh, let me talk about Saturday. So because of all these people coming into town, we had a Saturday night practice, which is not what we normally do.
Right.
But so Saturday, I'm like, it's Saturday. I could probably bring a 2-year-old with me and
what are you thinking?
And let a 2-year-old just run around the church like I used to do. It's my dad's last time to lead a practice at his church. I'm gonna have my little kid causing problems in the pews of the empty pews of the church,
like you did at one time.
Like I did growing up my whole life.
By the way, but you might want to have asked your dad, was that a pleasant experience?
It wasn't. Let me tell you, as the parent who you're concerned,
different.
And I'm trapped behind the drum set while we're practicing, it's very concerning. You're like, oh wow, they're real high up right now. Or I haven't seen them in 10 minutes.
Where
are they? Yeah, that kind of thing.
And it's a huge room.
Big church.
It's a huge room.
Yeah. They're crawling from the back to the front.
Really cool room,
under
too.
the pews.
Yeah.
If you think I didn't do that as a kid, you're wrong.
Right.
Sure. I mean, you have to make the whole trip back to
pop
front.
up?
Yeah, you pop up from time to time. It's great. And so I brought Ruby on a Saturday night to church. She had I just brought her in her jammies. She was just wearing jammies running around. It was great.
Yeah.
Big shout out to my mom for helping babysit
Thank
a lot
you.
of the time.
Thank you.
Because my family was kind of sitting out until the last song at the very end.
Oh, no.
I do want to say this. This is why I brought up the whole Saturday night thing. That was probably the most emotional point for me during the weekend. They circle everybody up to pray after we practice, and there's like my whole family's on stage, and there's all these people that have been touched by my dad's service at Shades Mountain, and we're praying, and they're tossing it around. They're doing a toss around prayer when just like
not the popcorn.
The popcorn.
Yes. Popcorn could go on and on.
It did, but luckily,
I bet Chuck Hooten, just his prayer alone.
Luckily, I was laughing for the first half of that. Otherwise, I would have been very emotional because we all circle up. I'm right here. My mom is right next to me, and my brother Brady is on the other side. and I see a hand show up on my mom's shoulder, and I think it's Brady's hand. And so I just like put my hand on there. I'm just like, wow. And we're praying for like a split second. This is right at the beginning. I'm like, wow, Brady's hand's real cold. And kind of feminine feeling, you know?
His hand was that small.
What's going on?
Come on, man.
I look over, and it's Abby Brunson's hand.
Oh, no.
You're
awkward.
Who is now in a position under, she's been my dad's kind of like one of the helper worship leaders there at the church. I should know the name of that. Obviously don't.
You were really looking for that title right there.
All the other people, all the other people I mentioned, she is now in that position. So
wow, that
anyways,
explains the fingernails.
I look over, and the cold feminine hand, right? Because it was not my brother's. So I look over and I just laugh and I pull my hand off. There, I was like, sorry about that. Luckily, I was laughing for the first half of the prayer because it was so emotional. People were just like, thank you, God, for this unbelievable example. And I'm not a good popcorn guy, and I did want to.
It's not your best.
I did want to pray.
Greg, not his best.
And
set.
so I go, dear, got cut off. Chuck Hooten, I think, cut me off
the
first time.
You better rest.
And then I waited for Chuck to finish, and then I go, dear, and then I got cut off
Greg,
again.
I
kept trying to jump in. I couldn't get in.
You and Eddie Blanks left.
And I finally got in.
Of all people.
I finally got in, and I was like, thank you, God, for this unbelievable example my parents have been as far as being pastors and parents and just followers of Christ.
Amen.
Thank you so much, God, for that. And thank you for the opportunity to do this with my family. Not everybody gets to do this.
That's so cool.
Not everybody gets to do this. And it's just been such a privilege to do that with my parents, with my family. Growing up my whole life, I played bass behind my dad in 4th grade on the stage, So like this has been a long thing in my life. And the very end, I didn't cry, by the way.
Because drummers don't.
Drummers don't cry. I'm not guaranteeing anything right now. But in the service in front of 2,000 people, I did not cry. So that was big.
Good. That is big.
We ended the service with this song, and we have my whole family on the stage.
Can I ask one question before that? Because I was going to say that.
I may cry.
They do more than one service. So you had to go through this twice?
Right.
But this is the one where it is the final song because it's the final service.
Yes.
And let me get this straight. In this final moment of your dad's incredible ministry, okay, and he is one of the best. I've told him that 1,000 times. I love him. I love his heart, and he's going to get a well-done, good and faithful servant. And, of course, he's got so much energy. There's a lot more that he's going to continue to do.
Absolutely.
But for this era to end with all of you on the stage together, your brothers, your mother, and your dad, all doing this final song as him as a worship pastor, I just want to be sure I got that right.
That's what happened. Yes.
That's the
and here we go.
And also I want to mention my brother's kids. So his grandkids, my dad's grandkids are on the stage as well. And
maybe drummers do cry.
And it was rough. So you're gonna hear.
I've already got chills, and nothing's even happened.
And here's my brother Brady kicking it off.
Go Brady.
And 1,000 generations in your family. Your children and their children.
That's my brother's wife.
Children and his favor be upon.
That's my brother's
we got everybody
Goodness gracious.
There's Luke.
There's my mom. And my dad too.
I didn't even know Luke was musical.
A lot of people didn't.
There he is. There you are. Yeah. There's Jake. He's got a beard.
and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. Maybe.
Goodness gracious.
Maybe drummers do cry.
Even his grandson's got great hair.
I know. It's a fantastic
man.
hair.
Thanks, Adler.
Hey,
Sorry
well
about
done.
that, guys.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
Well done. What a legacy.
For the final prayer, we may want to watch the
Yeah, let's come back.
the final prayer
Yeah, we'll
because a 2-year-old came on stage
Don't-
with me.
No.
You ever have a 2-year-old on stage with you?
Yeah,
It's
I've been there.
nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it is.
It's nerve-wracking.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You, Madison, out of North Carolina. Madison, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Monkey Grass and Green Acres, guys.
Thanks for the call. Go ahead.
Well, referring back to the moob story that y'all were just referring to,
Yes.
there's a gentleman on the show Botched last night on E! And he was an older gentleman, but back in the 90s, he made a bet with a friend for $100,000 that he would go and get breast implants. And he had them in since like 93 and went in last night to get them taken out.
Wow. Was it for pecs? Was it for pecs to try to? Would you?
He hang on to him a while, didn't he?
did.
Would you do that for 100,000?
Oh yeah.
You would?
Yeah.
No doubt.
How big would they have to be?
I
Are
don't
we
know.
talking about so you look like you're a guy with big muscles, or are you talking about a?
I go either way for $100,000 at least for a little while.
So you wouldn't care. You would do the implants for $100,000.
Yeah. I'd
Sweetie?
just be made fun of, and I'd show that bank account.
Maybe a B cup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If it's not too big, I'm in.
Okay. Interesting. So really, I've realized on this show, $100,000 is a number.
That'll get a lot done.
Right.
A whole lot done.
Would you cut?
You have our attention when you bring it.
Yeah. Would you cut your pinky off for $100,000?
Ooh, I didn't know what you were going to say.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see. Ooh, that's important.
The whole thing or half?
We're gonna go. Yeah, we're going below
top
knuckle.
knuckle, or we're going all the way
We're
down?
going- We're going below knuckle.
All the way down, 2
swing it.
knuckles down?
Well, I got
Yeah,
questions.
down right here.
Can I still swing a
Right
golf
there.
club?
I can't go right here?
No,
I got questions.
not for 100.
Are they just going to hack it off, or are they going to like put you to sleep and just remove it?
You have a surgery like in a
So I got to go
medical?
through pain of them
Yeah.
hacking it with a hatchet.
No,
Yeah,
we're
no,
not-
I'm getting
we're
some
not
wire
doing
cutters
hatchets.
and knocking it off.
Oh, now the
No.
price just went
All right.
way up. Price
How
went way
long
up.
am I in that pain?
I don't
Like,
know.
are
How
you,
long-
gotta
will
hurt
you
a
come
while.
in? Will you come in with a needle and deaden it very soon after you cut it off? Like a minute or two?
Are we talking about?
Am I being tortured?
No,
Is it like-
I just go give it to me.
That's what I mean. Are you cutting it off
This
like
is
you
a
want me
strange
to
scenario.
give you some secret
Yeah,
formula
man,
or
I'm
something?
saying it.
Are you picking up?
Rick said 6 figures, so I mean.
I thought you meant they put me to sleep. I wake up. I don't have a.
No, I go give it to me. I pop it off.
with one of those things you cut tree limbs
we're
with?
gonna have to
But I'm
price this.
quick. I'm quick. You don't suffer.
No, you do.
Yeah,
No,
you keep
it depends on how
I'm
quick
talking about
you
on the
deaden it.
cutoff.
No, I'm not doing that.
I'm going to give
Nope.
you some Advil.
No.
No, I'm not doing that.
No.
I'm not doing
Advil.
that. Now,
All right,
if you want to put
Speedy.
me to sleep and remove it, okay.
Okay, so if we put you to sleep
I'll
and
do that
remove
for
it
75.
for $100,000, y'all do it.
I'm in.
Greg said he'd do it for 75.
I'm in. Yeah.
So you wake up with
until
no
you
pinky,
spend
do
it, and then you go, "Wow, was that worth it?"
You got to be real wise with it.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
You almost
You
got
better
to be
invest
interest
it
on
wisely.
What about 100 a finger? How far do you go?
No, you
I
wouldn't do better
don't
than
go that far with it. I still want to be able to
Now
enjoy
you're just
life.
getting bizarre.
Greg, how about this? For,
Oh, the
for-
other part, what?
Greg, for $500,000, can I cut it off with a lawn tool?
Absolutely.
22 minutes past the hour. We've been recapping weekends. We've been through Bubba's weekend. We've been through Greg's weekend, my weekend. Adler's, we're in his weekend now. We'll get to some of your phone calls next segment at 866-WE-BE-BIG, which will be the first phone segment of the week. But finishing up Adler with a very emotional time for his family, but a celebration because it's been an incredible 40-plus years of being, and you know, your dad did this, now your brother's doing this, and then they all came back together, and they were all together for the final day for Michael Adler to retire as the worship leader at Shades Mountain Baptist Church, where Sherry and I went for over 20 years and developed a friendship with them, and they've been on the show many times, and he's been a worship pastor somewhere for over 40 years, and his retirement was this past Sunday, and we just heard them do the very last song.
Yes, and it was...
And all the Adlers were present.
Yes. And just to... Because, you know, you mentioned, Rick, you went to Shades for a long time.
Yeah, 21 years, I think.
Yes. You guys left Shades on good terms. Just to clarify some things I'm seeing in the comments on the YouTube channel. Anyway.
Look, I find the YouTube channel comments, no matter what we do, to be the strangest people.
Yeah.
And they also seem to be the grotesquely most uninformed.
Well,
I mean, they're not ready to shoot, ready, aim, and fire one out there. Can I tell all of you something, commenting people? No. If you have a serious question, contact the person on the show directly first, and then get our information, and then decide, is the comment now necessary? Because we might have cleared it up for you. We may have given you exactly the information you needed.
That's right.
But no, there was nothing. Some of you that may or may not have been through this in your life, our kids all had grown up in that church. They had all gone out on their own. It's 20 minutes to 25 minutes from our home. Sherry and I had never gone to church in our own community, and I did some interim preaching at the church Valleydale while the Mac Brunson, who's now the pastor, was coming in, felt that God was calling us there, thought that's all he had called me to do, and then when it was over, Sherry and I couldn't get a peace that he was releasing us from that congregation, and God called us to go there and serve. And that's what we're doing at this stage of our life. Danny Wood, we had dinner with him and his wife. He was getting ready to retire, told us that he was going to retire. We didn't know that when we talked to him. He still comes to the Wednesday Bible study, who was our pastor. He then retired. He and I are still friends. Michael and Linda, obviously, are dear friends of ours. Nothing happened at Shades Mountain that we went, well, I'll tell you what, we're out of here. And we did do something that I would suggest for everybody. We actually met with the pastor and told him why we felt called to go to another church as opposed to just leaving. So there was nothing about that. This is where Brody met his future wife. We were over there doing an engagement celebration at Shades Mountain because that's where they met. And so we have a great history and legacy there too. And the Adlers are dear to us, as are all the people at Shades Mountain. Except maybe a few.
And with Danny's retirement, it was just perfect timing for you guys.
Yeah.
And that helps me segue.
It was the end of an era, yeah.
And that helps me segue into the reason my dad was retiring as well.
Yeah.
George Wright is the new pastor at Shades Mountain Baptist Church, and the exact same situation with my dad. It's not like, that's it, I'm out of here. My dad felt led to retire before Danny even announced his retirement.
Correct.
And my dad stayed on for an extra 18 months to help the church transition into this new era of the church. Just so everybody's clear on that as well.
God forbid people just ask what happened to the people who are actually doing it.
Sure.
So the church split rumors are all false.
Yeah, that's false. Now, is it true the Adlers and the Burgesses are starting their own church? Yes, that's true.
It is. It's pretty big already, in fact.
I was going to ask you, what is your dad going to do now?
So he is. He's had 2 full-time jobs for 8 years now.
Yeah.
He and his wife, my mom.
Yeah,
this is very complicated.
Yeah.
They run the barn at Shady Lane. It's a wedding venue here in town, and so my dad has for 8 years torn down chairs and placed chairs at midnight, 12:30, gone to bed on a Saturday night, and woken up at 5 a.m. to do church on Sunday. So it's been a long haul for him over this last. So he's going to go to having just one full-time job right now, and he's really trying to figure out where God is calling him to use his gifts. He's not going to stop leading worship. He's just going to be. He's no longer a full-time worship pastor.
Right.
That's
Let me tell you, the barn at Shady Lane is a full-time job.
It is. It's unbelievable how hard my parents work. Like I hope I work half as hard. When
Rick,
I'm there.
I got
They're
one
there.
word for you: Truth 2024.
That's right.
That's it. Truth reunion.
Reunion tour.
So to wrap up,
Truth and Mr. Lucky reunion tour.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Double headliner. It would have to be a double headliner tour.
Yeah.
So to wrap this up real quick, to end the service, they brought my whole family onto the stage. I get out of the drum cage and get on the stage, and also Aaron brings Ruby on stage as well, my 2-year-old kid. And if you have ever tried to get a 2-year-old kid to sit through a prayer, it's hard. And then when there's 2,000 people watching, and George had such a sweet prayer, I'm sorry I couldn't listen to any of it because Ruby's already done. We haven't even started.
She's already
praying.
done?
We haven't even started praying. Look, she's scowling, mad, not sure what's going on, and she doesn't want me to hold her. Look how long I was able to hold her. That's maybe 20
Look,
seconds.
she's already
she's
wants
done.
down. She already
She's
wants
done.
down. Oh,
She's
she
done.
wants down.
Let
Oh,
me
she
go.
really
Let
wants
me go.
down.
She's down. So I put her down, and then I tried to hold on to her, and she's like, "Let go of me. Don't touch me. I don't even like you." You know. And I'm like, sweetheart, you're really hurting my feelings in front of 2,000 people right now. Angel, baby.
You're hurting my feelings in front of 2,000
We're the focus of the stage right now.
Just wait till 13.
I'm trying to hold her hand. She's like, "No, I don't want to touch your hand. Leave me alone. I don't like you."
Look.
And y'all, my palms are sweating so much. Scowling, mad. And then at the very end here, our cousin Lily saves the day by holding her hand to end the prayer. Otherwise, she was gone. In 20 more seconds, Ruby was gone, screaming, running away.
Look, Aaron is even like, "Lord, please bless this child. My hands on her head. Please
God.
stop her from moving."
So angry.
Nobody
touch me.
Could you even tell me what he prayed?
No idea. I'm sure it was great. I'm sure it was great, but my hands were too sweaty to listen to anything. But
Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's the only way, baby. Somebody won't
Talk about I need you
every day, every hour, every moment, Lord, with you. Yeah,
is the only way.
the only way that I can make it through. I said it's the only way. Thank you, Lord, for your faithfulness. Thank you, Lord, for your love. Yeah.
All I can do is try my best and keep my eyes on things above. Looking for you every day.
Thank you, Kevin Derryberry. I mean,
Rick, I just love you, Bubba, when y'all do that invitation to me. Everybody does it to
I
me.
did
And I
it.
love y'all, and you go to my golf tournament. But I love Jesus more than y'all, but I like y'all a lot.
So, much to do, Bubba. How are you today, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. Ready to go. I had one that you ever been caught in the middle of something that you think is a joke, only to discover that it's not.
Every day now.
So
every day it seems.
So a lot going on, and we'll run through all the stories today, and we'll visit with you today, and we'll chat, we'll discuss. Who knows? We may debate. You never know how it goes. But tomorrow we have Andy Andrews on the show. He's got his new book is out, and so we'll chat with him. World-renowned motivational speaker, even though he doesn't want to be called that. A noticer, author, all these different titles that you try to use, and Andy tells you he's not a motivational speaker, but then to try to figure out what he really is hard. He says he notices things, bottom line.
Is he bringing grapefruits again?
I don't know.
Those were good.
He could.
I don't know.
Really
Is he in studio or on the phone?
He's in studio.
Wow. Okay. So that'll be tomorrow. We'll have fun. And then also
Charles Billingsley contacted me last night.
Well,
he's coming through.
That's where I'm.
He's bringing grapefruits.
That's where I'm getting. Is so the Gridiron Men's Conference is this weekend, and very excited about that, and looking forward to being back in the lineup. And gosh, ticket sales for this year, I think they're estimating over 7,000 men coming from all over. And
Wow.
Tony Evans will be there, Lee Strobel, and
Steve Farrar, all the big hitters. Charlie Daniels comes for the first time. I'm honored to be part of that. Phil Waldrop's and Charles Billingsley has been doing the worship there as long as I've been involved in it, which has been probably over the last 10 years. So anyway, I get a text yesterday from Charles Billingsley coming through. Want to stop by the studio, say hello to the guys. What time would be a good time to come by, or should I contact Skeeter?
No, he did not. He's
so I think to myself, well, Charles,
who else did somebody else do that?
It was the same guy. I think
it's Charles.
He's done it again.
So I said to him, kidding, because he's done it before, right?
I think you're right on this.
And
you're
so,
right. I remember talking about this.
I never acknowledged that that's wrong because I think he's kidding. So I send back, go ahead and get with Skeeter, because I know we got Andy Andrews on. I don't know what time. I can't remember. I'd rather you work through him so I don't put everybody in the handle. Okay?
Well, all roads go through Skeeter.
Yeah, you're talking about checking with Skeeter.
So he puts back, hey, I can't seem to find Skeeter's number. I thought
Bump him lightly. I'll tell you that.
I thought I had Skeeter's number.
Where is
Well, at this point, I realize, is Billingsley now, is this not a joke?
Right.
So I send your contact to him, and he sends back, oh, no wonder. It's Speedy. And I was like, well, yeah, I mean, you really tell me you weren't really.
And I think it was him that got
I think
it wrong
you're right.
last time.
I think 2 years ago he called you Skeeter again. Didn't he?
Yeah. We'll have to ask him about that, but I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah, I don't know where he keeps getting that your name is Skeeter.
We were at a golf tournament one time. Helms, you remember this? And you and I were at Shoal Creek.
He's struggling right now. Sorry.
And a guy came up to me, and he ended up being that guy that I made fun of his big boots that time we went hunting.
Oh yeah,
anyway,
Monster boots.
And he was asking. He said, "Yeah, where's old Swifty?"
Yeah,
he thought it was Swifty.
Skeeter.
Whenever I'm talking to somebody on the phone and I'm representing the show, and I say, "Hey, it's Speedy" or whatever, all right, Steve. For some reason, they hear Steve. I don't know
told
why.
you. You know my dilemma. I get Gary.
35 minutes past the hour. All 10 lines are available to you as we drop the tailgate and give you access to the show and to the people. This is your segment. You handle this with care. We've had plenty that you can talk about at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to hear from you. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Ask yourself this question. If you were listening to the program and you heard yourself, would you be entertained? Would you be informed? Or would you say, I kind of find myself annoyed? So we'll dial those up now. 30 seconds is the buzzer. 2 timeouts exist. You may get a timeout for Helmsy, and you might get a timeout for Bubba, but they're only toting one apiece, so they cannot be harem-scarum with them. So don't count on that. Go ahead and have your thoughts ready to go at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and there's a line available for you right now if you move quickly, and we're looking forward to chatting with you. Bubba, a tribute to the Adlers continue. It looks like it's Miss K out of Alabama.
Really? Miss K?
Miss K.
What an honor.
Should I even start the timer? Or do one
just forget the timer, Rick.
Okay, all right. So one timeout goes to Miss K just on her namesake alone. Miss K, go ahead.
Good morning, Richard. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, Speedy, Helms, and Mr. Adler, Mr. Greg. It's a beautiful day in the state of Alabama, and yesterday was a wonderful day.
Yes, it was. Miss
It
K.
was special. It was just so wonderful, and Pastor George just delivered a wonderful message, and it was just so sweet too. Been having the worship pastors who had been under Dad Adler's wing and his leadership. And,
yes.
I'm gonna tell you that Logan Creasy, he could rattle the Raptors with that song Manifesto. Incredible. But it was such a wonderful service, and at the end, it was so touching to have all of the little Adler people up there with Dad Adler, Mama Adler, and their sons and their wife and the little grandbabies, and they sang such a sweet song about the blessing and how the Lord blesses the generations.
Yes.
and it was so moving. It kind of reminded me of the Von Trapp family standing up there along the Sound of Music. They were like the Von Adler family.
Yes, you know what? That's a great analogy, Miss Kay.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, I could just kind of see them climbing over Red Mountain, trying to escape over the mountain brook.
Miss Kay, have you ever been to the barn at Shady Lane?
Actually, yes, I have. I've been there a couple of times. It is a beautiful venue, and it's a lovely place. I didn't hear Mr. Chris talk about his daddy's accommodation that I wrote.
Oh.
It was presented to him on last Tuesday evening, and I was wondering if I might read it for you.
Of course.
Please
do.
Yeah,
absolutely.
This is real. The governor really did write it.
Well, yeah, we know.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
What Miss Kay said.
Okay, it says, whereas Sage Mountain Baptist Church, one of the largest churches in Alabama, has served the people of Jefferson County and beyond since 1911. And whereas after 22 years of faithful service to Sage Mountain Baptist Church, Mr. Adler has announced his intention to retire from his position as worship pastor. And whereas Mr. Adler has demonstrated lifelong dedication to music and the calling of worship through his prior roles in the groups Truth, Promise Keepers International, Oral Roberts University, and countless other organizations,
Yes,
yes, ma'am.
And whereas Mr. Adler has been married to his beautiful wife, Linda, for 43 years, and together they have raised 4 sons in the city of Vestavia Hills. And whereas known for his community service, dedication to ministry, Mr. Adler is also known for his signature look.
Yes.
Including his hairstyle, earning him the nickname Thor.
Yes. Yes.
Personal fashion innovations, Mr. Adler has been known to wear embroidered bell-bottom jeans.
Yes.
And after retiring, Mr. Adler and his wife intend to stay involved in worship ministry, mentoring young leaders and inspiring fellow believers and preparing the next generation for purposeful ministry. Now, therefore, I, Kay Ivey, that's me, Governor of Alabama, do hereby commend Michael Adler for over 22 years of faithful service and leadership to Shades Mountain Baptist Church in his community.
Well, that's just beautiful, Miss Kay. Amen and amen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's something else.
Well, it was a wonderful day, and we are so proud of him, of Miss Linda, and we are excited to see what the Lord is next on our journey.
Yes. Well, Miss Kay, thank you. It's a special day
Thank you, Miss Kay.
for all of us. Thank you, Miss Kay.
Yes.
Y'all have a blessed day now.
All right.
Mm-hmm. You know, with the barn at Shady Lane, I mean, the Adlers can now have a family reunion tour there. They got their own venue.
They really
could. That was the plan all along.
That really is a great idea.
Plus,
hey, don't knock it. The Gaithers have done pretty good with it, you know?
Yes. Plus, Rick and my dad's church is going to be held there as well.
Oh, don't do this.
The church at Shady Lane.
That's funny.
Wow. She read the whole thing, by the way. Read the whole thing.
Right.
It's really long.
Yeah.
I don't know who in the government made that happen, but Kay Ivey really did sign that for my dad. So
Yeah,
that
is kind of
nice.
that is special.
Well, I enjoyed hearing her read it.
You know, and when you talked about that name of the new church, we were real excited about it. Then it dawned on me the men's ministry would be called Shady Men.
Yeah.
Let's go to Billy. That's good. Billy in Alabama. Billy, 30 seconds. We're back on the timer. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I got a semi-serious question. Maybe not really that serious, but do they teach worship leaders that they have to repeat each chorus 72 times, or is that just something that's unspoken?
That's relatively a new concept, but I don't think they teach that, do they?
It's unspoken, like you said. Yeah,
it's unspoken. Let's go to Brent in Mississippi. Brent, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be a dad, and I was wondering if y'all had any advice for me.
Hang on.
Yeah.
It's well, it is
Do a lot of stretching.
You do a lot of stretching, and I know it's
and get used to no sleep.
Yeah, sleep is going to be
Sleep right now.
Yeah, sleep. I mean, you should be sleeping.
I'm
Why are you
still
even
trying to
calling
ca-
this show?
Yeah, I'm still trying to catch up.
Yes, you need a lot of sleep, and you need to realize that your wife is going to need some help with, and that they learn this more naturally than we do. So don't be thrown on that. Going, wow, she really seems to have this together, and I really feel awkward and don't know what to do.
Yeah,
that's just because you're a dude and you're the dad, not the mom. And think about this: if you ever get nervous about it, look how many people, including all the men in here, that have done it before you. It must be able to be pulled off.
Yeah. You can do it. You can do it.
If we've pulled it off, and it's but here's another thing: go talk to people that have had kids, raised them, and they've gone. That they are a massive resource, and that you can avoid a lot of problems if you would just ask people about what they did and didn't do, and don't repeat their mistakes, and try to adopt some of the things they did that were beneficial. Always use those older people in your life to help you. Let's go to Frank in Pell City. Frank, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just listening to the kickoff hour and listening to Greg and Hamzy and Greg. They were talking about not being able to pee in certain places on the highway and this stuff, long stretches or whatever.
Yeah,
I've got the perfect answer. I identify now as a dog, a golden retriever that's aging, and I can pee anywhere.
Oh, you just change your identification.
Yeah.
That's true, because it is sometimes offensive. It's one thing for a dog to do something on the side of the road versus a grown human man.
But be careful identifying as a dog, because while you can relieve yourself anywhere, you don't want to be eaten out of the highway.
True.
Nowhere to draw the line.
And the only thing really more offensive than a grown man using on the side of the road is a grown woman. So at least we can turn our back to traffic. We'll be back. You want to jump to some Biden stuff? We always got it.
Oh,
well, we don't have to.
Biden.
We don't have to, but we got it. More Rick and Bubba coming back. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I say Greg, and they go, okay, Gary.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, do I say, I guess I just mumble or something.
Yeah. So,
I mean, that's happened in my life at least 30 times.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, if I'd have known he was calling me Skeeter, I wouldn't have been so quick to book him.
All right, so let's go back to this. So I'm not
What can I call
crazy.
him?
I'm not crazy. When he first said Skeeter, I thought this was a throwback to when he called you
messed up.
Skeeter 2 years
Right.
ago.
Maybe Do you think it is?
Maybe it is.
No, he came back. He literally came back and said, "Oh, well, no wonder. I do have his number. It's Speedy, not Skeeter."
I've done that on certain names and stuff, and I have it wrong, and I consistently do it. It's just, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it ain't like I don't know the person, but for some reason I always do it.
Well, we got that, honestly.
Yeah.
Our dad is the absolute.
Well,
king.
I've got that DNA too.
Yeah.
Well, I booked Chuck for tomorrow.
Okay. Chuck. All right, I want to, before I move on and go to the break.
Hey, Skeeter.
Do I also have this right, that, and only on this show this would happen, that Helmsley thinks he's allergic to almonds, and to find out y'all made him eat almonds?
Yeah.
We're watching it.
And I'm getting some angry.
And he's just had a reaction to it.
So you've never eaten almonds before?
No,
Yes, he has.
I have, and here's the problem.
Or we wouldn't have done that if we.
Do we have
Greg's mad about it.
All right, we'll come back.
Come back, and
I want to unpack this.
We got a little chant we're doing.
we'll make sure Hams is still breathing in the break.
We're in trouble, Greg. A lot of moms are emailing. Why would you make him do that?
It's not like that he hadn't eaten it. I mean, he's eaten it before, and he didn't say I ate it
Greg,
and I fell out.
It's the point that I said I have an asthma attack every time I eat.
Yeah,
it.
but you didn't say you like.
But I didn't know
out.
that's what was causing.
We
it
know now.
until this morning.
Yeah, we know now.
So we do know now.
You're definitely
Eat just a
allergic.
little more to make sure.
And we're talking about I believe that he will wheeze. Is that the new chant?
I believe.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Helmsy, I think we are tying, we're drawing a line from almonds to you with breathing trouble. There's a number of medical people now standing by, some of them not overly thrilled by all this, but Dr. Kevin.
You know, we're really involved with medical people here on the show.
Well, we are. Well, like I say, there's a kind of a dark cloud over the show right now, health-wise. So, Kevin, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Oh, doing fine, thank you.
So you're a doctor. What type of doctor are you?
I'm a general practitioner.
Okay, a little GP. All right, go right ahead.
Well, I mean, that was a no-brainer. That happens all the time. He definitely has an allergy to those nuts. And one of the things he said that's important for asthmatics to understand, it's not always the wheezing, it's the coughing. Anything that causes him to cough like that is also something. But he's absolutely right. He's taken on the inhaler way too much. He needs to be taken on. He needs to be get on an inhaled steroid every day to help calm him down.
Yeah.
Dang it.
You know, this all stems back to Obamacare. When we moved away from our insurance because of the high prices of Obamacare, I stopped going to the doctor as much because it wasn't as simple.
Right.
And that's part of it. And the coughing is horrible. And someone in an email said the same thing. He said this probably actually has nothing to do with your asthma as much as it does that anaphylactic response you're getting from the nut, closing that off, and the rescue inhaler is actually opening up things a little bit. Thank you, doctor. That's probably correct.
And I think
it's amazing. This has probably been going on for a couple years, and I didn't pick
all
up on
nuts
it.
or just almonds?
I don't eat a lot. I don't eat nuts, so this is. I try to stay away from nuts, Rick. And
well,
so,
at this office, you better.
But for the last few years, almonds have kind of made it into my world.
I know they'll check you out here. You're going to get checked for asthma.
I am actually going to an allergy and asthma doctor not next week, but the next week. I may try to go sooner now.
But an emailer brings up a good point. It might not be the almonds. It could be, but I think it's coated in wheat or whatever. So they say you need to write down every time you eat, which I don't know, and see how you react, see if you have any reaction. And it could be more than just the almonds. It could be, kind of in line with wheat, not just the almonds.
Well, I need to figure out what I'm allergic to, what I'm not, and we'll go through that process. I've never really done that before, and especially I know I haven't in the last 20, 25 years. So we'll see. I'm getting to the bottom of a lot of health things. That one over there has scared me to death this week.
Well, I'm going
to. I am
good. I'm glad everybody is.
In the last 2 or 3 weeks, I will have a handle on what's going on with me.
Let me, just so we're clear, is it these nuts?
Yes.
These right here?
Yeah, it's these.
Yeah, the blue diamond almonds.
It's those.
I was wondering.
Yeah, okay. So it is those.
Yeah. By the way, I got in trouble by my dad the day before yesterday. He called, and he says, I don't like y'all speaking like you're going to have some problem. Don't talk, because I've told him I'm going to have everything under the sun.
Right.
But when it comes to when I go get checked.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. So we'll start some of the Biden stuff from the weekend. There we go. Here we go. Hey!
Basement Joe.
So this is an old running bit that, let's face it, it's it has gotten a little stale. And this is when white far-left liberals run to Selma, Alabama, and pretend that they're champions of the civil rights movement, and somehow that there's been no progress for people of color. You're gonna hear some of this. You're gonna think that people of color can't even vote. It is the most drama, insincere, patronizing, embarrassing. But they continue to do it, and until somebody says, "Can we stop this?" I'm sure it will continue. Once again, Biden's going to say some things that almost seem like that it's not 2023, and then you're going to hear some things that he'll claim he was part of, which people who once again have investigated can find no evidence that ever happened.
Well, he does that all the time.
He does that all the time. But anyway, here we go. We'll start with 1A. He is in Selma, Alabama. This is a white liberal's dream to stand there and pretend that they have been a champion for civil rights. Here we go.
As I come here in commemoration, not for show.
Yeah, right.
Selma is a reckoning. The right to vote. The right to vote, to have your vote counted. is the threshold of democracy and liberty. With it, anything's possible. Without it, without that right, nothing is possible. And this fundamental right remains under assault. We must remain vigilant. In January, I signed the Electoral Count Reform Act to protect the will of the people and the peaceful transfer of power.
Oh, my.
But we know that we must get the votes in Congress to pass the John Lewis
Sounds like
Voting
Greg.
Rights Advancement Act.
Right.
And the Freedom to Vote Act. I made it clear. I will not let a filibuster obstruct the sacred right to vote, the right of any other right to vote from there.
What
What?
did he just
What-
say?
what did he just say?
That's why you follow the words that you all have, the words of Dr. King.
Oh, here we go.
He said, give us the ballot. We will place judges on the bench who will do justly. Led by Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson
Oh, boy.
and more black women appointed to the federal appellate court than every other president in history has done. We're about to do that.
Oh, my.
Oh, wow.
Can we
Here we
hear?
go again.
Can you hear him about the filibuster again? Because I'm not sure quite what he said at the end.
I will not let a filibuster obstruct the sacred right to vote, the right of any other right to vote from there. I will not let a filibuster
He's
obstruct
throwing
the
something.
sacred right to vote, the right of any other right to vote from there.
Any other
What?
right to throw from there?
Yeah. What are we throwing?
Throw from there.
Is he
Right
saying
of any
throw?
other right to vote from there.
Go ahead. That does not make sense.
All right. Can correct me if I'm wrong. So black people can't vote?
Who's trying to?
Who's
Who?
There was a time.
what
when
are we
it
Who
was
in the
true, but
last
that was a long
election?
time.
Now, if he
that
wants to go
was-
back in time,
Yeah, who in the last election that was legally registered to vote was not allowed to vote? I mean, I don't know. I didn't know that this was still a major problem. We've got more people on the rolls in our state than we've ever had before.
correct.
And there's been, I mean, a lot of effort to sign people up to vote, get them registered
Yeah,
legally.
which is great.
Be sure it is one vote, one person where you're supposed to vote. No one, I don't know of
And I'm
anybody who's
sorry,
against that.
maybe you have to have identification to show
Well,
that you
you
are
do-
who you say you are.
Right. And you know what? That makes sure that people are not voting more than once
There
and
you go.
protects every vote.
It
And
goes
by
back.
the way, all races have to show an ID.
Absolutely.
And
And
that's-
you also have to do it to deposit a check, cash a check, get movie tickets, check into a hotel, everything else that we do in this world. And this is a precious right, and it should be protected the same way.
White people do not have a different set of rules than people of color when it comes to voter identification and identifying that you are who you say you are, so you don't, to Bubba's point, vote multiple times or vote in places that are not where you live. So you're not bussed in for votes or anything like that. Now, if we were requiring something of people of color that white people don't have to do, then yes, that's racism, and that's trying to deny somebody the right to vote because of their ethnicity. That isn't happening, so there isn't anyone trying to take away the right to vote from people of color. That is just not true, and it is grandstanding, and it is completely a lie.
And to say that black people can't get IDs, that seems pretty racist to me. To say black people are incapable of getting,
I don't even
having, they
I
don't
don't even
have
understand
IDs. That seems kind of racist.
I
to
don't
me.
even understand that. We know what they're trying to do. They want to be able to manipulate, and they know that's the case, and none of us are stupid enough to buy it. The next thing, here's what white leftists always try to do to convince you that somehow they were champions of the civil rights movement. Here we go again.
Let me check with Joe back
Here
in
comes
those
Joe Biden talking about the civil rights movement. Here we go.
I was a student up north in the civil rights movement. I remember feeling how guilty I was. I wasn't here. How could we all be up there? And you going through what you went through, looking at those, I can still picture.
What did any of that mean?
buddy.
By the way,
Hey, great point.
No evidence whatsoever that Biden was ever involved in the civil rights movement as a student. None.
Well, he was up there, Rick.
Yeah,
He
none.
felt bad because he wasn't here.
None.
How dare there, here, there, dare.
Now we have 20 times that Joe Biden has lied about being a civil rights activist. Have you ready
20?
For that? You ready for that?
Oh,
montage?
look, here's young Joe.
Here we go.
Civil rights movement.
87.
I did not march with a 12-point program. I marched with tens of thousands of others to change attitudes.
and kept telling the story anyway. That is really, really weird. He lied to voters, according to the New York Times, quoting aides of Biden's, about having marched in the civil rights movement.
I got involved in the civil rights movement. I got involved in desegregated movie theaters. They organized voter registration.
That was CNN, by the way.
Yes, it was. I'm now spinning.
Jake Tapper.
So even CNN has checked out these claims, and he's lying. And he's been lying since the 80s that he was involved in the civil rights movement. Now he's got us. He's trying to stop the desegregation of movie theaters.
Rick, he had to drop out of a presidential run because he plagiarized a speech.
Yeah.
So let's, lifting a few facts is not going to throw him off.
And he did make swimming safer for black people when he was a lifeguard, and the only white person at the black pool, according to him.
And apparently, unfortunately, had hairy legs.
He did.
And now he's in 1E. Can you do that one, Adler? It looks like he's stumbling again up Air Force One. Here we go. This is him leaving Alabama. Okay, here we go.
Giving the salute there before he boards Air Force One, just like that. He touched down not even 4 hours ago.
Watch it. Hey.
Good save.
So they will be on Air Force One.
There he goes.
Oh, buddy,
you know what
not
this
a smooth exit.
You know when he stumbles like this, you know what it leads to? Watch him. It leads to him doing that little run he does. Watch him. Watch him try to run.
I'm okay. You know what we're gonna have to do? Get one of them chairs that they sit on that goes upstairs.
Yeah. That or an escalator.
Right.
So I make fun of Terry. She'll look down at her feet when she's going up steps. I'm like, "What are you doing?" She's, "I'm looking down at my feet so I don't fall." I think he needs to start looking down.
No question.
He's too far up. He's looking up.
No question.
Look down at your feet, Joe.
And that jog that he does after is dangerous.
Oh,
he's overcompensating. He's going to go down.
He's putting the hip at risk.
He loves that little jog he does.
Not good.
Hey, look at me. I'm still kind of perky.
Pretty good ball player.
Pretty good. Yeah, early.
I can ride a bike. Oh, wait. Not
I'm going to
really.
get you on the vote throwing down there. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm going to have the sugar. I'm going to have everything.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "I don't like you speaking like that, son. Don't speak like you're going to have everything." I'm like, "I know, Dad. I'm just preparing myself so if I do, it's like a no-brainer. I have it."
Well, Sherry says that I do that as a defense mechanism.
Yeah.
She says you always think your team's going to lose.
Right.
You always think that whatever's coming up is.
And then you're happy when it doesn't happen.
Right.
And
you position yourself to either be right, or be happy you're wrong.
Right.
Yeah. See, it's a great scenario.
Yeah. And she said, "Is this some protection?" I said, "It's a defense mechanism."
Yeah, it is.
Right. So let's go to Jan.
Who is that laughing? Is that like the intercom?
I don't know.
Oh my
Was that Adler?
Jan, go ahead.
Oh, what's going on? Something real weird's happening.
Jan?
Here.
Dan?
Oh, good morning.
Hey, Jan.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
Yes, you're on the show.
Okay, thanks, guys. I just want to tell Hemsley to quit playing around with those almonds. I'm a country girl, and I've been stung many, many times by wasps. Never had a reaction. But a few years back, I was stung and spent 2 days and nights in ICU because I had a full-blown anaphylactic reaction.
Good night.
Well, yeah, I think, our bodies.
I tell people,
go ahead.
Yeah, listen to your body. Prior to that, I remember, like, if a fire ant stung me, it would make a really big, red, swollen place. And I just kind of remember that some things might have been leading up to that. But had my husband not been home that day that I was stung, I would not be here because I'm thinking, well, I'll just take a Benadryl. But, I mean, immediately my tongue began to feel numb. It was like I'd been to the dentist and had Novocaine. So don't play around or take chances. I tell everybody, just because you've been stung and nothing happened doesn't mean it won't happen.
Let me see your tongue. Is it swollen or anything?
I can promise you, ma'am, that I will not mess with another nut from here on out.
Not until you get checked.
And I am
You're shaking hands with Almond Danger.
That's right.
4 fingers and a thumb.
Right.
Those little things are good, too.
They're good. Low in sodium.
Our bodies are a very complicated chemical system that's constantly changing. And, as you grow and as time goes on, I mean, we change day to day, but your taste change, the way you look changes. and the things you're allergic to changes, and good and bad. Sometimes you pick up some, sometimes you drop a few. I'd like to drop a few myself.
Yeah, well, you're right. You have the good and the bad. I have things that I've never struggled with that I do, and then I remember when I was a kid. I mean, if somebody burned, like underbrush, I would catch poison oak and swell up to the point my eyes would close.
Yeah,
really.
And then now, if I get it, it's normal. I don't have any problem with
And see, that's one that I have lucked out in. The couple of times I have got into it accidentally, I have had no problem. And there are some people who are immune to it that doesn't have a problem.
I was highly allergic to it as a kid, highly allergic, and then it just went away.
So when people burned it, you got it. Yep. That is unreal, just because of the stuff in the air.
You know how he got rid of it? He ate some.
No, I did not.
Dr. Greg, I wouldn't go with his advice.
And I tell you what I think some of it was, because look, and I'm not saying it was right, because like I say, I love the medical field. They're not awfully keen with ever admitting they did something wrong, even though history shows that they do things wrong.
Right.
Because they're not perfect, which is fine, but let's just come clean about it, then move on and try to get it right.
Right.
But you remember we talk about on the air all the time. I mean, you get a shot every time you go to the doctor.
Yeah.
And I think they just treated it so many times that eventually it just, because I mean, Greg can tell you, I mean, it wasn't mild.
Oh my God.
It was a like
you went Frankenstein.
My face was unrecognizable.
You're like a basketball.
Yeah.
You think I didn't get a kick out of it?
So then they would it would go away once I go get all the shots. And then eventually, as I got older, it just stopped happening. So if I get it now, it's just like anybody else getting it. I might have a little bit on my leg or something, but that's about it. Let's go to Mike in Alabaster, 104.7 WZZK. Mike, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. It's actually it's not Mike. I think the false creator got my name wrong. It's actually Bartholomew. So, but actually, and also I just wanted to tell Bubba, welcome back. It's good that you made it back so early after your heart attack. We're glad to have you back.
Okay. Thank you. Glad to be here.
Okay. Well, Helmsy, I wanted to ask you if you're taking any type of dietary supplements like probiotics or what they call SBOs, which are soil-based organisms.
I am not.
You're not? Well, I will suggest you do that because about 10 years ago I had a similar problem. I never had problems with peanuts or almonds or any type of nuts, and then started developing a little bit of an allergic reaction to them. And a friend of mine just referred me to this book by Jordan Rubin. It's called The Maker's Diet.
Yeah, I've read that.
And a lot of these supplements that you can take, if they're the right kinds, if you take them over a certain amount of time, they will actually eliminate a lot of those little food allergies that people have. It's one of the things that the modern American diet just does not have the stuff that people used to put in their bodies all the time. And you might want to look it up, research it a little bit. I think it might help you.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, I read that book, and it's based.
What's it called? So he was
The Maker's Diet.
He's probiotics.
Yes.
Well, he's saying that tries to replace some of the things that we used to get out of.
Yeah.
You would get out of your diet if you would follow. Again, this is not a salvation issue. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, we just talked about that yesterday in our Bible study when the Gentiles were being grafted in. But somebody said if God wanted His people to be set apart from everybody else and not be like everybody else, His dietary restrictions and His dietary suggestions probably were right since He's God.
Right.
And so they said there must have been something to this, since it was obvious it wasn't a salvation issue. There must be something to it.
Right.
And you found that His people did not have the diseases of the other people and the Gentiles and the pagans and all that by the things they were eating. And so it's the theory is if you take on this diet just for health reasons alone.
Right.
It is 7 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang's all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We're just sitting around on the back porch reliving the weekend.
Yeah, just chilling. So got some animal footage today.
Oh, yeah, incredible footage.
I mean, when you're thinking about animals, I mean, Animals. Hey, get it go. Biddy-ding. Y'all want sharks or gators first? Sharks.
I like sharks.
All right. Let's get into sharks.
Lots
All right,
of them.
Whatever Adler's got queued up.
Yeah, it says here, fishing boat caught in middle of massive shark feeding frenzy.
Never seen anything like that.
Off the
Yes.
Louisiana coast. Is that correct? Do I put audio down or leave it up?
No, audio's good. We want to hear this audio because it's unbelievable. It sounds like a waterfall, but it's just sharks, you guys.
This is crazy.
These guys were off the coast of Venice, Louisiana. And they were fishing for yellowtail tuna. Is that right?
How about I used to go on a fishing trip in this area every single year
Would
for
you do
about
it again?
5 years. Oh, yeah.
Rick, look at
And I
Not
guess
ready
they
for
found
this.
some tuna because they found some sharks getting after some
Good
tuna.
night.
Lots of sharks. Can't count them.
Tremendous amount of sharks.
Don't they have something in the water? They put like a bunch of tuna
Chumming?
meat?
Are they chumming too, you
I think
think?
they put a huge thing of tuna meat or something in there. They went nuts.
Good gracious.
So many sharks. So many fins.
My goodness, the sharks.
That's just sharks. The sound that you're hearing. It's not a waterfall. It's not the waves.
That's
That's
all
just
sharks.
God.
That's a bunch of sharks.
Wow.
Somebody
How much to stick your toe in it?
Somebody guesstimate how many sharks.
Oh,
1,000?
You could walk across.
500?
I was going to say at least a couple hundred, right?
I would say. I mean, it's big. It's all around them.
Look how far out
Yeah.
that this is going on. What type of shark is that? Is that a black tip? Is that?
I've never seen. They don't look
It
like
looks
sharks
like a
I've ever
black
seen
tip.
before.
It looks like a black tip.
I think
but-
you're right, Helms.
I, for some reason, always default
they've
to
got
bull
that
shark,
little-
but I don't think so.
And if-
black tip on the
Yeah.
top of their fin.
And if it is a black tip, now I know what you're going to say. Now, I would not jump in that. But they're not aggressive to human beings. If you're fishing, like if you're standing out there fishing, one comes up. I mean, I'll never forget. I was with a guy named Mike Jones.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Who?
And
Hey, Mike.
His name is Mike Jones.
That's old man
No,
Jones'
his
boy.
nickname's not
Jonesy.
Lefty now, is it?
And listen, and I love Mike, and he's a character. But
Well, sure he is.
listen, he's standing. We had parked the boat, and he's standing in about, I don't know, 3 foot of water, casting out. And I said, "Hey, Mike, there's a shark coming. There's a shark coming." And I wasn't about to walk in. He goes, it's just a black tip. He just kept going like it was nothing, and the shark was just right beside him.
Wow.
And I thought,
Ate his leg off.
that was a shark, though. Like, he's like, yeah, they ain't hurt anything.
Yeah, but
And I'm like, but I
teeth.
think they do, though.
Got teeth.
I mean, hey, Mike, I think they do hurt.
Right. They got teeth. That's all
But I will say this: in
And they're
that
hungry.
instance, he was right. But I wouldn't have anything to do with that.
All right, how much for a cage? Tight cage. You're going down.
I'm in a cage. You let me in a
Tight
cage,
cage.
I'll go to that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be in the middle of anything that much of it, even if it wasn't dangerous. You know what I mean? Like you're talking about rats.
I
or
wouldn't mind getting that
some
underwater
birds
view
or
or
I don't think I'd
something.
want that many puppies.
No, I mean,
I don't like them. That's a lot.
It's like if you've ever walked a chicken house, and there's
Yeah.
so many chickens in there.
Boy,
you
they're
think if
everywhere.
they went nuts, well, they could eat us up in no time.
Bubba's
You
chewing up
got
by
chickens going nuts.
Bubba's
Chickens
got
are gonna-
chickens.
Well, you
I'm
gotta
just
watch
saying if-
chickens.
I'm just talking about the sheer number of
You
them.
got to watch chickens.
Much less the fact that those
talking
are
about
sharks
pullets?
that actually eat.
I wouldn't want a bunch of
Meat.
chickens like that on me.
No,
Little peck.
I wouldn't want butterflies on me. That kind of
no,
number.
not that number.
Rick.
You're in a cage. You're in a cage.
Picture a bunch of monarch butterflies all
You
over
ever
Rick.
got one of them butterfly gardens? It gets intense.
They get up in your mouth and in your ears and everything.
They're a little
Surely.
aggressive.
Surely somebody put a GoPro underneath so you could actually see what was going
Frenzy.
on.
Well-
Did the fishermen think about that?
I don't know. They all just at the surface, or we got them underneath.
Well,
it,
they
too?
had one, but it was eaten.
I'm reading more about it, and it was just this dude, Dylan May, that was on a boat with his girlfriend. So these are just two people going out for a fishing trip, and it looks like the sharks got on a bait pod to what Greg was talking about. But the May added there were no shrimp boats around either, so that was weird that there was just a bait pod in the middle of nowhere. So maybe it broke loose or something. Who knows? But
Boy, they firing them up.
it was just he and his girlfriend Caitlin
Crazy.
on the boat.
I'd like Shark Week to do that.
That's a lot of sharks.
That's a number of sharks. All right, now we got a gator.
Just a black tip.
We got a gator against a metal fence.
This
what,
is
what is
crazy,
this about?
This
guys.
is alarming.
Strength. It is.
Yeah,
it is very alarming. Greg, do not miss this.
Because
All right, so
you're like,
We
okay,
wonder a lot of times how they get in places. You're about to find out
yes,
why.
yeah. How did they get in this pool? How did
Yes.
they get in
This
this
is not a
neighborhood?
sure enough good fence.
You're not
Look
ready
at
for this.
All right, so he's just pushing through these.
He's just
Oh my
bending
goodness, he's
it
about
like,
to bring it
like
down.
noodles.
Oh, he's bending it.
Guys.
He's just going through metal fencing.
Well, he got through that pretty easy.
Yes,
Real
he did.
easy.
I saw a video the other day of one climbing a fence.
Yeah.
Fell over the other side.
Please look
Yeah,
at the
so
little
it's a chain
effort.
link fence.
Little effort there.
Not much effort.
Well,
at
It
all.
ain't
bent-
much of a fence.
He bent that easy,
Greg.
though, Greg.
It's metal.
Right.
Greg, he bent it real easy.
Not a good one.
Just gets his nose in there.
No wonder he's in my pond.
Yes, yes.
Shows you how strong their neck muscles are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, let me get
you
in
don't
here.
believe that? Let him shake you a little bit.
Look, he's a dinosaur. That's a
Goodness,
dinosaur.
he is a dinosaur.
What about when they do that roll? It's a
Oh, the
bad
roll's
roll.
not good.
Oh, it's
He's a
awful.
dinosaur.
I noticed you put that on there twice today. Did you know that?
That was on accident.
Oh,
Yeah,
was
I
it?
did.
Okay.
It's that impressive.
I thought you were like super fired up for it.
Doubling up.
Have you seen the gator footage? 9 and 10. I'll give you 2 shots at it.
I've always felt so good when I see like a pond that has a metal fence around it,
Yeah.
and now
That don't mean
I don't
nothing.
feel good anymore.
I
feel
don't
bad.
mean I
feel
don't mean
bad about
anything.
it.
Would you jump into a pool of water that had the frenzied sharks? Same frenzy. Now it's gators. I go sharks.
Is it black tip?
You don't know. You don't know.
Oh,
Could be.
Goodness
I'm
gracious.
going.
But you don't know.
I got to
You-
go sharks.
I think you survived the sharks.
I'm
You
going
can't
in
survive the
sharks.
gator.
I think
I
I'll
think
fight
so.
the guy that made me get in it.
That's right. If I punch him right in the face. But if
I
you,
don't
but I
know.
think I'd rather jump into a pool of sharks than gators.
I think so.
Yeah, but trying to
If they're
swim
worked
to
it
get
to a
away from
frenzy.
them,
Yeah.
Good gracious.
I don't know.
that's
That
a no
must be a
win.
big
That's a
baseball.
no win.
Yeah.
I mean, who sent out the call? All sharks come on over. I mean,
That
that's
just
a
shows
lot
you,
of
that
sharks.
just shows you how many's
Picture
out
all
there,
that being
really.
the gators that just bit that metal fit.
No,
You
no,
know,
sir.
I'm with sharks like I am with the gators we were talking about last week. There's too many of them. We've protected them to the point there's just too many of them.
That's just black tips, Bo.
Oh, black tip.
Yeah,
A bunch of black
We're
tips.
not even sure.
I'm not. That's what it sounded like when he told me that day.
I just black tip.
Do black tip.
Never even question it.
It just nurse shark.
Hey, just black tip. Okay, yeah, I googled it. Do black tip sharks attack humans? And it says normally they don't, but they can become aggressive in the presence of food and have been responsible for a number of attacks on
And
people.
we just saw that. We saw a frenzy.
You gonna jump in that bait pod?
No.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
No way.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're bigger than I realized, by the way.
Yeah.
Black
Oh,
tip
yeah.
sharks.
Oh,
yeah.
of course they are.
Yeah, they'll get.
What they got? What they going?
Well, if they eat good.
They got 15 rows of teeth, I'll tell you that.
Oh, 15 rows of teeth. Not good. That'd tear up a calf.
Even an accident, you're in trouble.
Maximum length is 9 feet, more so around 5 feet.
We'll be back.
My
866.
goodness.
We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That you will probably be healthier because God said this is how I prefer people to eat.
Right.
And I found that when I was on it, I really did feel fantastic. And I pretty much am doing a version of that now because it makes sense.
They got a lot of honey in it.
There's some honey in it. Sure, you can have honey in moderation because honey's got a lot of sugar in it. Too. You know,
It's natural.
you don't want to get the sugar.
The sugar's what's good
I think
about
that
it,
old
Rick.
moderation thing's the big thing to focus on.
Bubba.
For the Gridiron Men's Conference coming up this weekend. Hey, also, we're about to give away some cool Father's Day prizes. And a little bit of a discussion about that yesterday, and Sherry was like, you know, and I heard you guys saying it, and you're all right. Father's Day is a different animal. Fathers just want to really just have a good weekend, just not be everything just goes smooth and everything be fine, and everybody just kind of no drama. And so one of my boys, I don't know if the oldest is going to be able to make it or not, but one of them I know is out of town. He won't be back to after Father's Day. Then I got one coming back in on Saturday. Yeah, so Sherry and I we've been empty nesters again this week. We're really having a lot of time without the kids this summer, and it's been fantastic.
Yeah, isn't it good?
Oh, I love it.
And Betty and I have been spending a lot of time together in various medical facilities. And,
yeah, how's that going?
You know, I told her last night, I said, I've really enjoyed getting to know you again. It's
right.
I know now why I fell in love with you.
Well, you know what? When you think
you're really a fun person to be around.
Yeah, well, when you think the next second could be the end of your life, you'll hang out, you'll stay together a little bit. It's so good. But it's just been it's an interesting deal. It really is, the whole because with and all of us in here, and of course some of you still there. Helmsley still got a long way to go, but when you have, like in our case, Sherry and I have had kids. As long as when Sherry and I got married, I mean, Sherry got to start with 2 little kids right out of the gate, and then went on to give birth to 3 more. So we've had kids around us the entire time we've been married.
Yeah.
We don't know anything else. So when the kids are starting getting old enough to where they're gone, and you end up like that, it's kind of it's an interesting concept. But I enjoy it. Of course, Sherry and I, and like I know you understand, we always made a big effort to be sure that husband-wife relationship was always at the center of it all, and we never stopped dating, and we certainly always had time to ourselves and all that. But when every single day you're just like, hey, what are you doing? I don't know. What about you?
Oh, I know. I mean, it's like, here's your list, here's my list. Where do they cross in the middle?
Well, yeah. Sherry, quite contrary, how does her little garden grow? She just loves to get out there and get in those flowers. She'll do a flower bed at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
I'll just come home, and I'll just see her coming around, her little 5-foot self, just carrying another big old bag of some kind of dirt and mulch or whatever, and she loves it.
Betty got one of my old. It's literally the wagon I grew up in, little metal wagon, and she set it up to have all of her stuff in it, and then she decided she wanted to use it for decoration. Got another one, but she has a little red wagon. She literally pulls around. It's got all of her digging tools and her gloves and. Got a little knee pad thing, to get down on.
You got to have those.
She loves all that kind of stuff.
Sherry does too.
And that's the thing. I always get aggravated to some degree going, why do we store dirt inside? It's dirt.
I know.
You can put it out in a pile outside. It's still dirt. It ain't going anywhere.
Right.
Nobody's going to take it.
It was, so that's, it's been good. And so Father's Day, for those of you that may be trying to figure out what you're going to do for Father's Day, always ask us. We'll let you know. And if you got a good plan or a bad plan, but the bottom line is Dad doesn't want to be hassled on Father's Day.
No.
And that was one of the things we were talking about yesterday, because Sherry and I were talking about that that Mom and Dad, I think, are coming to town, because I'm actually speaking at my home church doing the Father's Day message on Sunday, and they're thinking about coming to town. And Sherry said, well, I said, I tell you what, why don't we just go somewhere? I said, we get out of church pretty early. Why don't we just go somewhere to eat and beat the rush? And she goes, well, I mean, y'all don't want to grill? I'm like, well, I don't know that we want to grill on Father's Day, because then I'm going to have to worry about the meal. I'm going to worry about if we got the meat, what we're going to cook. She goes, well, then I'll grill. And I said, I really think I'd just rather, why don't we just go eat somewhere?
And then it's no hassle for anybody.
Right, let's not have anything that's hanging over us that we got to deal with.
So eat and leave.
Yeah. So then let somebody else cook, and then we'll go.
That's a good idea, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but I don't know. If Dad's coming, he may want something on the grill. You don't know.
He could.
20 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in at 866 We Be Big. A tree in my way. So if you want to join us, you can at 866 We Be Big. Right, you somebody say. A couple of opportunities coming up this week from themanchurch.com. This Friday night, Roopville, Georgia. The Low Country Boil, thousands of men coming. I've never seen so many hush puppies in one place in my life. Rich Wingo is speaking this year. And if you're going to be there, check Rich Wingo out. We'll also have a video from themanchurch.com, and we'll have some of our resources there. But go see Rich Wingo in Carrollton, Georgia, and Roopville coming up this Friday night for the Low Country Boil. Also on Sunday, Rich back out again, heads down toward Tampa. Rich will be speaking at the next Man Church at First Baptist Church in Webster, Florida. It's down around Tampa. That'll be on Sunday the 12th.
Then looking ahead to Fanger, Tennessee, we learned how to say that, didn't we, Bubba? Andy Blanks is going to be at Old Friendship Baptist Church on the 18th of March. And then Scott Gorosky, What's Eating Scott Gorosky. By the way, we heard from him over the weekend. He's been out traveling. We should have him back in for a What's Eating Scott Gorosky. Maybe
the travel version.
Yeah, maybe end of the week or first of next week. On the 26th of March, he'll be at Friendship Church in Athens, Alabama. All that can be found at themanchurch.com, and getting great reviews and hearing from a lot of you who actually have opened the book and read the new 31-day devotional, Transformed, Embracing the Death of Self and the Power of God. And we put that out, and I was very excited about this project. I am meeting some men who actually have it, and when I ask how it's going and how they like it, they say, well, I haven't read it yet. And I will say to the men who have a copy of Transform, the 31-day devotional, it will not help you if you don't read it.
Are you looking at me when you said that?
I do want to say that. You can lay it next to you. It's not going. It won't jump in. I mean, I've made this, and I talked to the guys that actually read it, and they go, you know what, you're right. This is the way we like to do a devotional. You don't waste any time. You jump right in it. There's not one, Bubba, that's over a page and a half. And it's like one man described as handing someone a plate and all that was on it was meat. No vegetables, no fruit, no whatever. But I will tell you, some of you that I keep asking for feedback, you do have to open it to actually read it. So anyway, but those are going great and getting good response from those that are reading it. And you can get yours at themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com there in the store. So if you want to join us right now, 866-WE-BE-BIG, we do have lines available, and you can get in. Speedy is on the phone, whatever is on your mind. Let's go to Myra out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Myra, welcome to the show. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Hey, Rick, I went to school with you, but you probably don't remember me because I wasn't in the popular clique. It was Myra Kemp. I'm a few years younger than you.
Myra Kemp.
But I do remember you from the skating rink.
Oh, Sunshine Skate Center. Look, I told my wife the other night I was in socks, and we were listening to a little Michael Jackson.
Slow and all skate.
Yeah, and I started doing my skate moves in my socks, and I said, let me tell you something, Sherry Burgess. If you'd have seen me come into Sunshine Skate Center, you'd have knew that somebody meant business. So, yeah, Sunshine Skate Center. Well, Myra, good to hear from you.
Yes. Hey, listen, it's Josh and Ellie Nelson's 13th anniversary. They're huge fans of yours. They have 3 boys. They're raising them up to love the Lord. I'm so proud of them, and I was wondering if you could tell them happy anniversary.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Myra, I hope they have many more. And that's a great story. And thanks for calling. And OHS, go Big O. Let's go to Allen in Tennessee. By the way, I got corrected. The plane crash, and it wasn't, but we felt like we were in trouble. The storm we went through was actually going into Cleveland, Tennessee.
Yeah, Cleveland.
I couldn't remember if it was Clarksville, it was Clarkston, or Cleveland. It was Cleveland, Tennessee, and it was. I actually got a picture that has Lee Moore before takeoff, sitting in his chair, looking back, terrified. Bone sent it to me. Allen in Tennessee. Allen, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey,
in your flashbacks between your segments, they were showing where Helmsley was having potential nut allergy, and I've been watching y'all for years, but I've forgotten what happened with all that. Did he continue to have a nut allergy, or did it go away?
Almonds. Yeah, what happened?
No, I don't have a nut allergy per se in regards to consuming like almonds or peanuts or anything like that. Mine was more getting outside with like acorns, and if there was a mix of that and pollen together, right.
Has that gone away, or is it still?
No, I still got allergies.
Watermelon. But I'm talking about, did you see the acorn thing and all that still in there, and you were afraid you might have a nut allergy? What is he talking about?
No, we did. I remember I had an allergy test.
Oh,
I
that's
went and
right.
got the actual test.
That's right.
And this has been years ago. And I had the options of getting allergy shots, and I was like, I don't want to deal with that.
Yes.
And so I've just kind of dealt with it.
We continue. Let's go to this person doesn't have a name, but in Alabama, they're saying they're an HVAC tech. Hello, HVAC tech. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. First off, I just wanted to comment on how y'all continue to glorify God on the radio. I appreciate that so much.
Thank you.
Goodness. We know our world needs it. Also, I wanted to comment on the congressman talking about the Freon change, and that will be happening in the next 2 years thanks to our wonderful government.
Isn't this the second change? Haven't we already changed it once?
Yes, about I think around 2010 they changed from the old refrigerant, and it was not safe for the ozone any longer.
Right.
So we changed to the R410A. It's what it's called right now, but they are changing. I don't know the number exactly, but get ready in the next 2 to 3 years to make a total swap once again. And I also think that the new refrigerant will be flammable, so I don't know how that's going to work out.
How stupid.
Rick, you don't realize how stupid it is. The first one was changed because in the lab they showed it could be hurting the ozone. So we went to this new one. The new one, of course, didn't cool as well to begin with because everything wasn't designed for it.
What gas does not hurt the ozone?
Well, I know, but here's the thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. This one ran hotter, and now they're wanting to change it because they think it's contributing to global warming.
Yeah, of course. Just like with the cow farts. It's the same type deal to me. It is a money grab, just like everything else that has to do with our government, and it's sad. And it's terrible for the actual consumer.
Yeah.
Horrible.
So you can't. Yeah, exactly.
Let me ask you this: is this change going to make every single air conditioner obsolete?
No, it will not make it obsolete. But therefore, the Freon now 410A will more so go on the back burner. Where in the future, the cost of the 410A refrigerant will skyrocket, just like the old R22 did when 410A came into play. And what they'll try to do is phase 410A all the way out, just like they've tried to phase R22 all the way out. So that's where I'm from in Montgomery, you can pay up to $125 per pound of R22, and it may only be $65 for R410A. But when you change the refrigerant, 410A will skyrocket like R22 did eventually.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to phase out our president.
Yeah, and what gets me is the people, when we become a bunch of chumps. Do y'all realize that this kind of stuff that all of us, it doesn't matter who you are, where you are, all of us will now have more expense. All of us will now have more hassle. And the scientific proof that this makes a hill of beans on ozone and climate is horribly unproven and remains a theory at best. But it's going to turn your life, my life, all of our lives upside down. And once again, the government reaching into our lives, and I don't know why we take it.
Rick and Bubba.
Then you got to, and he'll critique it, so I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I told Terry.
That's not a good Father's Day for you.
Yeah.
I don't want one thing. Don't buy me anything. Just a drama-free weekend would be great.
No, there's nothing.
I mean, life is going to happen, so sometimes you can't control that. But as far as things that can be avoided, let's try that.
Right.
Yeah. We got a busy weekend and all that, but as far as just overall drama and hassles that can be avoided, let's ease on through it.
Yeah, mine is actually set up really good. I mean, I'm gonna get to go speak at the Gridiron Conference. It's in town. I don't have to travel.
Yeah,
and I love that event, and I love doing that. So that's great. Then I get to bring the message on Father's Day at my home church.
Mm-hmm.
It's all kind of local. I don't have to travel. It's actually great. I mean, I've got a great weekend.
You do.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
You set up.
Yeah, Bubba, you of course will try to get through the weekend without having a heart attack.
Yeah, I'll sit around and have a few Plavix, enjoy the view, and
you got a defibrillator for your Father's Day.
I'm standing by. Got the doctor's number. And,
can you relax till you get through next Friday?
Not completely, because I'm on somewhat restricted duty.
Yeah,
there's a lot of things I'm not supposed to be doing, and a lot of them I like to do.
Is there one that you really like to do have they give you any caution on that?
No strenuous exercise.
That hurt.
I can't go out and hit tennis balls either. Just
so it's a heart rate. It's a heart rate issue. They want you to keep your heart rate down.
There's just no need to push it with 1 week to go. That's the bottom line.
What if you're? Well, I'm not gonna say.
There's no need to push it with 1 week to go.
Well, you don't have to.
Rick and Bubba.
It is.
We're not talking about you got sick one time. We're
No,
talking
we're talking about a hospital procedure where they have to put you under or they go inside you for something.
Are we also going to include any health challenges you have that may not have you hospitalized, but you have a health challenge?
If you'd like to.
What about?
I wouldn't limit somebody that wanted to list it.
This is just adult time, right? It's not like I broke my arm when I was little.
No, showtime.
Okay,
The
showtime only.
The time you've been on the show.
Got it.
What has happened? All right,
LASIK's out.
All right, so let's start with you, Helmsy.
Wisdom teeth.
Okay.
I've had 2 epidural blocks that I was put under for.
Okay.
I've had my appendix removed, and I've had my gallbladder removed.
Okay.
That is all during the show.
Okay.
The gallbladder attack was live on the show.
Yes.
It was live on
yes.
the show. I remember.
Yeah, spent about 3 days in the hospital on that.
No,
Don't
you
forget
didn't get
that.
wired,
Don't forget
did you?
that.
It was just Speedy that had the hernia, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Adler,
Yours was a gallbladder.
Adler, do you have anything? I know you're the
surgeries.
youngest member of the show. Since you've been on the show.
Knee surgeries.
Where's that?
You remember he tore his knee up playing Thanksgiving football?
Oh, that's right.
The turkey.
Adler, what's happened to you since you've been on the show?
All right, so I had to get that glass taken out of my wrist.
Right.
And my wrist fixed up.
Hey.
And then the stitches from when I initially got but I didn't get put under for that.
Right.
And then I also had stitches in my face from
All this counts.
I bashed my face open when I was skateboarding with my
that
dog.
was a bad one.
Right.
That was a really bad one. I got a killer. I got a boss scar though, from it. Now I was looking at it yesterday. I'm like, that's pretty boss. People probably think I'm tough.
Right.
I'm not, but they might think that. And then when I busted my nose at the metal show years ago. This was before working here.
No, that doesn't count.
But I did have the surgery while on.
Then
the
that
show.
does count.
Okay, I fixed my nose up.
Anything else? And you're currently in a cholesterol scare.
I'm currently in a cholesterol scare.
I saw you eating lentils. That's over the line.
I was eating lentils for breakfast this morning.
I had to talk him down.
I thought that was a movie.
And
it is.
It is.
So are you?
And that's it.
But you're in a cholesterol scare right now because those are the kind of things that need to be added as well.
I'm very scared right now. My chest. I've never had any problems. Now all y'all start talking, my chest starts hurting. I get like somebody standing on my chest or something.
Yeah, Greg, you've had nothing you've had to go to the hospital for, right?
Just if you count Mo's procedures, skin cancer, I've had 4 of them.
That's right. We have to count that.
Yeah.
Skin cancer
5,
procedure.
4? No, I've had 6 different spots, 3 visits.
That's right. I mean, you got a scar on your nose right now.
Yes. Recently, Speedy took my stitches out yesterday.
Right. That skin cancer has to count.
And then my blood work's terrible. I'm
Greg,
working
your
on
blood
that.
work. Are we going to talk about the sugar?
And that's recent. Well, no, I'm just got all that side of whack. They're trying to get it back. But that's it. But I've never had any major surgeries or anything.
Yeah.
Or I've stayed in the hospital.
But as far as health is, we're getting skin cancer a lot, and our last blood test had some issues we have to address.
Yeah. But I hadn't had any like stay in the hospital things.
Okay.
Speedy.
I've had a vasectomy.
Does that count?
Oh, wait a minute. Well, no, you're not putting. Well, I guess it does.
Yeah, I was under because
You put a vasectomy up there by Helmsley's.
Mine was not. I didn't get put under for mine.
Doesn't matter.
Why did
Still a
you
procedure.
Get because you had the hernia.
I had the hernia,
time.
so I said, while I'm out, y'all.
Okay.
y'all
Plus,
tag
he said
team.
it was going to be serious.
So I've had.
I forgot about that.
I had a hernia, and then you remember I was coaching and I tried to scream out.
Yeah. 35 minutes now past the hour. Continuing with phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG because HVAC kind of dominated the first attempt. And we did want all that information because it's another ridiculous thing that's coming our way in a couple of years. So we did need that information. So thank you for that, sir. But it did not allow many people to get on. So you can get on now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Upside.com. You want to save a little money out there as the government continues to make horrifying decisions that damage the economy and drive up the price on everything. Of course, that affects everybody. We're going to get the rich. No, that affects everybody. And so if you want to get some money back, Upside.com with the code Bubba25 will help. Your first tank of gasoline will activate that app. It's free. You can get it at the App Store or at Upside.com. When you put in Bubba25, the first tank of gas, you'll get at least 25 cents a gallon back. Maybe even more, and then you start using it on all your purchases and get money back too. As a matter of fact, Upside users $1 million back just last week. So go right now to Upside.com or go get it in the App Store and put it to work for you. Remember our code, Bubba25. Let's go to Sammy out of Sweet Home, Alabama. If you want to join us, there's a line available for you. Sammy, go ahead.
Hey, I've been listening to y'all for a long, long time.
Thank you.
Remember Ada Beta Moon Pie days?
Oh, yes. Of course, it was Ada Moon Pie, but I do remember that. Yes, absolutely, I do.
Yes.
It was Fat Five Fat was the fraternity, and Ada Moon Pie was the sorority. And every time we had mixers, we ate cornbread.
Exactly.
Yep.
And I remember not the first day, but when Speedy was first starting.
You don't remember that.
Oh.
You don't remember when Speedy first started. Do you straight up? Somebody asked me.
He was just an intern. He was just an intern.
Never was an intern, but he was not an intern. But you're kind of remembering it right, and that's the problem. But with memories, we don't quite get the details. But you're basically right. And here's one thing I want to ask you, Sammy. You may know this before me, Bubba. You probably might know it. Speedy probably does know it. Greg and Helms and Adler, no way. Sherry asked me the other day, how long did we do the show? Did we ever do the show when it was just you and me, Bubba, and we didn't even have Speedy?
Yeah, for a little while.
I'm not talking about when you were part-time, like full-time.
Yeah, for
we
about
did?
6 months.
Really? So we just what were we doing? What did we do?
That's when Speedy was Kevin Calloway.
Was that when he was Kevin Calloway?
And he started popping his head in, being the afternoon
So we
guy.
did do the show by ourselves for a little while with no Speedy? I thought he'd been there the whole time.
I think about 6 months. Speedy might could answer it better.
Yeah, he can't hear.
That's what I recall. 6 months.
I don't think this might work.
And he started popping his head in.
We don't use it very much. I don't even see it anymore. Is it here? You can try that. And
try that mic.
Try that mic. See if it works.
Yeah, I don't even know.
We don't use it very much, so we never have really dialed this one in. Let's see if it works.
Check 1 2.
Mm-hmm.
Test 1 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So
potted up. He's a little weak. I can't hear.
Did you? How's that?
Oh, that sounds good.
Did you ever? Do you recall that? Was there when Rick and Bubba started in '94? Were you with us the whole way, or was there about a few months that Bubba and I just did the show with nobody?
There was a few months. Am I echoing?
Not bad.
No, you sound
not that we care about it.
Okay.
You sound like you're in a different
Go
room,
ahead, Kevin.
and you
You sound like you're a secret witness.
Yeah, it's
All right. So I was in the building doing afternoons.
Kevin Calloway?
Yes, Kevin Calloway.
Right.
And then you guys did the show a little bit by yourself, and then that's when y'all brought me in and said, okay, we
So
need
there
somebody.
was a little period of
but
time
I still
in there.
did afternoons because back then there was not very many people to do things.
No,
And so at one point, I think I was program director, promotions director. I did mornings with y'all, but still had the afternoon gig.
Yeah.
But I wasn't married. I was single and in college. So
what
who
it did.
cared?
You probably helped you stay out of trouble.
It probably did.
It wasn't
in the Playhouse at night.
It wasn't very successful, but at least you would have thought it would work. Okay, so that I couldn't remember that. Yeah, I guess we did.
I think by that time we realized we were going to have some help because
Yeah.
it was beginning to, run away there a little bit.
Help! I
a
need
good way.
somebody. Help! Not just anybody. Help! Chuck in Ohio. Chuck, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I ran into some people from Oxford, Alabama. They're buying a franchise, a plumbing franchise that I work with.
How about that? We're
I
everywhere.
asked them about Rick and Bubba. Well, I said she said Oxford, and I said, do you know Rick and Bubba? And she's like, and we started talking about James Spann. I met the owner of the company. His name's Adam Mims. He knows Speedy and Speedy's son. And, I'm up here in Cincinnati, Ohio, talking to people from Oxford, Alabama, and it was like a family reunion. I don't even know you guys, but I knew so much about you. He said, how do you know all that? And I'm like, I listen faithfully every day.
Yeah, you can't get
that was
outside.
pretty cool.
Yeah, Calhoun County's everywhere. It's a big old net. You might run into a CC anywhere. Somebody from the county. I mean, they're
As soon as
everywhere.
she said Oxford.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said Oxford. I said, you got to know Rick and Bubba. And it was cool, especially when Adam said he knew Speedy. I mean, I felt like I was talking to a celebrity, but it was really neat. Though.
Well, that's cool. That's great, Chuck.
Hey, I told them they're opening a franchise in Oxford. I said, you need to get on ZZK and advertise.
Amen.
Everywhere. So.
Amen.
That's
Amen.
it.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that very much.
Oh, what a small
That's
world.
good.
No problem, guys.
It's small. We're everywhere, Greg. You can run into Calhoun County and you don't know where we are.
Well, we just got a picture. I don't know if you've seen your email yet of a guy watching live sitting in Rome, and he's out on the balcony. You can see Rome behind his iPad that's got the show on it.
Oh, I love that.
And I asked him, I said, I guess all roads lead to Rome, or is that Rome, Georgia?
You know what? That view he's got right there, that may be the same hotel I stayed in.
That's pretty, isn't it?
No, it's beautiful. Rome was
Where's
that.
my travel?
You know what? You know what my favorite thing, and I know that I know it sounds
Every time
like,
Rick indicates he's been there.
Yeah, I know that we talk about eating a lot, and it seems it's all we talk about.
Well.
But I remember, Greg, talking to one Charles Maniscalco,
Yes.
Who coached with
Man.
Dad, coached with Dad for forever, offensive coordinator. Love that family, and they of course, you know, being Italians, and they'd just come back from Italy, and I told them that Sherry and I and the boys were going, and you know, I mean, I know this sounds stereotypical, but I said, let's talk about the food, whatever. And he said, I can tell you this with no reservation, and he was 100% right. It doesn't matter what restaurant you walk in; they're all fantastic. Wow. He goes, if a guy's just waving you under a tent, and he's got a little restaurant with about 8 tables, go to that one. He goes, anywhere you go, the food will be phenomenal. And he was 100%.
That's kind of like trade day.
Hey, basically, you can't mess it up. It doesn't matter what name of it. It'll just go in one.
What's the closest?
Yeah, you can't. And a guy, sure enough, he's walking the streets. He's like, oh, wait, and he's calling us over there. Coming over to have it. And I just went right over there. And
Sure enough.
the food was so good, it made me weep.
Ooh, I love
You ever eat
Italian
something so
food.
good you can't get a tear in your eye?
Oh, yeah. You thinking, how's it getting any better?
We continue. Let's go to Tim.
A taste bud explosion.
Tim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go
How
ahead.
about taste buds? Number one. I need mine
Yeah, hey, guys,
calm
what's
down a
going
little
on?
bit.
Crank them up.
Yeah, go ahead. Yours are tired.
I remember when y'all had the biscuit thing y'all did, and and Speedy got sent to the Alabama fan club up there in Fort Payne.
Okay.
And the lady did not know what was going on. Y'all were messing with her, telling her, yeah, hey, we don't know who this guy is. He stole her van and all this. And it was hilarious.
Who you mean, Calvin the
wish
Van
y'all
Man?
would play that on the best of.
Oh, there probably ain't even a recording of that. We probably couldn't even record then. I mean, because I kind of remember that bit, but that's way.
It's when we used to get people to bring biscuits to kind of vote, you know, if they were the best city listening to the show.
Right, and he would be
they
there, and they'd
turn
bring
out
them to him.
Piles of biscuits, yeah.
But we got her on the phone and said, look, we don't know who this guy is.
Act like he works.
Let's go to Luke. Luke, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's going on, guys?
Luke.
Well, man, look, Rick, first of all, I want to tell you that I'm the other part of Thrive Ministries, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it on last night to talk with you, but I listened to it, man, and just, dude, it's such a blessing to hear your story again and the impact that you made on my life through the show. It's been amazing, and I appreciate what all of you guys do.
Well, it was.
And, you know, we were talking about being transformed, and I was just thinking how far that we, and when I say we, I mean like the whole Rick and Bubba family has come from streaking through ball games to speaking to men.
Yeah, you know, I bet there's not many people that can say that. You know, and but yeah, thanks for that. I guess you were the co-host of that, right? So I was on with Andy.
Well,
Andy,
I had some health things.
Yeah, he told me about that. So Andy interviewed last night, and I did him a favor. I told Bubba that this morning. At first, he was like, "Well, we don't want to just make it easy on you. You know, Sherry's going to Winfield. That's why I picked that afternoon." I said, "I'll be free that afternoon, and you can just do that from home." And of course, we don't have a landline anymore at home. And I said, no, not going to do that to you. I said, we have to face that every single day. No way am I going to talk an hour with you on a cell phone. I said, I'll go up to the office and do a landline. So we did. So and he said that sounded a lot better.
Well, man, it was fantastic. And to address the Greg Burgess challenge, I wasn't the only one, but I was one of the first guys to demolish not one but two of them in one sitting.
Greg, he said he ate the Greg Burgess challenge at the Rick and Bubba restaurant. Luke did.
Two of them?
Not once, but twice.
Two in one city.
Two in one
Y'all were
city?
there.
No, he said
You
two.
and Bubba were there.
Wow.
Y'all were there handling some business, and I ordered it. And if I remember correct, don't they ring a bell or announce it?
Yeah, we did something.
The Greg Burgess challenge.
Oh, yeah.
And you got two of them?
Something.
And I threw it down in like 6 or 7 minutes. And, Rick, you made the statement that, man, I finished that one. And I said, man, I could do another one. You said, I bet you can. So I went on another one. Now, I regretted it. There was a lot of regret after the fact.
Well, you know,
I had to go back to work.
Yeah, you know, sin always starts out good, but there's always that regret after.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
Hey, that was a good
Sunday morning's coming.
Right. Well, Luke, that
Right.
do you have I said in the podcast, which would have owned you, Bubba. I said, well, tell Luke if he'd come to the restaurant more often, we'd still be open.
Right.
But
Yeah.
that's
Find two at once.
Yeah. So, Luke, thanks. I enjoyed that. And Andy, you as well. It's called Thrive, and it's a podcast that I was on last night. So we'll get that out to you where you guys can go listen to that if you so desire. And thank y'all for trusting me and having me on. We'll be back 14 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Feel to my belly button pop.
I remember that.
That's nice. So I've had that. So really 2 hernia surgeries and a V.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've had the Mohs treatment like Greg for skin cancer.
Right.
That's me.
How's your blood work?
I will find out here. It's been okay in the past, but because of Bubba, we're calling it the scare of Bubba.
Right.
I'm going to within the next week or two to get all my stuff done, and I'm gonna come back with a ton. I don't know if I'll have enough.
Yeah, my numbers are going to be bad when I come back next week.
Okay.
On an allergy and asthma and just a main physical examination side.
Right.
Bubba?
I'll probably type 2.
Since the show has been going on, I've had sinus surgery.
Yep.
Hold on, stop. Okay.
4 knee surgery.
How many?
4.
Good night.
3 on lefty, 1 on righty.
Okay.
2 foot surgeries.
What do you think's causing all that?
And of next Friday.
Seems like your knees and feet really are struggling.
Right. Yeah, the lower part's caving in.
Right.
And as of next Friday, a couple of heart stents.
Oh, wow.
As of next Friday.
Right. Okay.
You can write heart cath on there.
Yeah.
And how's blood work and all that?
Blood work right now, thanks to pharmacology, is fine.
Right. But you had to be put on pharmacology because blood work
See,
was
that's
bad.
what I'm dealing with.
Yeah. So blood work was bad. But
Once you get the
addressed
right stuff, it works great.
Right. Yeah. So
taking multiple medications, got that.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm eating Plavix like M&M's.
My dad is like a.
I'm joking. You don't take it that way, but it sounded funny to say that.
It does sound funny.
Yeah, I'm trying.
One a day, first thing when your feet hit the floor. It's
I like you saying Plavix.
for some reason, I'm struggling saying Plavix. For some reason, I don't know.
All right, so I'm trying to remember. All right, mine started when I had the TV fell on my leg, and I had
blood clot
had to
removed.
have a blood clot removed
Out of your leg.
My bicep tore. I had to have it reattached.
Yep.
Had to have one work down there in the lower track.
Yeah.
Had to go down there and get a cyst removed.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Out there, down there in the lower track. Remember that one?
Speaking of nut allergies.
Thank you, Greg. And then I've had staph infection twice.
Goodness gracious, staph.
And had to be hospitalized for multiple days on those 2.
That elbow, Popeye elbow.
That turned into staph.
Was it? Oh,
and then they had to operate on my elbow. So that's
Well,
goes,
overall, I think we're doing pretty good.
That goes second staph.
What was the first one? Blood. What did you say? You had bicep tear surgery. Cyst removed. Staph twice.
Right.
What was the other one?
Well, the second staph involved. They were staph in the elbow, and then kind of an elbow had to be cut open and addressed. But that one ties into
What
the
was
second.
the very first one you said?
The very first was a blood clot after dropping a TV on my leg.
Yeah, I remember going to the hospital for that one.
All right.
And
so to recap real quick.
No, what? I forgot one. I had a back block, Speedy, in 2014 lower back block. I left one off. I had to look up my notes. Sorry.
All right.
And
I didn't mean to skip over that.
You need to
one.
add lipo to Greg's.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, that was something for the show.
Yeah, you still had it done, Greg.
The show caused it.
Yeah, but that wasn't really.
But the show caused it.
Boy, that was when I was early.
Well, you
I wouldn't have volunteered for that nowadays for nothing.
And then I had.
This is a guy that said you could cut his finger off for a few $1,000 the other day.
Well, that's a good point.
And then for me, genetically, cholesterol is bad. I've never really addressed it, but this is when you know you're getting older. Is when after I did my last heart scan, they said at this stage of your life, any side effects from a statin drug is meaningless. It's better to go ahead and take it to address the cholesterol.
Correct.
And that just started.
You know the downer to me, other than the obvious of getting stents in your heart, is that the CT scan won't work anymore. It won't give you a right score because of the metal in there.
Oh yeah, so now that won't help you much. I was told the other day though, and we certainly should do all that. We certainly should.
Yeah.
But of course you always hear this. I heard the other day a guy who was in great shape
And he's a doctor. He said, I knew I was not right. I didn't feel right. Back to you talking about trying to get it together. He said, I go do the stress test. They tell me I'm fine. I go do the scan. They tell me I'm fine. And he said, I'm telling y'all, I'm not fine. Did a heart cath. He had blockage.
Yeah, I would say that was the only symptom I had. A couple of times I just knew I wasn't right. I'm like, I got to get it together here, man. The pieces are not fitting. You know?
Now back to JT, who thinks a heart cath should be an annual deal.
Well, it has a certain amount of risk with it
Yes,
also.
it does, which is why they don't do that, JT.
But it is the final word.
When we come back, do you want to run it down?
Yeah, there's somebody working out.
I think we've had 30 procedures.
Okay, we'll come down. We'll run them down right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For the rooster crow, searching for soda bottles to give myself some dough. Run them down to the corner, down to the country store. Somebody said, I cash them in and give my money to a man named Curtis Lowe. You sing that to the kids in the bathtub. I'd always sing the ballad of Curtis Lowe. So everywhere my kids are going, Dad's about to give us a bath. All right, so with IndyCar driver, is it Devlin DeFrancisco? Goes airborne in a scary crash during the first race of the season. You know, it's one thing when you see the stock cars go airborne or NASCAR, but when you see those Indy cars, but it's ugly.
They're flying apart.
They're going to fly apart. So this was at the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, and so we'll see. This is the Grand.
This is scary stuff. There's the contact with Felix Rosenquist, the checkup. And now just wait for this, the red car.
Hey!
I have never seen a car go airborne like that after being stationary.
Wait a
Well,
minute.
he sent him a little somersault.
Yeah, I mean it's
the front end is so low and they're going
right.
so fast.
Yeah, how about when you
There's
just
no
sit
way
there
to get
just
out
like
of the
that?
way.
Yeah, hey.
I mean that was a
shot.
clean T-bone too.
Yeah.
Good
So
gracious. You're right though. If I'm sitting there going, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, somebody see me.
I'm sitting.
It's like braking on the interstate.
Here we go.
And you're looking in the rearview mirror. Somebody see this. Please see us.
That's a lot of cars.
The
trying
good
to fit
news
in a narrow
is-
space.
How about the guy that passed and got by the wreck while that car was in the air spinning? Did you see him on the outside?
Yeah, that was good.
Watch the guy on the outside go through it.
Yeah.
So they're tapping, piling up. You got the guy side.
There you
Look,
go.
the
Look
guy
at
on the
that.
left went
He
right
zipped
by
right,
it
yeah.
while it was in the air.
How in the
buddy.
world he didn't get
drive
it.
under it. A couple of other stories that we hadn't covered. The CDC has now issued a measles alert
Measles.
after
Measles in the house.
a confirmed case at Ashbury Revival
Yep.
in Kentucky. They think that somebody with measles could have exposed an estimated 20,000 people to the infectious virus.
And think about this too. In an event like that, you have people literally coming from all over the country, and you have somebody with that, and then they all carry it back potentially.
Potentially.
You know?
Well, the good news is they said that the T-shirt is selling like mad right now. As I went to Ashbury for revival, and all I got was measles.
They're printing them as we speak.
I'm here all week.
Couple other notes. Chip Kelly agrees to contract extension with UCLA through the 2027 season, so he'll be back
Chip.
there.
Chip.
So I didn't know this.
Chipper.
So back to Novak,
Smokovich.
whatever his last name is.
Greg, that's not it.
Silent D.
I did not know. Are we still making people have the vaccine to come into America?
We sure are.
Even what we know that we're still doing.
We're a
that?
bunch of idiots.
We're still doing
Yes.
that?
Yes,
so
we are.
Why would we continue to do that?
Because we're evidently
Well, let me ask you
stupid in
this,
this category.
and this is a
and
dumb
won't learn
question.
our lessons.
But we had 100,000 people come over the border from Mexico.
Right.
But
last
if I
month,
let you
last month.
We can take that argument, which is a good one, and we can just move it over at this point. We don't even have to talk about the border and people getting in. We just talk about what we know
Now.
from a vaccination
It means-
standpoint
it means
and a pandemic standpoint, and this is ridiculous.
What you're requiring him to do has no impact on anyone's health. None. Not even his, apparently. And so he's had to pull out again from another open.
Pretty big tournament.
Yeah. And so because
Indian
we
Wells, I believe.
because we won't let him in, and we even know that people are having some side effects from the vaccine.
Right.
And that the vaccine is not keeping anybody from catching it or anyone from passing it.
and we won't let him in the country unless he takes the vaccine? Now?
I thought,
Everything that we
I thought
know,
all that had been done away with, or is it supposed to end with the official end? I mean, Biden has declared the end of the pandemic.
Oh, yeah, he's declared. I think he declared that before the U.S. Open.
No, I mean the official date of it though. He declared it, but it's supposed to be coming out in the next month or so.
The fact that one of the best athletes on our planet can't compete because he hadn't taken the vaccination is ridiculous.
Well,
I'm a little frustrated by it.
And that too. The first one.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying not to cuss, if you've noticed, because this is ridiculous and it continues to happen.
Well, they go back and say that the current administration is not even governing like they think this is logical. With the stuff y'all just said. I mean, it didn't make sense.
So if I leave the country, I'm here. Let's say I'm not vaccinated. I leave the country. I'm allowed to come back in, right?
I don't know.
I mean, people are traveling.
Yeah, they are.
Is anyone that
Why is he
only
not
vaccinated people are
He's not a
traveling?
U.S. citizen.
He's not a U.S. citizen.
But what's the difference? Bringing it in is bringing it in.
Right. Now, here you go trying
You're
to find
trying to
logic.
inject logic into it.
Because I got news for you. COVID don't care if you're a U.S. citizen or not.
No, it doesn't.
Calm down. Don't
These
get
are
elevated.
all great points,
But
buddy.
You're going to end up cussing.
He's coming into the country. So if I leave and you know what? When I come back, I'm coming into the country. And now if I'm not vaccinated, what's the difference?
Look out, he's rested up. Long weekend.
What's the
He's
difference?
ready to go.
Yeah. He's ready to go.
That modest pizza.
Yeah.
And again, the border
That
thing.
cheese
beat
really carries you through a day or two later.
We beat the border thing to death, but that's the most obvious.
It really is. I mean, you know why we're beating it to death? Because it's screaming at us.
I mean, you can't just have that and then require
crazy.
someone to have a vaccination.
Crazy. This is weird. Are y'all familiar? This is from the NFL draft deal, the combine. Prospect suffers injury during pain test.
Yeah, I read that headline.
I can clear this up.
All right, tell us what this is.
They waterboard them.
Greg. What is the phrase they're using in it?
Pain tolerance.
Pain
test.
tolerance
So
test.
there's not an actual pain tolerance test that they put the NFL players through as part of the combine. This guy hurt his ankle, and in order to try to get back out there, they had to put him through what they're calling a pain tolerance test to make sure he's good to go.
Clickbait. The headline is terrible.
It is horrible.
Yeah.
By the way, this headline owns me. Georgia thieves busted by cops when they stopped to charge their getaway Tesla.
That's funny.
They would have got away if they hadn't had to stop and charge it.
Oh, that's a good one.
Is that real? And the charging took so long that the police caught up to them.
I need 18 minutes.
Why is anybody driving a
you can't
Tesla?
splash and go, kid.
Listen, why is anybody driving a Tesla robbing anybody? They got plenty of money, or they wouldn't have a Tesla, would they?
Well, they stole it.
Yeah, they stole it.
Oh, they stole
Yeah,
it. Okay.
Speaking of the
I didn't
NFL
think you could steal them.
No, they stole it.
You would think you
I
could.
think you can, yeah. But I think they have probably higher security. Speaking of the NFL Combine and injuries, did y'all see that Wanya Morris pulled a speedy and pulled his hamstring when he was running?
Oh no!
Goes down.
Oh, down he went.
Oh, bless him.
Goes down.
That hurts hard.
That hurts.
They ran a 5.19 for us.
That's
All right,
a
I'm
fella
Big
moving.
man. That is a big, large person.
All right, I'm looking at this again. Now, they stole gaming systems. Their getaway car was just a Tesla. That was their choice. But you would have thought you would have checked the charge if you're going to steal something.
Hey, you better charge up the night before.
I love cops caught them charging.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.